Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. Seeing that both Zubat and Bellisum were progressing well in their special training, Sato left a bowl of poke blocks and 2 bowls filled with fresh water for them before moving to where Growlithe was training. Growlithe was running on a track inside a sealed glass enclosure. Due to the limited space and the need for effective training, the track was designed in a winding U-shape, with numerous S-shaped curves in the middle. Surrounding the track were several machines that resembled ball launchers. However, instead of shooting solid balls, these machines launched water balls. The timing of each machine's water ball launch was random, likely triggered by sensors embedded in the track. Every time Growlithe passed by, the machines would automatically aim at him and shoot water balls at speeds ranging from 20 to 30 meters per second. Growlithe's current training involved using flame charge while maintaining his speed and agility to avoid the water balls. Sato also allowed him to use Ember to block some of the water balls if necessary. Growlithe, with small flames burning on his body, was sprinting through the curving section of the track, occasionally spitting small fireballs from his mouth. Plumes of white steam constantly accompanied his movements as the flames on his body battled the water. Unfortunately, due to the high density of the water balls and their impressive speed, combined with the twists and turns of the track, it was difficult for Growlithe to maintain a good rhythm. As a result, Growlithe couldn't avoid all the water balls, and several struck him, soaking his fur and extinguishing the small flames on his body. By the time he finished the curved section of the track, he resembled a drenched pup. Fortunately, there were no water-launching machines on the straight section of the track, giving Growlithe the chance to use the flames surrounding his body from flame charge to evaporate the water and dry himself off before starting another round of dodging water balls. In Sato's strategy, Growlithe, as a fire-type Pokémon, was the team's frontline attacker. He was the spearhead, responsible for breaking through the enemy's defenses. Therefore, excellent mobility and the ability to deliver powerful strikes in a short amount of time were essential skills for Growlithe. Currently, Growlithe's usable moves included Bite, Ember, Flame Wheel, and Flame Charge. Of these, 3 were close combat moves, while 1, Ember, was a ranged attack. After observing Growlithe's father demonstrate how to win battles by using clever tactics, Sato believed that Flame Charge was the core move for a quick assault Pokémon like Growlithe. In practice, Flame Charge was similar to Flame Wheel. Both moves involved enveloping the user in flames for a fiery charge toward the opponent. However, compared to Flame Wheel, which had slightly higher power, Flame Charge granted a speed boost buff, allowing Growlithe to move faster the longer he used it. Thus, Flame Charge was a move that was inherently powerful for both offense and defense, and it came with a natural speed boost. The flames enveloping Growlithe's body not only served as an attack, but also as a defensive layer, weakening incoming enemy attacks and deterring foes from engaging in close combat. Additionally, the speed boost from Flame Charge significantly enhanced Growlithe's already high mobility, making his assault capabilities even more formidable. Based on Sato's understanding of fire-type moves, there were likely only subtle differences between Flame Charge, Flame Wheel, and Flare Blitz. The difference, he speculated, lay in how fire-type Pokémon used fire energy. In Flame Charge, fire-type Pokémon not only used condensed fire energy for the attack, but also applied some of that energy to their own bodies, heating or stimulating their physical abilities to temporarily boost mobility, similar to Luffy's Gear Second. On the other hand, with Flame Wheel and Flare Blitz, the Pokémon unleashed all of their gathered fire energy in a single burst, though the amount of energy used in each move varied. In summary, Flame Wheel can be considered a lower-tier version of Flare Blitz, with reduced power but also easier execution and fewer severe side effects. At present, since Growlithe is still young and Flame Charge was hastily taught to him by his father, his proficiency with the move remains at a beginner level. Unlike his father, who could completely envelop himself in flames and had clearly mastered Flame Charge, Growlithe can only produce a few small flames and use fire energy to heat his body, boosting his physical capabilities. As for how to train Growlithe in mastering flame charge, Sato envisions developing it into a passive skill. Essentially, Sato hoped that Growlithe will eventually be able to multitask, maintaining flame charge while also using other moves simultaneously. For example, Growlithe's father's strategy of combining flame charge's speed boost with the Ember move to outmaneuver and strike pincer and hit-and-run tactics was something Sato thought was well worth learning. With the mobility boost provided by flame charge, Growlithe's charging moves would also see a significant increase in power, making an offensive charge style highly effective. It's important to note that Growlithe can learn powerful charging moves like reversal, takedown, double edge, outrage, close combat, wild charge, and, upon evolving into Arcanine, extreme speed and Giga Impact. These potent moves all involve charging at the opponent. The current training track Sato had set up for Growlithe was specifically designed for him to improve his flame charge. The machines placed along the curved sections of the track shot out fast, but weak water balls, ensuring they wouldn't harm Growlithe. Their purpose was to train Growlithe's ability to dodge while moving at high speeds, while the heat from flame charge would quickly dissipate. Then, once he reached the straight sections of the track, Growlithe could reignite flame charge. This created an ideal environment where Growlithe could continuously practice flame charge without waiting for his body temperature to cool down, greatly improving the efficiency of his training. Allowing Growlithe to use Ember to block water balls also indirectly helped him practice multitasking. With such a well-designed training environment and an ample supply of high-quality poke blocks, Growlithe, being a talented fire-type Pokémon, was making steady progress with his flame charge. Compared to when he first ran the straight sections of the track while still somewhat wet, Growlithe could now not only dry himself off, but also maintain small flames on his body, a significant improvement. As time passed, Growlithe's body gradually adjusted to the rhythm of running the curved sections of the track and found the optimal timing to exert force. Thanks to muscle memory, he began effectively dodging the water balls, clearly improving his evasive skills. Great job, but don't push yourself too hard. Your body is still growing quickly. Just another 20 minutes of training, and then we'll stop. After that, I'll give you a post-training massage, Sato said, smiling as he patted Growlithe's head while he rested. Growlithe's effort was evident. As a fire-type Pokémon, he had a strong sense of pride and was eager to catch up to Zubat and Bellossom as quickly as possible. In the past hour, he had barely rested, pushing his body to its limits. Woof, woof, woof. Hearing Sato's words, Growlithe stopped eating his poke blocks and drinking water, nodding excitedly. After observing Growlithe's training, Sato moved on to the adjacent training area where Nidoran was currently practicing. Nidoran showed great potential and had already mastered Poison Jab at an entry level, coming close to proficiency. Nidoran was very obedient to Sato, who was his family, and under Sato's patient guidance, he finally changed his method of using Poison Jab. Instead of relying on his body, he started utilizing his front claws, which had a longer attack range and were just as tough as his horn. Nidoran's level had now reached 12, automatically learning the powerful moves Focus Energy and Double Kick, further enhancing his strength. Note: Focus Energy is a normal-type status move that increases the user's focus, which makes attacks more likely to land critical hits. Note: Double Kick is a fighting-type physical attack with a power of 30, allowing the user to kick the opponent twice in succession, dealing damage both times. From the skill descriptions, it's clear that these two moves significantly boost Nidoran's capabilities. For instance, Focus Energy is known among gamers as a powerful move. When paired with the scope lens, it can achieve 100% critical hit damage. Thus, for Nidoran, who is destined to be a future ace Pokémon, this is undoubtedly a core skill. With Nidoking's formidable offensive potential combined with the ability Sheer Force, plus Focus Energy and a Life Orb, Nidoran's output would reach a whole new level. Double Kick is also an excellent fighting-type physical move for Nidoran, who possesses the Hustle ability, giving him a good method to handle Rock-type and Steel-type Pokemon. Due to the 2 hits of damage, Double Kick is particularly effective against weak Rock types and Steel types that have the sturdy ability. Although Double Kick has a base power of 30, the actual damage output is effectively 60 due to the 2 hits, which, combined with Nidorann's Hustle ability, can reach a power of 90. It's fair to say that Nidoran, equipped with Double Kick, holds his own against Rock, Normal, Steel, Dark, and Ice-type Pokemon. Currently, Nidoran was diligently training his Double Kick move. Since the move was relatively simple and straightforward to use, he was already executing it quite well. Sato watched as Nidoran lunged at a heavily battered metal dummy ahead. As he dove, the claws on his front limbs glowed with white light. Immediately after, 2 loud clang sounds echoed as Nidoran rapidly struck the dummy twice with his fighting energy-encased front claws, leaving 2 shallow footprints on it, causing the metal dummy to stagger back slightly. However, after using Double Kick, Nidoran had to pause to let his front limbs recover from the soreness and numbness caused by the recoil. At his young age, Nidoran had just graduated from his juvenile stage, but his body was still developing, and his bones had yet to fully form and strengthen. Thus, using Double Kick, a close combat move relying on physical prowess, was still a bit taxing for him. Previously, he could execute Poison Jab effectively and ignore the recoil because that attack utilized the hardest parts of his body, which could withstand the impact well. Overall, Nidoran's front limb bones weren't yet strong enough to handle the side effects of Double Kick properly. Fortunately, as a Pokemon, his physical attributes were strong, and his recovery abilities were top-notch. With the help of high-quality poke blocks, the pain and numbness in his front limbs faded quickly, allowing him to continue training Double Kick on the metal dummy. After numerous repetitions of Double Kick, Nidoran's front limbs had begun to adapt to the pressure, and through the cycle of damage and recovery, both his muscle strength and bone density had significantly improved. Of course, the repeated damage and recovery during training inevitably lead to hidden injuries. Therefore, Sato made sure to take Nidoran to the Pokemon Center for a full recovery after completing his skill training, ensuring that Nidoran wouldn't have any lingering issues. The heavy clang 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 sounds echoed as Nidoran put all his effort into each Double Kick. After a relentless series of 20 Double Kicks, the poor metal dummy finally couldn't withstand the assault and began to fall apart. Once Nidoran shattered the dummy, Sato immediately called an end to the Double Kick training session. He then filled a basin with warm water to give Nidoran a relaxing massage after exercise. If you ever feel your legs in this condition again, stop training immediately, understand? Just look at your front limbs, they're swollen. Sato said, feeling a bit sorry for Nidoran as he noticed how puffy his forelimbs had become. Neato, Nidoran obediently nodded in response. After consuming a high-quality poke block, he turned his gaze to Growlithe, who was training hard, with a determined look in his eyes. The recovery ability of Pokemon is indeed remarkable. After Sato's massage and a brief rest, Nidoran's forelimbs returned to normal. However, Sato decided not to let him continue Double Kick training. Training has its limits, and while Nidoran's forelimbs appeared fine on the surface, they needed more time to fully recover internally. The earlier condition of his limbs was clearly a result of cumulative hidden injuries from repeatedly using Double Kick. Since it had only been a little over an hour into the tower training session, Sato didn't end Nidoran's training, but instead had him practice skills that didn't require physical contact, such as Confusion and Water Pulse. As a Poison-type Pokemon capable of learning Confusion, Nidoran naturally had stronger psychic power than the average Pokemon, indicating that he had a talent for training psychic energy. However, compared to Psychic-type Pokemon, Nidoran's potential for developing psychic abilities was quite limited. Even with a lifetime of training, he might only achieve a psychic strength that was about 10 times greater than that of an ordinary being. In contrast, a typical Psychic-type Pokemon could significantly enhance its powers with just a bit of training after birth. Unless Nidoran had some fortuitous encounter later on, his psychic talent would likely remain at this level. After all, psychic types rely heavily on their innate abilities. Sato didn't feel too regretful about Nidoran's limitations in developing psychic powers. Given that Nidoran was a poison-type Pokémon, which is weak against psychic types, being able to develop any psychic ability was already quite fortunate. After all, Pokémon with strong psychic powers have energy levels several times higher than that of ordinary creatures. Following his psychic training, Nidoran's mental state had noticeably improved, allowing him to function well even with little sleep. This meant Nidoran effectively gained more training time. Overall, he was now training at least twice as much as Zubat and the others. Don't underestimate this extra twofold training time. Over time, Nidoran's strength would undoubtedly grow much faster than that of the other Pokémon in the team. In fact, this heightened energy level compared to ordinary creatures is a key reason why exceptionally talented psychic types and psychic-type Pokémon in general are so powerful. After all, they already possess greater talent than you do, and with more training time, unless you have a method to close the gap or your opponent is incredibly lazy, how could you possibly catch up? Training his psychic abilities not only improved Nidoran's mental state, allowing him to extend his training sessions, but it also significantly enhanced his control over various elemental energies. For most Pokémon, manipulating elemental energy follows the natural flow of that energy. In essence, after gradually understanding how an elemental energy flows, a Pokémon can guide it to conform to their will. However, Pokémon with strong psychic abilities can use a more brute force approach. They can override the energy's natural flow, using their psychic power to manipulate it directly. This is one of the reasons why psychic-type Pokémon can often reflect ranged elemental attacks with their psychic power. Currently, through instinctive training, Nidoran's psychic power has grown significantly. After finishing his early developmental stage, he could only use his Confusion move to lift small stones weighing up to 50 grams. Now, with his increased level and improved psychic strength, Nidoran can lift objects weighing around 500 grams within a 5-meter radius and can even lightly restrict opponents. Of course, this level of psychic power is nowhere near strong enough to negate and reflect an opponent's attacks like more powerful psychic-type Pokémon, but it's enough to help Nidoran improve the efficiency of his training for other moves. Since Nidoran is still young and his brain hasn't fully developed, Sato was careful not to overwork him. He made sure to remind Nidoran that he should only meditate for 2 hours each day to train his psychic power and avoid using Confusion unless practicing elemental moves. After a brief practice using a 1-kilogram dumbbell to train his Confusion move, Sato instructed Nidoran to stop practicing psychic moves and instead focus on training his Water Pulse, a water-type move. Water Pulse, a water-type long-range special attack move, has a power of 60. It attacks the opponent with water vibrations and may occasionally cause confusion. Sato had acquired Water Pulse from Team Rocket's internal points exchange system. Initially, he wanted to purchase Ice Beam, a move Nidoran could learn in his current stage. Unfortunately, to his dismay, moves like Thunderbolt, Flamethrower, and Ice Beam were restricted to those with Captain-level clearance or higher. Unable to get his first choice, Sato settled for Water Pulse, which was still available within his current rank and deemed highly beneficial for Nidoran. Following Sato's instructions, Nidoran walked into a small pool surrounded by glass walls. The pool's water level was just enough to cover his limbs, and a large sprinkler overhead was gently releasing a drizzle of water. As a poison-type Pokémon, Nidoran found it difficult to sense and control water-type energy, so this environment was created specifically to help him. Training in a light rain-filled pool provided an ideal setting for working with water-type moves. Within the pool, the area was saturated with dense water-type energy, making it easier for Nidoran to sense and harness it. With his psychic powers, he guided the water-type energy into performing Water Pulse. A blue energy sphere formed above Nidoran, composed entirely of water-type energy. Initially, it was the size of a ping-pong ball, but as Nidoran's eyes glowed with a blue hue, the ball grew to the size of a soccer ball. As the sphere grew, a rhythmic sound of vibrating water could be heard as the energy within the blue sphere spiraled. Nidoran's training with Water Pulse was similar to Zubat's training with Shadow Ball. Each time he used Water Pulse, his goal was to gather as much Water-type energy as possible, making the blue sphere larger and more condensed. Judging from Nidoran's progress in training Water Pulse, aided by his psychic power, it was clear that he was advancing much faster than Zubat had when training Shadow Ball. Although Nidoran may not reach mastery quickly, he is on track to become proficient at using Water Pulse soon. As Nidoran gradually familiarized himself with the flow of Water-type energy, and with the assistance of his psychic power, the Water Pulse he produced became more refined and stable, even though the growth in size was slow. The sound of vibrating water grew louder and more distinct. Very good, keep it up. Train at this pace and rest when you get tired, Sato said, observing from outside the glass walls as Nidoran steadily gained control over Water Pulse. Encouraged by Sato's praise, Nidoran nodded and continued training with full concentration. Sato had already informed all his Pokémon that they would soon face intense battles. Both Nidoran and Growlithe would participate in the battles, but only if they honed their skills quickly. In their eagerness to catch up with their senior teammates, Zubat and Bellossom, Nidoran and Growlithe were training diligently, hoping to contribute to the team's victories. Now, all 4 of Sato's battle-ready Pokémon had settled into a consistent routine for both physical and skill training. What they needed now was more time and battle experience. With those, their strength would surely improve steadily. After inspecting the progress of his 4 battle-ready Pokémon, Sato finally shifted his attention to the newest addition to his team, his 5th Pokémon, a non-battle type, Ditto, who was currently stuck to Sato's face. Yes, Sato's face had undergone a drastic transformation, going from a young, handsome look to that of an average, unremarkable man you wouldn't notice in a crowd. Compared to the training regimen for his 4 battle-ready Pokémon, Ditto's training was much simpler, though somewhat tedious. Sato's instruction was straightforward: transform into a human skin mask and maintain that form for as long as possible. For Ditto, this task wasn't particularly difficult. Following Sato's guidance and using the face image provided, Ditto would stick to Sato's face and perfectly mimic the human mask Sato wanted. The challenge, however, lay in Ditto's patience. Keeping the mask form for extended periods without moving was tough for Ditto, who had a playful and restless personality. At first, Ditto's patience was limited, and it could only maintain the human mask for 15 minutes before giving up. However, seeing how hard its teammates were working in their own training, Ditto pushed itself to stay focused, determined to keep holding the mask form without moving. Well done, Ditto. You managed to hold it for 20 minutes this time, 5 minutes longer than before. You've improved. Take a short break and have a Poke Block, Sato said with a smile, handing a high-quality Poke Block to the tired-looking Ditto sitting on his shoulder. Ditto quickly devoured the Poke Block. After a brief rest, it climbed back onto Sato's face, once again transforming it into a nondescript, ordinary face. Everyone around me is working so hard, and my training is so simple. If I can't even do this properly, it would be embarrassing, Ditto thought to itself. Since it was stuck to Sato's face throughout the training, Ditto was fully aware that its training tasks were much easier than those of its 4 teammates. If it couldn't accomplish even this, it would feel too ashamed to remain in the team. Time quietly passed, and before long, 2 hours had gone by. Sato had his Pokémon wrap up their skill training and led them out of the Pokémon training facility. To ensure proper recovery for his Pokémon, Sato headed straight to the Pokémon Center, where Nurse Joy provided comprehensive healing and care for all of them. After the treatment for his 5 Pokémon was completed, it was already 6 p.m. Sato fed his Pokémon and took a short break to have a meal himself. Once his well-fed Pokémon were ready, Sato left the Pokémon Center with them. Night had fallen, and Saffron City began to welcome its bustling nightlife. Sato walked along the brightly lit streets. Since most people had finished their busy day jobs and the evening air had cooled, many were out walking in groups of friends. Compared to the daytime, Saffron City seemed even more lively and prosperous as night fell. Sato only briefly observed the colorful nighttime city before continuing his search among the bustling streets for something he had in mind. Yes, Sato had ventured out at night to find opponents for Pokemon battles. However, from what he could see, the street he was walking along didn't have any battlefield set up. But Pokemon battles are the most popular sport in the Pokemon world, so Sato knew that if he spent a little time searching, he would eventually find one. Before long, he came across what he was looking for, a small building in the eastern part of the city. The building was about the size of a basketball court, and above its entrance was a sign reading Battle Arena, formed by a string of colorful lights. The entrance was crowded with people coming and going, and loud cheers could be heard from within. Saffron City attracted many trainers from around the world, creating a strong battle culture in the city. The city's residents loved to watch thrilling Pokemon battles, which further encouraged this atmosphere. Driven by profit, some business-minded individuals had set up various Pokemon battle venues in Saffron City. They offered free battle platforms for trainers and attractive cash prizes, drawing in large numbers of trainers. High-level Pokemon battles also attracted many spectators, allowing these venues to charge admission and earn profits. Additionally, many of these battle venues operated betting systems, bringing in even more money. There were plenty of battle arenas like the one Sato stood before throughout Saffron City. The largest of them all was the battle stage in the city center, a premier platform where many powerful trainers showcased their skills. It was the same venue where the upcoming Elite Four exhibition matches would be held in a few days. However, compared to the famous Battle Tower in Larousse City in the Hoenn region, Saffron City's battle venues were of a slightly lower caliber. It was similar to how a world-famous 7-star hotel in Dubai held an elite status. Larousse City's Battle Tower was the most renowned Pokemon battle facility in the world. A battle arena, huh? Interesting, Sato thought as his eyes lit up, excitement stirring within him. What do trainers strive for? Dreams, money, or power? For Sato, money and power were secondary. What he pursued was excitement, and honor was certainly a form of excitement. The feeling of standing in the spotlight, basking in the cheers of the crowd, was indescribably thrilling. Hello, trainer. Are you here to participate in the battle competition? A young, professionally dressed woman greeted him with a smile as she saw Sato, clearly dressed as a trainer, approach. Saffron City was a highly competitive city. Ever since Pokemon battle arenas became money-making machines, many more had sprung up throughout the city. As competition grew, many battle venues began offering larger cash prizes and rare Pokemon items to attract trainers, ensuring a steady flow of challengers. However, with so many Pokemon battle venues in Saffron City and most trainers coming here specifically for battles, many of them were also looking to purchase desired Pokemon items. They couldn't spend all their time at battle venues without continuing their travels for training and experience. As a result, some less popular battle venues often struggled to attract participants, leading to poor business. The beautiful receptionist now speaking to Sato was specifically employed to recruit trainers for this particular battle arena. Yes, this is my first time here. Could you explain how I can participate and go over the rules? Sato replied calmly. Hearing his confirmation, the receptionist's smile brightened even more, and she quickly explained the arena's rules in detail. She also made sure to highlight the various rewards Sato could earn for winning. According to her explanation, due to the level of the venue, it currently only offered low-level and mid-level battle arenas. The low-level arena featured 1-on-1 battles, while the mid-level arena involved 3-on-3 battles. Initially, trainers had to start in the low-level arena. After achieving 51 victories out of 100 battles, they could advance to the mid-level arena. In the low-level arena, each victory awarded 10,000 Poke Dollars, and achieving a 10-win streak would net an additional 200,000 Poke Dollars, along with a rare Pokemon item. The mid-level/intermediate level arena required an entry fee, with a minimum of 100,000 Poke Dollars per match. Victory in the mid-level arena also granted 200,000 Poke Dollars, and winning 5 matches in a row would award 500,000 Poke Dollars and an extremely valuable/rare Pokemon item. However, if a trainer lost 3 consecutive matches, they would be demoted back to the low-level arena. Since Sato had just arrived at this battle venue, he naturally had to start from scratch, accumulating victories. He was now in the competitor's waiting room, awaiting his turn to battle. At the same time, Sato was using the large screen in the waiting room to observe the battles of other participants. Unfortunately, the waiting room in a Pokemon battle venue was also a highly competitive environment. Even though Sato just wanted to watch the battles quietly, someone inevitably came over to cause trouble. Well, I'm in luck tonight. It looks like I'm up against a first-time competitor. This means another easy win for me, and I'll be one step closer to my 51 victories. Remember my name, rookie, because the one who's going to beat you is Ishida Taro. A young trainer in a black uniform approached Sato with a smug expression. He was holding a number tag identical to the one Sato had, indicating that he was Sato's next opponent. The other trainers waiting around couldn't help but look on with envy after hearing this. In truth, most of the participants in these smaller battle arenas were regular civilian trainers. Yes, they were here mainly to earn the prize money from winning. From Sato's appearance and demeanor, the other civilian trainers could easily tell that he was one of them. Having shared similar experiences, they knew the struggles of being a poor civilian trainer and also understood how low the odds were for a first-time competitor. The Pokemon battles here were completely different from those outside. Without the right mental preparation, newcomers could lose terribly. Sato, however, remained unfazed by the taunt from his opponent. He continued to calmly watch the battles on the large screen, completely ignoring Ishida Taro as if he were invisible. You're pretty calm, aren't you? I hope you don't cry too much when you lose, Ishida Taro sneered, annoyed at being ignored, but he didn't press the matter further. He threw out his parting words and walked away. A few minutes later, the broadcast in the waiting room announced the names of Sato and Ishida Taro. Their Pokemon battle was about to begin. Be careful, rookie. If your Pokemon gets defeated, recall it immediately. Anything can happen in the arena, even death. As Sato was about to leave the waiting room and enter the passage to the battle arena, a young female trainer sitting near the door turned her head slightly and spoke to him with a blank expression. Thanks for the warning. I'll be careful. My name is Sato, he replied, glancing at the Vulpix with a cautious look in her arms, smiling slightly before opening the door and heading into the arena passage. You seem to think highly of him. Why'd you give him a heads up? Don't tell me you've taken a liking to him. He's not even as good-looking as me, teased a male trainer, clearly her companion, after Sato had left. The female trainer had a typical Kanto appearance, black hair, black eyes, and healthy tan skin. She wasn't strikingly beautiful, but her features were the kind that grew on you. Her simple and modest attire also marked her as a regular civilian trainer. In her arms, she held an adorable Vulpix. You'd better be careful. Didn't you notice? Vulpix is wary of him, she said seriously, casting her companion a sidelong glance. Her Vulpix possessed a unique ability to sense danger, and thanks to that, she had avoided several crises in the past, which was why she often carried it with her. When Sato had walked past just now, her Vulpix had put up a cautious expression, pressing its paws on her arm, its way of warning her of danger. No way. Vulpix was wary of him? That hasn't happened in a while. If that's the case, that guy might be a tough opponent. I'll have to get to know him better later. The male trainer's playful expression quickly faded after hearing his companion's words and seeing her Vulpix nod at him. He, too, had benefited from Vulpix's ability in the past and trusted the female trainer's judgment completely. Just watch the screen. This battle should give us a good idea of his strength, the female trainer said, turning her focus back to the large screen behind them. By now, Sato and Ishida Taro had already taken their positions on opposite sides of the battle arena. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin the next Pokemon battle. Our competitors this time are the newcomer Sato and his first opponent here at this arena, Ishida Taro, who's on a 6-win streak with 21 total victories. As soon as the referee announced their names, the crowd erupted into cheers. Ishida Taro, Ishida Taro, Ishida Taro. It was clear that Ishida was quite popular in this battle arena, thanks to his winning streak. The moment his name was announced, the audience began chanting his name to cheer him on. So, this is the arena. It feels different, but it looks like I'm already considered the underdog, Sato thought to himself, looking at the packed stands and listening to the crowd's cheers. You hear that, kid? If you know what's good for you, just surrender right away. I don't want my Pokemon wasting precious energy on a pawn like you tonight, Ishida Taro taunted, excited and proud from the cheers of the crowd. He loved this arena, loved the atmosphere, and believed that it was the key to helping him, a regular civilian trainer with no background, gain resources and rise through the ranks. That's why he had to win. He had to keep winning. He wanted to use his trained Pokemon to win fame and fortune. Soon, the large screen in the arena began spinning the 2 roulette wheels. When the wheels stopped, the pointer on one wheel landed on Ishida Taro's side, indicating that he would release his Pokemon first, while the pointer on the other wheel landed on the rock symbol, indicating that the battle would take place on a rocky terrain. Even if I let you go second, it won't make a difference. Go, Poliwrath. Seeing the roulette pointer land on him, Ishida Taro nonchalantly remarked. After the battlefield switched to a rocky terrain, he quickly released his Pokemon from the Pokeball in his hand. A beam of white light shot out from the open Pokeball, landing on the rocky battlefield. When the light faded, a very muscular Poliwrath appeared. This Poliwrath seemed to have quite a temper. As soon as it entered the battlefield, it smashed a nearby boulder into pieces with its massive fists, then effortlessly leaped onto the highest rock, gesturing provocatively at Sato. Ha ha, there it is. Ishida Taro's Poliwrath is once again taunting his opponent. How will newcomer Sato respond to this challenge? What Pokemon will he send out to face it? The commentator, a middle-aged man, hyped up the crowd even more as the atmosphere in the arena heated up. Impressive, but if you think you'll beat me easily, you're dreaming. As Poliwrath taunted him, Sato used his system's scanning ability to examine Poliwrath's stats carefully. Pokemon, Poliwrath. Level, 30. Type, Water/Fighting. Ability, Damp. Gender, Male. Known moves, Water Sport, Water Gun, Hypnosis, Bubble, Double Slap, Rain Dance, Body Slam, Bubble Beam, Rollout, Seismic Toss, Water Pulse, Egg Move, Ice Punch, TM, Protect, TM, Hyper Beam, TM. Judging from Poliwrath's stats, Ishida Taro was no weak trainer, despite being a regular trainer. It was likely that he had evolved his Poliwhirl into Poliwrath using a Water Stone, and he even had the means to purchase the TMs for Ice Punch and Hyper Beam. Come out, Zubat. I'll be counting on you for this battle. Despite the opponent's strength, Sato showed no hesitation. He released his chosen Pokemon for the battle. In the next moment, a beam of white light shot into the air from Sato's Pokeball, and a well-developed Zubat appeared, hovering in the sky. Wow! What a large Zubat! Sato has chosen to send out a Pokemon with a type advantage over Poliwrath's fighting type. Without further delay, let's begin the battle. As the commentator briefly introduced Zubat, he quickly prompted the referee to start the match. The moment the commentator finished speaking, the referee waved the flag to signal the start of the battle. Standing atop a rock, Poliwrath didn't wait for any commands from Ishida Taro and immediately fired a bubble beam at Zubat. A rapid stream of glowing blue bubbles shot out from Poliwrath's belly like a machine gun, spraying toward Zubat and covering the sky, making it nearly impossible for Zubat to dodge. But Zubat, after a week of survival training in the wild, had grown significantly. As soon as it emerged, it used its echolocation to track Poliwrath's every movement. Faced with Poliwrath's laughable sneak attack, Zubat responded without hesitation. A 3-meter-wide white whirlwind appeared in front of it. In the eyes of the astonished audience, the spinning white whirlwind pulled in all of the blue bubbles formed by Poliwrath's water-type attack. Well done, Zubat. Show this arrogant Idot our strength. Seeing Zubat had successfully blocked the sneak attack, Sato praised Zubat, then quickly issued his attack command. Without any delay, Zubat, controlling the white whirlwind, sent it surging toward Poliwrath, carrying Polyratha's own bubble beam with it. As the white whirlwind, carrying its own bubble beam, rushed toward Polyrath, the Pokémon remained calm. With a powerful push from its legs, it leaped from its rock to another, dodging Zubat's whirlwind attack. "Watch your back. Jump down and counter with Water Gun." Ishida Taro's urgent voice rang out before Polyrath could even relax, prompting a reflexive leap off the rock. Just as Polyrath jumped, several black energy spheres hit the rock it had just vacated, shattering it into pieces. It turned out that while Polyrath dodged the whirlwind, Zubat, using its echolocation, tracked Polyratha's every move. When Polyrath leaped onto another rock, Zubat appeared right behind it, launching a sneak attack with Shadow Ball. As Polyrath descended, debris from the shattered rock flew toward it, along with a cloud of dust that obstructed its vision. The dust forced Polyrath to cancel its Water Gun attack. "Now's our chance. Keep hitting it with Shadow Ball." Sato seized the opportunity, instructing Zubat to continue its ranged assault. "Polyrath, the attack's coming. Jump to the rock behind you to avoid it." Ishida Taro wasn't a novice trainer, with 21 victories in this arena. His experience shone through, recognizing that Polyrath couldn't aim at Zubat due to the dust, while Zubat was using echolocation to perfectly target Polyrath. He quickly gave another command. Polyrath, trusting Ishida Taro's judgment, executed the order without hesitation, as if by muscle memory. Thanks to the precise command and Polyratha's swift reflexes, it once again dodged Zubat's Shadow Ball attack. Unbelievable. Polyratha's reflexes are incredible. Is it even thinking, or is it just moving purely on muscle memory? The commentator exclaimed, amazed by Polyratha's miraculous escape. The crowd erupted into applause, thrilled by the intense battle. Despite being pressured by Zubat, Polyratha's narrow evasion excited them. They were also impressed by the remarkable training Ishida Taro had given Polyrath. However, not all spectators were thrilled. Some began to worry, realizing that Zubat was equally strong and had the advantage of flight, keeping Polyrath on the defensive. It was clear that as long as Zubat maintained control of the battle, it was only a matter of time before Polyrath made a mistake and faced a barrage of relentless attacks. As anticipated, Zubat, having seized the upper hand, was not about to relinquish it. Just after Polyrath dodged several Shadow Balls, a fierce gust of wind, comparable to a level 7 storm, blew toward Polyrath, nearly toppling it from its perch. Simultaneously, 9 razor-sharp air blades sliced through the wind like lightning. 4 of the blades, under Zubat's control, blocked Polyratha's escape routes on either side, creating a pincer attack. Polyrath, use Protect to block the attack and wait for an opening to counter. Ishida Taro knew that Zubat was giving Polyrath no time to recover, and with its escape routes sealed, Polyrath had no choice but to use its precious Protect move to block the incoming air cutter. Damn it, how is this guy so strong? What has that Zubat been eating to grow this big? Its physical strength is incredible, and its speed is far superior to Polyratha's. With its echolocation, it's almost as if Zubat controls the entire battlefield. No matter what Polyrath does, it's always a step behind. As Ishida Taro analyzed the situation, his face grew darker, especially when he glanced over at Sato, who remained as calm and composed as ever. This only made Taro feel more frustrated. Following Taro's command, Polyrath clapped its fists together, forming a bright green energy shield that enveloped its body. Zubat's 4 air cutter blades struck the shield, but thanks to the protection from Protect, Polyrath successfully blocked the attack once again. Now's our chance, Polyrath. While Zubat is recovering from its move, use Hyper Beam. After Polyrath successfully blocked Zubat's air cutter with Protect, Ishida Taro noticed that Zubat seemed to slow down after its continuous powerful attacks. Seizing the moment, he ordered Polyrath to unleash its powerful Hyper Beam, hoping to turn the battle around. Just as the commentator had mentioned earlier, Polyrath seemed to act on muscle memory. The moment Ishida Taro gave the command, Polyrath immediately fired an orange energy beam with lightning speed toward Zubat in the sky. Polyratha's Hyper Beam was incredibly fast, evidence of its rigorous training, leaving Zubat with no time to dodge. But just as everyone believed that Poliwrath was about to make a stunning comeback and defeat the relentless Zubat, Sato's calm voice thwarted their hopes. Protect. Sato, ever alert to the flow of the battle, gave Zubat the timely command. In an instant, Zubat summoned a bright green energy shield around itself, just like Poliwrath had earlier. At the last possible moment, the Protect shield successfully blocked Poliwrath's hyper beam. The energy shield created by Protect was incredibly strong, even withstanding the 150-power hyper beam without breaking. Zubat emerged unscathed from Poliwrath's sudden counterattack. The battle ends now. Zubat, use Supersonic on Poliwrath and then finish it with your strongest air cutter. After Zubat's successful Protect, Sato wasted no time giving the next command. On the other side, after Poliwrath fired its hyper beam, it suffered from the move's recoil, leaving it unable to move. Helpless, it was hit by Zubat's Supersonic, falling into confusion, followed by the powerful air cutter. Boom! 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 The 4 air cutter blades controlled by Zubat struck Poliwrath one after the other, sending it flying through the air. Poliwrath crashed into several rocks, its body covered in wounds due to the type disadvantage. Stand up, Poliwrath. Get up now. Ishida Taro shouted desperately, his face filled with rage and frustration as he watched Poliwrath struggle on the ground. Hearing its trainer's call, Poliwrath tried to rise, but just as it barely got up, 2 black energy balls appeared overhead, knocking it down once again. This time, no matter how much Ishida Taro called out, Poliwrath could no longer respond. The battle is over. Poliwrath is unable to fight. The winner is Sato and his Zubat. The referee on the edge of the battlefield, adhering to professional standards, silently counted the 10 seconds during which Poliwrath failed to stand. He then picked up the microphone and announced the result of the battle. Clap. 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 Go Zubat. Well done, Sato. As soon as the referee's announcement echoed, cheers erupted from the audience, celebrating the victory. At this moment, both Zubat and Sato were basking in the glory of their triumph. Amidst the adoring crowd's gaze, a dazzling yet gentle white light began to emit from Zubat's body. Damn it, after defeating my Poliwrath, it's also evolving. Ugh. Seeing Zubat rise on top of Poliwrath's shoulders and begin to evolve, Ishida Taro's expression turned exceptionally grim after just recalling Poliwrath into its Pokeball. However, when he considered using a small needle to slightly interfere with Zubat's evolution process, a cold glare immediately fixed on him. In an instant, a sense of deadly threat surged within him. Feeling a breath of death approaching, Ishida Taro froze, daring not to make a move. Following his instincts, he turned his head slightly and was met with Sato's eyes, which were filled with murderous intent. At this moment, beside Sato stood Bellossom, holding a bright green energy ball directed squarely at Ishida Taro. Though small, the energy ball emitted visible waves of green energy, clearly indicating it was a compressed grass-type energy ball, capable of delivering substantial power. It was evident that if Ishida Taro dared to make any slight movement, Bellossom's potent energy ball would immediately strike him, leaving his fate uncertain. If I dare make a small move, this guy will definitely have his Pokémon take me out. Feeling the cold murderous look from Sato and seeing the green energy ball in Bellossom's hand, Ishida Taro slowly lowered his small needle and stood frozen like a wooden statue, beads of sweat the size of beans dripping from his face onto the ground. What a terrifying guy! Ishida has really kicked the hornet's nest this time. In the trainer's lounge, young female trainers exchanged glances with young male trainers, silently thinking the same. While Sato and Bellossom kept a close watch on Ishida Taro, Zubat bathed in the evolution light, undergoing a dramatic transformation. First and foremost were its wings. Zubat's large bat wings, which initially stretched out to 1.2 meters, were now rapidly enlarging at a visible rate. Ultimately, the wings expanded to at least 1.8 meters in length, becoming broader and more powerful. Next came its mouth and body. Zubat's formerly small mouth began to stretch and enlarge quickly, transforming into a massive jaw with 4 sharp fangs, nearly taking up most of its body. Simultaneously, a pair of menacing eyes emerged at the front, and its previously large ears shrank to become small, resembling a pair of cute cat ears. Finally, Zubat's long pointed tail wings gradually elongated and transformed under the reshaping influence of the evolution light, ultimately forming into a pair of small feet shaped like a straight line. As the evolution light dispersed quickly into the air, a remarkably robust Golbat appeared, its newly evolved form showcasing broad wings that it flared powerfully. In an instant, a white whirlwind with a diameter of over 3 meters appeared, centered around Golbat. The strong winds emanating from the center stirred up a fierce gale that swept across the battlefield, causing the audience members to instinctively close their eyes. Seconds later, after adapting to its body, a newly evolved Golbat swiftly flew to Sato's side and gently landed on his outstretched arm. Ha ha! Congratulations, Golbat! From today onward, your strength has taken a huge leap forward, Sato exclaimed, grinning widely as he looked at the large bat, which was nearly twice the size of a normal one. As Sato's starter Pokémon, Golbat's evolution was of great significance. Its ability to evolve signified not only Golbat's growth, but also Sato's progress as a trainer. He had completely shed the identity of a novice trainer. Bellissime, standing beside Sato, dispelled the energy ball in her hand and smiled as she congratulated Golbat. Clap, clap, clap. In addition to Bellissime's congratulations, many spectators who witnessed the evolution cheered and applauded, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. While Sato and Golbat reveled in their victory and the joy of evolution, Ishida Taro quietly left the arena, feeling somewhat dejected as he walked into the contestant passage. This time, as the newcomer to the battlefield, Sato's debut was marked by standing atop Ishida Taro, a veteran trainer with 21 wins. As the victor, Sato naturally received honor, while the loser, Ishida Taro, could only exit in solitude. Soon, prompted by the referee, Sato, along with Golbat and Bellissime, made their way off the stage. However, instead of entering the contestant lounge to wait for his next match, Sato chose to sit in the audience area near the exit of the contestant passage, watching other competitors closely. At the same time, Sato took out his laptop and utilized the system's detection capabilities to meticulously record the data of the competitors and their Pokémon battling on the field. Without a doubt, one of these competitors would soon become his opponent, so gathering sufficient intelligence was essential to gain the upper hand in the battles ahead. Since the battles were one-on-one, each Pokémon match in the arena didn't last long. Within just an hour, there were 10 Pokémon battles. Through close observation, Sato noticed that every competitor displayed considerable strength. While there were differences in skill, they were not significant. Moreover, each Pokémon sent onto the battlefield showed high battle quality, clearly exhibiting signs of rigorous training by their trainers. In the end, Sato gained a deeper understanding of various Pokémon moves and the actions performed before executing these moves through his close watching. They're all powerful opponents. I'm quite lucky to be able to battle against them. As long as I can defeat them one by one, my Pokémon will surely gain abundant experience points, Sato thought, excitedly watching the intense battles unfolding before him. Soon, the Pokémon battle in front of Sato concluded, and a female staff member came over to notify him that it was his turn in the next match. Receiving the notice, Sato climbed the steps to the battle platform, and as he ascended, the crowd began cheering for him. Apparently, in his last match, Sato had defeated the once arrogant Ishida Taro, instantly gaining quite a few fans. When Sato reached the battle platform, his opponent on the opposite side was already waiting impatiently, glaring at him with a displeased expression. This time, Sato's opponent was a yellow-haired thug with a gaudy, unconventional hairstyle. He wore a highly eccentric jacket that exposed his scarred chest, and he twirled a black pokeball between his fingers. Don't think you're so great just because you beat Ishida Taro. Let me show you what a real Pokémon battle looks like. Just don't cry afterward, ha ha ha. Seeing Sato step onto the platform, the thug flashed a twisted smile, taunting him with a mocking tone. Unfazed by the thug's threats, Sato maintained his impassive expression. Now that he was on this thrilling stage, his mind was consumed solely by battle strategies, with no other distractions. Sato recalled seeing this yellow-haired thug in a previous match. Surprisingly, he was already up for another round. Sato remembered the thug's name as Kurwashi, though he suspected it was just a made-up alias. The previous battle took place on a grass field. Kurwashi had sent out his Magmar, while his opponent, being the first to act, chose a Scyther, suitable for a grassy terrain. As expected, the outcome was one-sided. With the type advantage, Kurwashi's Magmar easily defeated Scyther, leaving it with severe burns. If Scyther's trainer hadn't quickly recalled it into its Pokeball, Scyther might have been fatally burned by Magmar. In general, Kurwashi was far more ruthless than Ashita Taro. He would seize any opportunity to deal brutal attacks on his opponent's Pokémon. And here we have it. Contestant Sato is back on the battle stage, and his opponent this time is Kurwashi, who boasts 25 wins. Sato recently delivered a swift victory over Ashita Taro, who had 21 wins, so we can expect both contestants to be quite strong. Alright, no more delay. Let's get the battle roulette spinning. With both contestants in position, the announcer gave a brief introduction and signaled for the battle roulette to determine the starting player and the battlefield. As soon as the announcer finished, the backstage crew activated both roulettes. After a rapid spin, one pointer landed on Sato, while the other pointed to the water field. Yes, the roulette has stopped. According to the results, Sato is the starting player, and the battle will take place on the water field. What kind of exciting showdown will we see? Let's find out. With the announcement, the battlefield began to change. A massive water pool, at least 20 meters deep, rose from beneath separating steel panels, with white floating platforms scattered across its surface and a wooden bridge connecting both ends of the pool. Let's do this, Bellisum. This battle's yours. As the water field settled, Sato opened his Pokeball, allowing Bellisum to gracefully land on the wooden bridge. Since his opponent had previously used Magmar, and this terrain was unsuitable for it, Sato decided to send in Bellisum, who could counter water types. However, being the starting player, Sato knew he was bound to face a counter from his opponent, who could choose a Pokémon advantageous over Bellisum. Though Bellisum's grass type naturally counters water types suited for a water field, this terrain posed little difficulty for flying-type Pokémon. As expected, Sato was ultimately unprepared for the specific details about his opponent's Pokémon. After he sent out Bellisum, Kurwashi flashed a smug smile and released a Fiero radiating a menacing aura. Ka! Fiero let out a sharp cry the moment it emerged from the Pokeball, then beat its wings forcefully, sending a strong gust of wind toward Bellisum on the wooden bridge. Bellisum had to steady itself by gripping the bridge to withstand the fierce wind. Right from the start, this aggressive Fiero delivered an intimidating display to Bellisum. At this moment, Sato quickly used the system's detection ability to scan and assess Fiero's details. Pokémon, Fiero. Level, 28. Type, Flying/Normal. Ability, Keen Eye. Gender, Male. Known moves, Drill Run, Peck, Leer, Growl, Pursuit, Fury Attack, Aerial Ace, Mirror Move, Assurance, Agility, Heat Wave, TM, Air Slash, TM, Protect, TM. This is going to be tough. In terms of both type and moves, my opponent's Fiero has a full advantage over Bellisum. To win, I'll have to outsmart him with something unexpected. Reviewing Fiero's stats provided by the system, Sato kept his face neutral, but he couldn't help feeling some internal concern, his eyes reflecting his serious thoughts. For Sato and Bellisum, this would be a hard-fought battle. Without a teammate to rely on, guiding Bellisum to overcome the type disadvantage and defeat Fiero alone would be a significant challenge. Especially since Bellisum hadn't learned any moves specifically countering flying types. If they were to win, it would have to be through a clever strategy. Otherwise, with both Pokémon at nearly the same level, defeat would be inevitable. As the referee lowered the flag, the battle officially began. From watching previous matches, Sato noticed that the Pokémon here all shared one trait. They instinctively seized the opportunity to attack first. As soon as the referee's flag dropped, even if their trainer didn't issue a command, they would rush to strike. Just as Sato anticipated, the instant the referee's flag fell, Fearow launched into action. It spread its broad wings and swooped down at once. At the same time, its sharp beak became enveloped in a concentrated flying-type energy, with the tip slicing through the air, scattering wisps of white streaks in its wake. In this moment, Fearow's rapid descent resembled a fighter jet targeting Bellossom on the wooden bridge below, creating an immense sense of pressure. It was like an eagle's strike from the skies. Faced with Fearow's sudden assault, Bellossom, having been forewarned by Sato, remained calm and began gracefully dancing across the narrow wooden bridge. Quickly, vibrant green leaves appeared around her, dancing in sync. In the blink of an eye, Bellossom's figure was entirely cloaked by the swirling, emerald leaves. Just a petty trick. No matter how much she tries to hide, Fearow's peck attack will hit its mark, Kurwashi scoffed. Her back and causing serious damage. Her flowers and leafy skirt began to wither from the intense heat. The situation rapidly worsened, and Bellossom was now in a dire crisis. Indeed, even though Bellossom was concealed by a thick veil of leaves, to Fearow's sharp eyes, these coverings were no obstacle. Through minute gaps between the leaves, Bellossom's silhouette remained exposed to Fearow. He's coming. Now's your chance, Bellossom. Show him the results of your training. Sato called out as Fearow dove from the sky. Already well aware of Fearow's keen eye ability, Sato knew he couldn't rely solely on concealment. As soon as Sato gave the order, Bellossom, already prepared, concentrated her energy, stacking the green leaves in a layered formation until they created a solid, thick, emerald shield in front of her at impressive speed. Just as the shield took shape, Fearow's peck attack arrived. Fearow's peck versus Bellossom's magical leaf. In terms of type and momentum, magical leaf was clearly at a disadvantage. Indeed, even though Bellossom had cleverly used the energy of magical leaf to form a defensive barrier, Fearow's peck, enhanced by its dive momentum, proved too powerful. Fearow's long, sharp beak pierced through the shield with ease, aiming straight for Bellossom. However, Bellossom's shield wasn't entirely ineffective. It bought her a brief moment to evade. In that split second, Bellossom made her move. With a swift, elegant pirouette, she dodged Fearow's sharp beak and then used an S-pattern dance step to quickly widen the distance between them. As Bellossom pulled away, a puff of purple powder dispersed from the two flowers atop her head. Don't pursue. Fearow, beware of her poison powder. Blow it away and regroup in the air. Kurwashi, recognizing the nature of Bellossom's powder, was taken aback but swiftly commanded Fearow, who had instinctively begun to give chase. Fearow heeded his trainer's warning, abandoning the chase just in time. With a beat of its wings, it swept the poison powder away and then returned to the air to reassess. Unbelievable. What an incredible display of attack and defense right from the start. My word, Bellossom's evasive dance to avoid Fearow's assault was absolutely stunning, truly beautiful and impressive. Witnessing the thrilling exchange, the announcer on the commentary platform grabbed his mic, shouting with enthusiasm as the intense battle unfolded before the audience. Meanwhile, the audience applauded generously, cheering for Bellossom's dazzling performance. But the battle was far from over. Both trainers and their Pokémon remained fully absorbed in the intense battle before them, paying no attention to the crowd's reaction. Attack as usual, Sato commanded. Though disappointed that Fearow avoided Bellossom's poison powder by following Kurwashi's orders, Sato quickly took advantage of Fearow's retreat, directing Bellossom to go on the offensive. Without hesitation, Bellossom, who had been dancing and creating more distance, summoned another flurry of glowing green leaves around herself. The leaves spun out like small blades, aiming directly at the airborne Fearow. As more energy leaves appeared and shot forward, they combined to form a vibrant green dragon-like shape, which lunged toward Fearow, fangs bared. Not wanting to be hit, Fiero immediately sped up, executing skillful aerial maneuvers to dodge the green dragon. However, the magical leaf attack was locked on. Despite Fiero's graceful evasions, it remained in relentless pursuit, forcing him into a tiring dance to avoid it. Fiero, stop dodging. Those are magical leaves. They'll keep tracking you. Use Heat Wave to destroy them, then keep attacking Bellissum with Heat Wave from above. Note: Heat Wave, a fire-type special ranged attack with a power of 95, releases intense heat to strike opponents and can sometimes cause burns. This move, though a fire-type attack, has flying-type characteristics, making it particularly effective for flying-type Pokémon to counter grass types. As the green dragon continued its pursuit, Kurwashi quickly recognized the nature of Bellissum's energy leaves and ordered Fiero to switch from evasion to offense, breaking the attack by striking back. Having been chased endlessly by the green dragon, Fiero's frustration showed in his fierce glare. With his trainer's command, his wide wings were soon enveloped in a fiery, red energy. He then beat his wings forcefully, launching a wave of intense heat toward the green dragon. Instantly, a scorching wind erupted, meeting the grass-type energy of the dragon. With the advantage of type, the green dragon was set ablaze and swiftly dissipated in midair. Fiero, having shattered Bellissum's magical leaf with Heat Wave, continued following Kurwashi's orders, sending further waves of heated air directly at Bellissum on the wooden bridge. With each blast of scorching wind, Bellissum, unable to dodge in her usual way, had no choice but to raise another shield of magical leaves for some defense. However, the intense type disadvantage was merciless. The fire-infused heat wave tore through the grass-based shield. The blistering wind struck Bellissum, blowing. Bellissum, quickly jump off the bridge and into the water. Seeing Kurwashi using Fiero's advantage in the air to kite Bellissum with repeated heat wave attacks, a grim look crossed Sato's face. His worst-case scenario had come to pass. Flying-type Pokémon had an inherent advantage in battle, often using hit-and-run tactics from above. Without a way to counter them, opponents could be toyed with until they were defeated. Bellissum's long-range moves included Acid, Energy Ball, Leaf Blade, Magical Leaf, Razor Leaf, and Leaf Storm, but none of them posed a threat. Acid was negligible, and the rest were all grass-type moves, which Fiero's Heat Wave could easily overpower. If Fiero had continued close combat tactics, Sato would have had a better chance of countering with Bellissum's status moves. But now, with Fiero taking this frustrating hit-and-run approach, Bellissum's chances of victory looked slim. Even so, Sato believed Bellissum still had a shot. The battlefield was a water arena, making it much harder for Heat Wave alone to knock Bellissum out right away. With a splash, Bellissum followed Sato's command and jumped into the water, dodging another heat wave just in time. Submerged, Bellissum absorbed plenty of moisture, restoring her flowers and leafy skirt to their full, vibrant state. She then surfaced, climbing onto a floating platform. Haha, give it up already, Sato. Having Bellissum jump in the water is only delaying the inevitable, like a frog being slowly boiled alive. Fiero, keep using Heat Wave. Let's make that pool boil. Kurwashi taunted, directing Fiero to continue its kiting strategy from above. Meanwhile, Sato and Bellissum weren't going down without a fight. Bellissum launched magical leaves and energy balls at the airborne Fiero while diving into the water to dodge each heat wave attack. Despite her efforts, most attacks missed, and even when they hit, they barely fazed Fiero, who was only mildly irritated by the impacts. What a display of endurance! Sato and Bellissum haven't given up. They're cleverly using the water arena to counter Fiero's aerial advantage. How will this battle end? The announcer boomed, his voice ringing with excitement. The audience, however, didn't share the commentator's enthusiasm. With the action reduced to repetitive hit-and-run moves, they grew visibly bored, some even began to yawn. The exchange had already dragged on for 7 or 8 minutes, with neither side making decisive progress. The spectators began to suspect Sato was only prolonging an inevitable defeat. TCH, struggling till the bitter end? Fine, we'll oblige. Fiero, take your time. Let them savor the slow roast just a little longer, Kurwashi sneered, a twisted grin spreading across his face. Fiero matched his master's cruelty, heeding the command to slow its attacks. It started heating the water bit by bit, sending a steady stream of heat waves down at Bellisum and the arena. As Fiero continued its assault, the stadium temperature rose, and the pool, the main target, began to warm visibly. After 7 to 8 minutes of relentless heat wave bombardment, the water was noticeably hotter, putting Bellisum in a worsening predicament. Although the water in the pool hadn't yet started boiling, it was heating enough that Bellisum couldn't stay submerged for long. Instead, she relied on her dampened body to reduce the damage from Fiero's heat wave. After all, Bellisum may be plant-like, but staying too long in heated water would cause harm nearly as severe as Fiero's attacks. Hold on, just a little longer. The opportunity is almost here, Sato whispered encouragingly. Watching as Fiero's heat wave slowly cornered Bellisum like a frog in warming water, Sato felt a pang of concern. Yet, Bellisum seemed to sense her trainer's determination to win, and she continued to endure, gritting her teeth with resolve. The flowers atop her head glowed softly, their light sustaining her through synthesis, gradually restoring her strength and healing her wounds, despite the current conditions not being ideal for it. Another 10 minutes passed, and to most of the audience, Bellisum appeared nearly defeated, her body battered as though she could collapse any second. But to a keen-eyed few, Bellisum was a symbol of the grass type's resilience, holding her ground remarkably. Some onlookers even showed expressions of disbelief. She's really enduring. What amazing resilience. Is this the true toughness of a grass type? Remarkable. The tide seems to be slowly turning in her favor. In the waiting room, a young female trainer watched the screen in awe. Although Bellisum was indeed covered in wounds, the twin flowers on her head continued gathering light for synthesis, causing a soft green glow to pulse over her body as she slowly regained strength. While she seemed to be hanging by a thread, in truth, Bellisum still had more stamina left than it appeared. On the other side, Fiero, though in much better shape than Bellisum with only minor injuries, was beginning to show fatigue. The repeated use of heat wave, a non-stab move, was taking its toll. Lacking any way to recover, Fiero was visibly exhausted. Even when it managed another heat wave, it was nowhere near as powerful as before. The heat wave move has a power of 95, making it highly draining. Bellisum, accustomed to intense endurance training fueled by daily poke blocks, was at a clear advantage in terms of stamina. Combined with the restorative effects of synthesis, Bellisum's endurance was remarkable. Unless she was taken down in one decisive hit, her grass-type tenacity would shine through. Somewhat unexpectedly, thanks to the water arena and Bellisum's synthesis recovery, the battle had evolved into a drawn-out endurance match. With Fiero's heat wave attacks slowing down and losing their edge, the pool's temperature was beginning to cool, gradually tilting the battle in Bellisum's favor. At this point, Kurwashi, who had felt confident of his victory, began to realize the tide was turning. His expression turned to disbelief as he struggled to understand how his sure-win strategy had been reversed. This can't be happening. No way. Fiero, don't give up, use Peck. Give it everything you've got. With Fiero close to collapse from exhaustion, Kurwashi frantically yelled, urging his Pokémon to make one final, desperate move. Ka. At Kurwashi's command, Fiero, nearly exhausted, let out a screech to rally his remaining energy. With one final burst, he dove toward Bellisum, determined to bring down this seemingly indomitable opponent. Now, Bellisum, this is our chance to counterattack. Jump into the water and use nature power. Sato called out. Watching his opponent, blinded by the illusion of victory, finally sense the shift in the battle, Sato swiftly issued Bellisum her next command. In this drawn-out frog in warm water battle, Fiero had unwittingly become the frog. The pool, over 10 meters deep, had hardly reached the boiling point Kurwashi had hoped to achieve with his non-fire-type Fiero's heat wave attack. It was a wildly ambitious strategy to use heat wave to bring this large pool, 12 meters long, 6 meters wide, and several meters deep, to a boil to steam Bellisum into defeat. But credit was due. Kurwashi had trained his Firo exceptionally well in both stamina and heat wave proficiency, almost succeeding in his plan. Fortunately, Bellisam's resilience won out, allowing the battle's momentum to shift in her favor. Firo's last-ditch dive attack was no match for Bellisam, who had the advantage of steady recovery. Now moving slower than before, Firo closed in on Bellisam, who, staying composed, followed Sato's orders. She endured the scorching water's pain and poured her energy into nature power. In an instant, a massive water column shot upward, striking Firo just as he swooped down, sending him crashing into the pool below. While Bellisam submerged in the pool and unleashed nature power, the move transformed into a high-pressure hydro pump, launching a powerful blast of steaming water. Firo now felt the searing pain Bellisam had endured in the heated water, but as a creature of flesh and blood, his suffering was far more intense. He let out a heart-wrenching screech, only to faint from the sheer agony. Drifting on the water's surface, Firo looked like a cooked bird, his body trembling slightly to show he was still conscious. "Return, Firo." Before the referee could announce the results, Kurwashi, his expression dark, hurriedly recalled his Firo and quickly left the arena. Despite his frustration, Kurwashi's care for his Pokémon was evident. Firo is unable to battle, so the winner of this match is Sato and his Bellisam. With Kurwashi forfeiting, the referee raised his flag, officially ending this nearly half-hour endurance match. Clap, clap, clap. The audience, moved by Bellisam's comeback, erupted in enthusiastic applause, their cheers filling the stadium once more. Despite the victory, Sato showed no sign of happiness on his face. He knew all too well how hard-fought this win had truly been. The victory in this battle was largely due to the advantage of the terrain. Had it not been for the water field, Bellisam would have been defeated early on. After all, Heat Wave is an area attack move that Bellisam couldn't simply dodge. It was only thanks to the ample water source in the field that Bellisam could endure until Firo exhausted his energy. For Sato, this Pokémon battle felt like a tough win. Of course, to the spectators, Sato's command was highly commendable, as he turned the tide bit by bit using terrain and tactics. To manage a comeback against such a relentless strategy showcased his impressive skills. Additionally, Bellisam's performance revealed Sato's unique training methods. It was not only his excellent direction, but also Bellisam's resilience and Sato's effective training that laid the foundation for this victory. After the battle, Sato discreetly gave Bellisam a gem-grade pokeblock and recalled her with a pokeball, swiftly leaving the battle platform. He then entered the contestant passage and explained his purpose to the staff, who led him to the medical room in the battle facility. Kurwashi was also there, asking a female doctor to have her Clefable use Heal Pulse on his Firo. Under Clefable's gentle waves, Firo's severe burns quickly started to heal, and the worsening injuries were brought under control and began to recover. "You won't be so lucky next time. Remember that. I'll settle this on the battlefield sooner or later," Kurwashi said, his face dark as he recalled Firo with a pokeball. He then prepared to head to a Pokémon Center with better treatment facilities for more comprehensive care for Firo. "I look forward to our next battle as well, but I assure you, next time, victory won't come this hard," Sato replied with an impassive expression. As he responded, he released Bellisam and asked the female doctor to treat her as well. Without saying another word, Kurwashi shot Sato a final glare, then stormed out of the medical room. After back-to-back victories against Taro Ishida and Kurwashi, both trainers with decent reputations in this facility, Sato was becoming well-known himself. Being good-natured, he drew a crowd of medical staff around him to discuss the recent battle while waiting for Bellisam's treatment to finish. By 11 a.m., Sato left the facility, having taken on 7 more challengers during his time there. Unlike his previous opponents, these 7 trainers were relatively weaker, and Sato held the advantage in 4 of those matches. With Golbat and Bellisam's strong abilities, his system's detection feature, and his own strategic command, he managed to secure wins in these 7 battles, extending his winning streak. Through these intense, one-on-one encounters, Golbat and Bellissime gained significant battle experience. With the system's analysis, Sato noted that Golbat and Bellissime had leveled up to levels 28 and 29, respectively. It's true, only by battling opponents of the same level can Pokémon grow better. Constantly fighting weaker opponents would only hinder their progress, Sato thought to himself as he walked along the bustling street. After commanding battles for so long, Sato was feeling hungry, so he chose an open ramen shop for a late-night meal. Naturally, he didn't forget his 5 Pokémon. He released them to let them enjoy the delicious ramen as well. The ramen shop's master chef was clearly very skilled. The ramen tasted fantastic, and he understood the flavor preferences of Pokémon of different types, making dishes that each of Sato's Pokémon devoured happily. As usual, Sato ate at a leisurely pace. While his 5 Pokémon had already finished several bowls, he was still on his first, slowly eating and reflecting on the gains he made from the recent battles at the Pokémon Battle Facility. The 9 victories earned Sato 90,000 Pokédollars. Moreover, with his system's detection ability, Sato analyzed the Pokémon stats of each trainer he faced, using this information to join the gambling activities officially licensed by the Pokémon League and hosted by the facility. While comparing stats doesn't guarantee the outcome of a battle, it does provide an objective view of the differences in power between both sides. So, although Sato occasionally made wrong predictions, he still won more often than he lost. Through these betting activities, Sato managed to earn a profit of over 500,000 Pokédollars. This discovery opened his eyes to a new avenue for earning income. Note: competing trainers are not allowed to place bets on their own matches to prevent match fixing. Any suspicious activity results in a permanent blacklist from participating in battles and gambling in Pokémon facilities. Licensed trainers risk being permanently stripped of their league membership and may even face jail time for serious violations. In short, the consequences of fixing matches are severe. Maybe I should shift my strategy for making money. Compared to the high risks of selling Pokeblocks, this betting activity around Pokémon battles feels a lot more suited to me, Sato thought to himself, weighing the risks and benefits of each approach. Sato currently possessed different ways to earn high profits, but due to his lack of sufficient strength, he didn't dare expose his abilities openly. He could only look at the potential profits as though they were a mountain of gold and silver beyond his reach, afraid to step over the red line and risk being devoured by the beasts guarding that wealth. If he wanted to claim this mountain of wealth, he'd need enough power to either deter or defeat those surrounding beasts. For now, though, Sato had a smaller, safer treasure trove to tap into. Although it's far smaller than the seemingly endless wealth from selling Pokeblocks, the gambling profits he could make from battles are enough. Moreover, this treasure trove was crowded with people of roughly his level or lower. The advantage here was that the powerful beasts guarding this treasure trove were not very vigilant, making it easier for Sato to grab some treasure and disappear back into the crowd. However, this treasure trove, tempting as it may be, also had the power to rob explorers of their wealth. If not careful, one might leave empty-handed or, worse, with one's money taken instead. For Sato, this treasure trove was the gambling around battles. But thanks to his system's detection ability, he now had a good chance of drawing treasure from it successfully. While it isn't guaranteed that every attempt at this treasure trove gambling would yield rewards and the value of each win wasn't particularly high, payouts were generally modest. The system's detection ability gave Sato about a 60% success rate in placing his bets accurately. Undeniably, this gambling approach suited Sato's need for a low-profile source of income during his quiet growth phase. Discovering this safe new income stream naturally pleased him, but once he turned his thoughts back to his Pokémon, his concerns returned. Currently, the only Pokémon Sato has at a competitive level are Golbat and Bellissime. Soon, they'll join him in the qualifiers for the Elite Four exhibition matches, but after recent battles, he's begun noticing some weaknesses in both of them. Golbat's situation is a bit better since Psychic-type Pokémon are rare and few trainers can command them. As a result, it's unlikely he'll encounter opponents using Psychic types in most battles. In most scenarios, Golbat's weaknesses are narrowed down to rock and electric types. However, with Golbat's speed and aerial advantage, it's hard for the usually slow rock types to hit him accurately. In standard cases, Golbat can rely on Shadow Ball to kite rock types until they're worn out. Unless the opponent's rock type knows gravity, a move feared by all flying types, it's likely Golbat could outlast most rock types of similar level. Electric types, however, pose the biggest threat to Golbat due to the sheer speed of their electric attacks. With people often comparing electric attacks to lightning fast, their speed is nearly impossible to dodge or defend against consistently. Since Golbat is a flying type with lower special defenses, any direct hit from an electric move is highly damaging. 2 or 3 electric strikes could easily leave him unable to continue fighting. For now, managing electric types and defending against their moves is Golbat's biggest challenge. Unfortunately, Sato feels at a loss because Golbat's move pool lacks any techniques to counter electric types. Unable to learn any ground-type moves, Golbat has virtually no way to counterattack electric types effectively. In theory, there is one move that could allow Golbat to counter electric types: Hidden Power. If Golbat's Hidden Power could manifest as a ground-type attack, he'd finally have a countermeasure. Note, Hidden Power is a normal-type special ranged attack with 60 power. Its type varies depending on the Pokémon, but it's never normal type. However, the chance of Golbat's Hidden Power becoming a ground-type move is only 1 in 17, a frustratingly low probability. In the end, Sato reluctantly set aside this impractical idea. To counter electric types effectively, Sato would need a ground-type Pokémon or one with the abilities Lightning Rod, Volt Absorb, or Motor Drive to support Golbat. Since Nidorann's final evolution, Nidoking, is a ground type, he's covered in that regard. However, Sato was also considering capturing a Pokémon with the Lightning Rod ability. With a Pokémon that has Lightning Rod, Sato could redirect any electric-type attacks aimed at Golbat, drawing them instead to this Pokémon and essentially neutralizing the threat. The Lightning Rod ability not only absorbed most electric-type moves, but also boosted the user's special attack briefly. Though interested in a Lightning Rod Pokémon, Sato hesitated due to his current roster. With 5 Pokémon already needing his attention and resources, managing training and care for more Pokémon would be challenging. Sato planned to wait until Nidoran and Growlithe had matured before adding any new Pokémon to his lineup. At the moment, Golbat and Bellossom were his primary battlers, but Nidoran and Growlithe were getting most of his training focus to help them develop. For now, Golbat's vulnerability to electric types remained unresolved. Sato resignedly decided that unless forced by circumstances, he wouldn't deploy Golbat in one-on-one battles if the opponent had an electric-type Pokémon or electric-type moves. Meanwhile, Bellossom's weaknesses posed a slightly more significant challenge. As a grass type, Bellossom was vulnerable to flying, fire, poison, and bug types. Although these weaknesses weren't as noticeable due to Golbat's support, Bellossom's recent battle against Fiero exposed a critical vulnerability to flying types with fire moves. Against a flying type that can use moves like Heat Wave, Bellossom is at a severe disadvantage. Unless in a setting like tonight's battle where terrain advantages could be exploited, Bellossom's chances of victory are slim against such opponents. However, this complete disadvantage primarily applies to flying types that know Heat Wave. Against most Fire Dash, Poison Dash, and Bug types that remain ground-bound, Bellossom's resilience and skill provide her with a fighting chance, even if her type is countered. Bellossom's high-intensity training has clearly paid off, as evidenced in her use of Magical Leaf for both offense and defense, along with early signs of success with her dodging technique. In the battles following the match against Fiero, Bellossom swiftly defeated her opponents, showing how much her abilities had progressed. The earlier match was more of an exception. Therefore, as long as Bellossom doesn't face flying types with fire moves, her adept use of grass-type techniques, notable recovery abilities, and strong dodging skills give her a good chance against most similarly leveled opponents. Often, Bellossom could overpower opponents, as she did tonight against Mahoke, Pinsir, Magneton, and even a Ponyta, successfully subduing them with moves like her powder attacks and grass knot, securing easy wins. In general, flying types pose the biggest challenge for Bellissum, and Sato realizes he must find a way to overcome this obstacle. However, like with Golbat, Sato is at a bit of a loss. Bellissum's moveset lacks any effective counter against flying types, aside from Hidden Power, which has a chance to gain an electric, ice, or rock-type advantage. Fortunately, unlike Golbat's need for a ground-type Hidden Power to counter electric types, Bellissum could handle flying types if her Hidden Power turns out to be electric, ice, or rock, making the odds more favorable. If Bellissum's Hidden Power is rock, it would be a huge win since rock moves are effective against flying, fire, and bug types, all weaknesses for Bellissum. Hidden Power, then, Sato thought to himself, that's the next goal. Saffron City is big enough. There must be a place selling that moves TM. After half an hour, Sato finally finished his now-cold ramen, mulling over his plan. Golbat's appetite had grown since evolving, likely due to the energy demands of battle. He devoured 5 large bowls, while Bellissum, who rarely ate much advanced grass-type food, finished a whole bowl herself. The other 3 Pokémon each enjoyed 2 bowls before they were satisfied. Seeing his team enjoy their meal so much, Sato was happy to indulge them a bit, especially with his recent winnings. Yet, as he approached the counter to pay, Sato felt less than thrilled. The total bill was shockingly high, and he couldn't shake the feeling he'd been grossly overcharged. The owner explained that the ramen served his Pokémon was special, not like human food. It was a premium recipe that quickly restored their stamina. In short, it was very expensive, costing 5 times as much as Sato's own meal. This was, after all, Saffron City, where prices and rent are sky-high. The large bowl Sato ordered alone cost him 2,000 Poké-dollars. By the end of it, he'd shelled out 122,000 Poké-dollars for the late-night meal. Without his 50,000 Poké-dollars from the gambling win, his 90,000 Poké-dollars from battles, and a bit of saved cash, he wouldn't have been able to cover it. Without a doubt, the ramen shop owner had taken the opportunity to overcharge. Still, Sato wasn't the type to eat and refused to pay. After paying the bill and taking note of the shop's name, he got up to leave only for the owner to suddenly step in his way. "What's this for, huh? Do you take me for someone you can just mess with?" Seeing the ramen shop owner, grinning in that merchant-like way, suddenly block his way, Sato's irritation deepened, and he spoke coldly. "Please don't misunderstand, sir. I'd never dream of crossing you," the owner stammered, sweating a bit as he noticed Sato's sharp look and the faint hint of danger in his expression. Quickly, the owner pulled something from his pocket and handed it to Sato with a nervous smile. "This is from someone who ate here a short while ago. They asked me to pass it to you. I swear I haven't peeked inside." Sato had chosen the shop because it was still open with few customers on a quiet street nearby. Now, after his meal, the shop was empty except for himself and the owner, who looked ready to close up. Despite thinking deeply while eating, Sato had remained alert. During his entire time there, no other customers had come in, and those who dined earlier were just ordinary people without pokeballs. However, as he looked at what the owner handed him, his suspicion vanished. It was an envelope with Sato's name on it, and its seal was unbroken. "Let's hope that's true. If anything happens, you'll face the consequences." Sato glanced sharply at the ramen owner, pocketed the envelope, and left the shop with those words. He recognized the handwriting on the note. It belonged to the person who assigned him his tasks. This detail made Sato suspect that the ramen shop owner might also be a member of Team Rocket, just like himself. "Understood, sir. I wouldn't dare know anything I shouldn't," the ramen owner replied quickly, watching Sato leave and feigning an apologetic look as he prepared to close. Once Sato was out of sight, the owner flipped the sign to indicate the shop was closed, locked the door, and turned off all the lights. The moment darkness filled the shop, a pair of red eyes appeared behind the owner. Meanwhile, Sato moved through the city streets without pause, slipping away from the crowd until he reached a quiet, deserted alley. After making sure Golbat and Growlithe were on alert, he opened the envelope under the faint alley light to read its contents carefully. "What?" As he read the note, Sato's face changed sharply with shock, almost causing him to cry out. The message was short, but the implications were immense, nearly overwhelming him. The note contained only 10 words: "Elite clearance operation in progress. Leave immediately to avoid exposure." Sato wasted no time. He ordered Grolive to burn the note to ashes, then quickly led his 2 Pokémon out of the alley, blending back into the bustling crowd. He had no reason to doubt the message. Team Rocket's intelligence capabilities were on an entirely different level than his own. Their reach had long infiltrated the very core of the league. Team Rocket's leader, Giovanni, being the strongest gym leader in Kanto, was proof enough. If the higher-ups issued this warning, it was definitely not without cause. Sato's primary identity right now is as a Team Rocket member and only secondarily as an unofficial league trainer. To both Team Rocket and the league, he is seen as a Rocket member disguised under the identity of a league trainer. The term elite clearance on the note clearly signals a significant league operation, especially if 2 of the Elite Four, the league's strongest fighters, are involved. It's likely that while Team Rocket has infiltrated the league has done the same to Team Rocket. There's always a chance of traitors inside Team Rocket leaking personnel information to the league. If an elite clearance operation kicks off, Sato will inevitably get caught up in it, and the chances of his cover being blown will be high, considering he's shown his true face to several Rocket members already. Fortunately, as a relatively new recruit assigned originally to Pewter City's Team Rocket base and having no experience in Saffron City's operations, he's kept a low enough profile to avoid attracting the attention of League spies within Team Rocket. So, as expected, big rewards bring big risks. It's no wonder the League wouldn't just stand by as Team Rocket monopolizes the lucrative Saffron City black market, especially when it means that the Rocket keeps growing stronger, Sato thought, making his way toward the Pokémon Center. Furthermore, even though only 2 members of the Elite Four have officially been deployed, there's no telling how many others might be involved undercover. Thinking more deeply, he suspected the Elite Four exhibition match was likely just a cover for gathering trusted League trainers in Saffron City. With its extensive resources, the League has a huge advantage in both numbers and quality over any dark organization. If they manage to gather enough loyal trainers in Saffron, a crushing raid could be imminent, wiping out the black market and forcing a total reset of the power dynamics. I need to get out of this hotspot fast. If I get dragged in, my league trainer cover won't save me with my current strength. I'd be completely done for. With this realization, any desire Sato had to stay and watch the Elite Four exhibition vanished. As much as he'd like to see their strength firsthand, his survival came first. He knew well enough to prioritize finding a safe, quiet place to train. Since Saffron was no longer an option, he'd have to leave quickly. With the typhoon in Hoenn still grounding flights in Saffron, his only option was to travel by boat from Vermilion City. Traveling by sea to Hoenn would be much slower than flying, but he had no other choice. Waiting a few days for the typhoon to pass and flights to resume wasn't feasible either, especially since the Elite Four exhibition preliminaries would begin in 2 days. By then, League trainers would be gathering en masse in Saffron. If he didn't leave now, he might not be able to escape later. To ensure a complete purge of Saffron's dark factions, the League would surely lock down the entire city. Realizing his situation, Sato stopped heading back to the Pokémon Center. Instead, he flagged down a cab and instructed the driver to take him to the station. Sigh, things are changing way too fast. I only just arrived in this bustling city yesterday, hoping to explore it a bit, and now I'm forced to leave. Looking at the cars and towering buildings passing by, Sato couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He had so much left to do in Saffron City, seeing the Elite Four exhibition to understand their strength, shopping at Sylph Company's department store, and hunting for rare items on the black market. But, unfortunately, this place was about to become a battleground. An intense power struggle was about to unfold, and if he didn't leave soon, he'd get caught in the crossfire and be crushed. 10 minutes later, Sato arrived at Saffron City's transit center. He walked up to a 24-hour ticket kiosk and used his League ID to buy a ticket for a bus departing to Vermilion City in half an hour. As the heart of Kanto, Saffron City connects directly to most other cities. Here, Sato could buy tickets to anywhere in the region. Vermilion, Kanto's largest port, might not rival Saffron in economic power, but it's still among the region's most prosperous cities. The two cities are close enough that direct buses run between them almost around the clock. Sato waited quietly in the station lobby, sipping coffee like many other travelers. Taking advantage of the downtime, he pulled out his laptop and used the station's free Wi-Fi for two tasks. First, he logged into the Saffron City League's official website, navigated to the Elite Four exhibition registration page, and opted out of the preliminaries. With 2 days left before the preliminaries, over 3,000 trainers had registered. Withdrawals were common as trainers joined or left constantly, so his withdrawal as a civilian trainer went unnoticed. Second, he checked updates on the Hoenn Typhoon and the Elite Four event. Hoenn's typhoon showed no signs of subsiding, meaning it could last for some time. As for the Elite Four exhibition, he was startled by the news. In addition to Bruno and Lorelei from Kanto's Elite Four, the retired fire-type elite, Blaine, now the Cinnabar gym leader, had been invited to perform. Another elite-level figure, but it's Blaine, the current gym leader. If I'm not mistaken, he's secretly a Team Rocket scientist. No wonder Rocket got wind of the operation so quickly, it'd be hard for them not to know with one of their own among the main players. Sato's faith in the warning on the slip grew, and he was sure Rocket's higher-ups were already plotting a response. But Sato found it strange that, as an inconspicuous new recruit, he'd been given such valuable information. If it was genuine, he felt sincerely grateful to the mysterious superior who had sent it. "Hey, Sato. I didn't expect to see you again. Why did you disappear this morning without a word? I looked everywhere for you at the Pokemon Center. It's great to see you're okay." A familiar voice snapped Sato out of his thoughts, and he looked up. Standing before him was a beautiful blonde girl, none other than Daisy, the person he had quietly left behind that morning. "You startled me, Daisy. What are you doing here so late at night?" Seeing the blonde girl smiling brightly in front of him, Sato lowered his guard slightly and asked, "Sai, I didn't want to come to the station this late either. My mom just called, telling me to hurry home without giving a reason and insisting I return immediately. I had no choice but to catch a late bus back to Cerulean City. I was looking forward to shopping in Saffron City, and now all my plans are ruined." Hearing Sato's question, Daisy's cheerful expression faded as she vented her frustration, clearly unhappy with her mom's strict ways. Maybe she really has an urgent reason," Sato replied with an awkward laugh as he listened to Daisy's complaints about her mom. "This confirms it. The League is really planning to target Saffron's underground forces." At this point, Sato fully believed the information on the note. Daisy's mother was the Cerulean gym leader, and for her to call and rush Daisy out of Saffron so urgently, she must have known something. It seemed likely the League was indeed moving against the dark forces in Saffron. And it wouldn't be surprising if the Cerulean gym leader was part of the upcoming operation. "By the way, Mr. Sato, what are you doing here so late? Are you leaving Saffron City too?" Daisy asked, realizing Sato was here at an unusual hour. "Yeah, I got an urgent call from a friend asking me to come to Vermilion City as soon as possible." Sato brushed off the question with a casual excuse. The two then sat together, chatting as they waited for the bus, just like the other travelers around them. Half an hour later, the bus bound for Vermilion finally arrived. After exchanging contact information, Daisy saw Sato off as he boarded. "Daisy, since you're a coordinator, these items should be helpful. I hope you become an exceptional coordinator one day. Just remember, don't tell anyone I gave these to you. Take care and maybe we'll meet again someday." Before leaving, Sato handed Daisy a small black pouch, smiling as he spoke. Without waiting for her response, Sato quickly boarded the bus. The doors closed, and the vehicle sped off, with Daisy watching as it disappeared from the station. Though Daisy was usually carefree and straightforward, she knew how to handle things cautiously. She understood Sato's words, realizing that the items in the small black pouch were likely very valuable. After seeing him off, Daisy headed into the ladies' restroom. Once she confirmed she was alone, She opened the pouch to examine its contents. Wow, no way, these are Poke blocks. And they look like such high quality. Staring at the gleaming Poke blocks in the pouch, Daisy was filled with amazement. Since Saffron City and Vermilion City aren't far from each other, the journey didn't last as long as Sato had expected. Around 6 a.m., his bus slowly pulled into Vermilion City. Although he had tried to get some sleep on the bus, the bumpy ride left him with poor rest, and now he looked rather exhausted, sporting dark circles under his eyes as the bus arrived at Vermilion's terminal. After disembarking and leaving the station, Sato quickly caught a taxi to the nearest Pokémon Center. There, he fed his 5 Pokémon and treated himself to a hearty breakfast before heading to his rented room at the center, where he immediately fell asleep. By the time he woke up, it was already 1 p.m. He promptly fed his Pokémon, ordered a meal for himself, and then headed to a training field to complete his daily practice. Once he finished training, it was around 5 p.m., and he started making his way toward Vermilion's port following the road signs. Oddly enough, during a break in his training, he had checked the latest weather updates for Hoenn's typhoon conditions on his laptop. He expected no change, but instead, he found out that the typhoons seemed to be subsiding. After confirming with Nurse Joy at the Pokémon Center, he also learned that last night, the ferry service from Vermilion to the ports in Hoenn had resumed, and tickets were back on sale. Sato was surprised by this news and quickly asked how to purchase a ticket, learning that he could only buy them at the port's ticket office. As he drew closer to the port, the view of the sea gradually opened up, and the salty sea breeze blew in from the ocean. In addition to the sea, the port was bustling with ships of various sizes. Strong, uniformed sailors and a large crowd of disembarking passengers were visible in the distance. Judging from their appearances, many of them didn't seem to be from Kanto. Seeing so many people from different places didn't surprise Sato much. Vermilion City, as Kanto's largest port, constantly received ships from around the world, so it was common to see people from other regions here. Soon, after asking for directions a few times, Sato finally reached his destination. However, there was already a long line for ticket purchases. Due to the typhoon in Hoenn, the ferries from Vermilion to various ports in Hoenn had been halted. Now that the typhoon was subsiding, the previously suspended route had resumed. Understandably, with the typhoon weakening, the ferry would likely reach Hoenn once the storm had fully cleared. Since the shipping pause had stranded many travelers in Vermilion, these people now flocked to the port to secure tickets for Hoenn as soon as possible. With a limited number of ships and tickets, failing to get a ticket today could mean waiting for the next ferry 5 days later. Even though there were 10 ticket windows open, the sheer volume of travelers meant each line stretched long, and Sato, who received the news later, found himself at the end of the queue. Hope I can get a ticket, otherwise I'll have to wait for the next ferry in 5 days. Looking at the slow-moving line ahead, Sato thought to himself with a hint of resignation. The scene reminded him a bit of the crowded spring festival travel rush. What? Sold out? How's that possible? Hurry, give me a ticket. I have to get to Hoenn. Unfortunately, just as Sato was finally near the front of the line after a long wait, a man ahead of him erupted angrily at the ticket agent when he learned the tickets were all gone. Soon, the same complaints echoed from all the other windows. Clearly, every ticket for Hoenn had been sold. Although many disgruntled people began voicing their dissatisfaction, there was no violence thanks to the uniformed, muscular sailors equipped with pokeballs who were there to maintain order. Like the others who couldn't get a ticket, Sato also failed to secure one. However, unlike most who left in frustration, he decided to remain near the ticket counter. His patience soon paid off when a sturdy sailor in uniform approached him with a smile, asking which city in Hoenn he intended to travel to. No matter where you go, whenever demand outweighs supply, there are always those who jump in to profit. With no restrictions on the number of tickets each person could buy, it wasn't long before scalpers emerged. This dark-skinned sailor standing in front of Sato was one of those seasoned ticket scalpers. In fact, quite a few sailors at Vermilion's port were seasoned in the scalping business. Every year around this time, typhoons typically disrupt Hoenn, and the sailors here knew this well. So, even before tickets officially went on sale, these scalpers used their connections to secure a stash of tickets, knowing that stranded travelers would need them. Now that all the official tickets were gone, it was the perfect time for them to make their move. A determined customer like Sato was just the type of buyer they sought. Do you have a ticket for Slateport City in Hoenn? I want the fastest ship, not a cargo vessel, Sato said, skipping the small talk and getting straight to the point with the scalper. Of course. We have a ticket for the SSN, the fastest, safest, and most luxurious cruise ship from Vermilion. It'll get you to Slateport in just 2 days. This ticket here is a premium one, so naturally, the price is high, 100,000 poke dollars. Hearing Sato's request, the scalper's eyes lit up, and his grin grew even wider as he quickly produced a fancy-looking ticket from his pocket. I'll take it. Seeing the elegant ticket in the scalper's hand, Sato didn't hesitate much, even though he knew he was being gouged for a hefty sum. But Sato wasn't the only one ready to buy without hesitation. At the same moment, a young, sharply dressed female trainer also spoke up, saying, "I'll take it too." The young female trainer was quite assertive. She reached out and grabbed the luxury ticket from the scalper's hand right in front of Sato, staring at him with an arrogant expression. This trainer was obviously from a prestigious background, about the same age as Sato, dressed in designer clothing, with long black hair styled in a regal manner. Her pale complexion, delicate features, and air of elegance gave away her affluent upbringing. Yet, her demeanor was spoiled, embodying the haughty attitude of a pampered heiress. She made no effort to hide her disdain for Sato and the lowly scalper, looking down on them as though they were beneath her. "Miss, I'm sorry, but this gentleman here was my customer first, and he's agreed to pay. By rights, this ticket belongs to him," the dark-skinned scalper replied, showing surprising professionalism. The trainer's arrogance seemed to irk him, a man from a similarly modest background, more than any higher offer she might make. The young woman, far weaker than the seasoned sailor, had no choice but to let go when he firmly pulled the ticket from her hand. The scalper didn't wait for Sato to pay. He handed the luxury ticket to him directly. "Ugh, listen here. Someone like you, a plebeian, should stick to low-cost tickets. I'll give you 150,000 poke dollars if you hand that ticket over to me," the female trainer sneered at Sato, clearly taken aback that the scalper had kept his word, but still resolute in her demands. Ignoring her completely, Sato didn't even spare her a glance. Instead, he asked the scalper to bring out the payment machine and transferred 100,000 poke dollars without delay. After tucking away the luxury ticket, Sato turned and began heading toward the Pokemon Center. It was past 6 p.m., and he needed to start preparing food for his Pokemon. Honestly, if it were up to him, he'd have handed over the ticket to avoid unnecessary trouble, especially since he could simply buy a standard ticket. But her hostile attitude and disrespectful words soured any such thought. From his perspective, she had all but insulted him, so she could just fuck off. Still, Sato wasn't about to lose his cool and start a fight. He simply chose to ignore her. Unless absolutely necessary, he wasn't interested in fighting with a girl. "Hey, I'm talking to you, plebeian. You dare ignore me and just walk away," the girl shouted, her face flushing with rage. "Go, Charmeleon. Teach this disrespectful peasant a lesson. Use flamethrower, it doesn't matter if it goes too far." This young woman, Alice Sasaki, was part of the Sasaki clan, one of the top 3 noble families in Kanto. Never before had anyone dared ignore her like this before. If she'd brought her family's guards along on her little escapade, she'd have ordered them to handle Sato properly. Unable to swallow her pride, Alice decided to take matters into her own hands. She was determined to make Sato pay for his insolence and show him how he should behave toward the upper class. Alice pulled out a luxury ball, releasing a strong Charmeleon adorned with a beautiful white shell on its neck. Following her command, the Charmeleon unleashed a scorching stream of flames directly at Sato, who would be seriously hurt if the attack landed. The onlookers gasped and scrambled out of the way, shocked by Alice's extreme response. Now, the ticket counter area was nearly empty, with only Alice and Sato remaining. Just as everyone expected Sato to be caught in the Charmeleon's flamethrower, a burst of white light appeared behind him, followed by a massive white whirlwind that formed instantly. Sato, sensing the imminent danger, quickly released Golbat, who reacted swiftly, unleashing a powerful gust attack. In the next moment, Charmeleon's flamethrower collided with Golbat's whirlwind, but the evolved Golbat's white whirlwind proved formidable. The wind pulled at Charmeleon's flames, twisting them into the swirling gust and dispersing the attack. In that instant, the white whirlwind transformed into a fiery whirlwind. "Return it, Golbat," Sato commanded, his expression growing cold as he watched Golbat's gust effectively deflect Charmeleon's flamethrower. The opponent's arrogance was bad enough, but to attack so ruthlessly from behind, if he were just an ordinary person, he'd likely be gravely injured or worse. The woman's heart was truly venomous. Sensing Sato's anger, Golbat's eyes turned icy. Spreading its wings, now infused with intense flying-type energy, it directed the fiery whirlwind back at Charmeleon, reversing the flamethrower straight toward it. Not bad. But don't think you can beat me. Charmeleon, use Rock Slide to block their attack, then follow up with Dragon Rush and crush them. Though surprised by Golbat's ability to deflect Charmeleon's flamethrower, Alice showed no panic. She immediately commanded Charmeleon to counter. Charmeleon, well-trained and in perfect sync with Alice, plunged its claws into the ground, summoning a Rock Slide to create a stone barrier in front of it. Since Flying-type and Fire-type attacks are naturally weak against rock, the stone wall absorbed most of the whirlwind's strength. With the fiery vortex now weakened by the barrier, Charmeleon let out a roar and swiftly climbed the rock wall. As it scaled the barrier, a powerful dragon-type energy enveloped it, sending waves of terrifying pressure through the area, causing nearby onlookers to shudder with fear. With a fierce sound, Charmeleon broke through the dwindling flames of the whirlwind like a raging tyrant, locked onto Golbat in midair with a vicious glare as it charged forward with Dragon Rush. But Golbat was far from the timid, small Zubat he once was. He had grown resilient through countless battles, his mental fortitude stronger than ever. Charmeleon's murderous aura barely fazed him, especially with Golbat's inner focus ability. Dragon Rush is powerful indeed, but it's useless if it can't hit. Dodge it, then use Supersonic, Sato calmly ordered, unfazed. Having faced worse scenarios, he remained calm and resolute, unmoved by the pressure of Charmeleon's Dragon Rush. Sato's eyes glinted faintly blue as he activated his system's scanning ability, assessing Alice's Charmeleon in a moment. Charmeleon's details quickly appeared before him. Pokemon, Charmeleon. Level 30. Type, Fire. Ability, Solar Power. Gender, Male. Known moves, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Smokescreen, Dragon Rage, Scary Face, Fire Fong, Outrage, Egg Move, Dragon Dance, Egg Move, Dragon Rush, Egg Move, Dragon Pulse, Egg Move, Hidden Power, Electric TM, Protect TM, Flamethrower TM. Thunder Punch TM, Rock Slide TM. As Sato stared at the data on Charmeleon, a deep envy flickered in his eyes. The fact that it inherited 4 powerful dragon-type moves showed just how immense its potential was. Moreover, Alice was clearly no spoiled rich kid. She had a strong mental fortitude and had trained Charmeleon exceptionally well, giving it high battle competence. It wasn't hard to imagine that, given time, this girl would undoubtedly become a formidable league trainer. Of course, this was not the time for such thoughts. She was his opponent, and he had to find a way to defeat her. Following Sato's command, Golbat flapped its wings slightly and maneuvered to dodge Charmeleon's Dragon Rush. In the same motion, it unleashed a high-frequency supersonic from its mouth. Suspended in midair, Charmeleon had no leverage to evade the attack and ended up taking the supersonic head-on, falling into a state of confusion as its eyes turned a blood-red hue. Just a petty trick. Wake up, Charmeleon. Defeat that weak Pokémon with maximum power. Use Dragon Pulse. Seeing Charmeleon in a state of confusion, Alice's expression turned serious. She quickly pulled out a shimmering silver glass bell and gently shook it in her hand. In an instant, a calming sound resonated from the bell, and hearing this sound, Charmeleon's blood-red glare began to fade, clarity returning to its eyes. Now alert, Charmeleon moved swiftly and agilely, sidestepping the several shadow balls released by Golbat. As it dodged, blue flames flickered from its mouth, and the fire at its tail shifted from orange to blue. Once charged, Charmeleon opened its mouth, releasing a gigantic energy dragon enveloped in blue flames, which lunged toward Golbat in the air with fierce claws. The dragon, cloaked in blue flames, exuded an overwhelming aura, causing the temperature in the vicinity to surge, making everyone nearby feel like they were standing in a furnace. Show your true power after evolution, Golbat. Air Cutter, all 6 combined. Seeing Charmeleon unleash such a powerful dragon pulse, Sato felt a heavy weight in his chest. He immediately decided to let Golbat use all its strength and showcase its evolution. At Sato's command, Golbat was enveloped in a layer of pure flying-type energy. Its broad wings suddenly flapped forward, summoning a near-level 9 gale, while 12 wide blades of wind flew out in a fan shape. However, as the wind blades formed, a blue light glimmered in Golbat's eyes. 6 of the blades darted out from the fan formation and quickly fused together, creating a single massive wind blade that was 5 almost meters long. The transition from Golbat launching Air Cutter to merging the 6 wind blades was seamless and fluid. The enormous blade, imbued with an air-splitting aura, sliced directly toward the approaching blue flame dragon. Indeed, since Zubat had evolved into Golbat, its power had received a comprehensive boost, rapidly advancing in a short time. This included its proficiency with its skills. Moreover, through the skill training earlier that afternoon, Sato discovered that Golbat not only increased the number of wind blades released with Air Cutter to 12, but could also adeptly control 6 of them. What surprised Sato the most was that Golbat had successfully merged the 6 wind blades into a single powerful finishing move. Originally, Sato planned to have Golbat refine this skill further to enhance its mastery, intending to use it as a trump card in an intense Pokémon battle. However, Alice's Charmeleon was so powerful that it unleashed that terrifying dragon pulse, forcing Sato to have Golbat use its strongest move to counter. What? A mere weak Pokémon has been trained to this level by this person. Alice's face, tousled by the strong winds, revealed shock as she stared incredulously at Golbat, her cherry lips parted in disbelief. The near-level 9 winds unleashed a formidable force, causing many nearby to squint their eyes against the gusts. As the energy dragon faced the oncoming storm, its unanchored blue flames were instantly extinguished, diminishing its intimidating presence. Next, Charmeleon's dragon pulse collided with Golbat's Air Cutter, but the ensuing struggle was not as many spectators had anticipated. To the astonishment of the crowd, the energy dragon was cleaved in 2 within a heartbeat by the massive wind blade, which then struck Charmeleon before it could evade. With a resounding boom, an explosion erupted, engulfing the area in a cloud of black smoke. However, a gust of wind blew through, clearing the smoke almost instantly. The onlookers could now see the outcome of the sudden battle. Lying unconscious on the ravaged ground, Charmeleon was bruised and battered. Behind it, a huge dent marred the wall, and a deep crack appeared on the ground. There was no doubt that Charmeleon had been defeated after taking Golbat's powerful Air Cutter head-on. How is this possible? My ace Charmeleon was defeated by a mere weak Pokémon. I actually lost to a commoner. Alice stared in disbelief as she saw Charmeleon bested by Sato's Golbat. Despite her fury, she quickly retrieved a healing potion for Pokémon that Sato didn't recognize and injected it into Charmeleon. Good job, Golbat. Your strength is even greater than I imagined. Noticing Alice's actions, Sato chose not to pursue further. He recalled Golbat, letting it perch on his shoulder. After giving it a high-quality poke block and praising it, he turned to leave. As he walked, the security personnel and sailors who had arrived parted to make way, watching Sato and his Golbat with awe. Alice returned Charmeleon to its Pokeball and turned to see Sato walking away, his Golbat on his shoulder. her beautiful eyes fixated on his retreating figure. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. "What's your name?" "I'm Alice Sasaki. Next time, I will definitely not lose to you." Suddenly, Alice shouted through tears, her voice breaking as she called out to the disappearing Sato. "Sasaki." Hearing the somewhat familiar surname, Sato paused but couldn't place where he had heard it before. He decided to push it aside and continued on his way, not paying her any more attention. Alice received no response from Sato, who hadn't spoken a single word to her throughout their encounter. As Sato faded from her view without replying, tears finally streamed down Alice's face. She hurriedly covered her face with her hands and rushed away from the ticket booth. In the world of Pokémon, if conflicts couldn't be resolved through normal means, then a Pokémon battle would ensue. The victor takes all, while the loser has nothing more to say. Sato had no interest whatsoever in learning about how Alice ended up in tears because of him, nor did he feel any sympathy even if he knew. Quietly, and under the wary eyes of the people around him, he left the harbor. Time soon reached 7, and with the sun disappearing over the horizon, the last traces of daylight faded, ushering in the evening at Vermilion City. At this time, Sato was situated in a quiet part of the sea, barely 100 meters from the Vermilion City dock. Sitting atop a lapras, he was fishing with a sleek, modern fishing rod in hand. This fishing rod had cost him 20,000 Poké at a nearby fishing store. According to the store owner, this rod was the latest model and highly recommended for beginners, supposedly increasing the chance of hooking a wild Pokémon. But whether it was due to bad luck, unsuitable bait, or his novice fishing skills, Sato had spent more than half an hour without catching a single water-type Pokémon, only some common sea fish. Meanwhile, other fishing enthusiasts in nearby boats had already reeled in several water Pokémon, each successfully captured in a net ball after a brief battle. Come on, is my fishing skill really that bad? Not even one water-type Pokémon. Sato thought, growing frustrated as the float on the water remained still. With plans to embark on a sea voyage tomorrow, Sato had thoroughly prepared with essential survival items like life rings, an inflatable raft, goggles, and other ocean survival gear. However, he realized one crucial item was missing, a Pokémon that could function well in the water. Sato's current Pokémon team consisted of Golbat, Nidoran, Bellossom, Growlithe, and Ditto. Of these, only Ditto could potentially battle in the sea, but the rest were land dwellers. If they fell into the ocean, the results could be disastrous. As the saying goes, it's better to rely on oneself. In a crisis, he trusted his own survival skills rather than depending solely on his Pokémon. Yes, the Lapras he was sitting on was actually Ditto, transformed. In addition to fishing, Sato was also training Ditto to maintain its Lapras form. Though Ditto could sustain the Lapras form long enough for Sato to sit on, expecting it to battle in this form was too much, especially given its low level of 15, which meant its combat ability was minimal. Sato shook his head to dispel his disappointment, refocusing on the float bobbing in the water and calming his impatient mood. Soon, he saw the float suddenly sink a little, bringing him a rush of excitement. Finally, after so much waiting, something was biting. It's strong, maybe it's a Pokémon this time. The creature pulling on Sato's line had significant strength, so he cautiously let out some line, gradually reeling it back in, wearing down the sea creature bit by bit. The rod was also equipped with a small electric generator that delivered mild electric shocks down the conductive line when he turned the handle, subtly weakening the hooked creature. Eventually, through his careful effort and the rod's electric pulses, the creature's resistance waned. With one strong pull, Sato finally lifted it from the sea, and it slipped off the hook. In the moonlight, Sato could see his first catch, a fish with red scales and a golden crown on its head. Evidently, this was the most common water-type Pokémon in the Pokémon world, one that could survive even in the harshest waters, Magikarp. However, this Magikarp was quite large, measuring at least 1.2 meters long. After realizing he had reeled in a Magikarp, Sato's eyes glimmered with a faint blue light as he quickly accessed the Magikarp's information. Magikarp info. Pokémon, Magikarp. Level 16. Type Water. Ability Swift Swim. Gender Female. Known moves Splash Tackle. Being pulled from the sea had understandably put the Magikarp in a foul mood. Furious after freeing itself from the painful hook, it leapt out of the water again, using its jump to launch a tackle straight at Sato. Unfortunately for Magikarp, it barely closed within a meter before a small white whirlwind appeared right in front of it, sweeping it up. When the whirlwind dissipated, Magikarp was left dazed, floating on the surface. Following Sato's command, Golbat hadn't used any force. It merely created the whirlwind to make Magikarp dizzy and disoriented. Soon enough, Magikarp regained its senses and warily eyed Sato and the Golbat perched on his shoulder. Realizing it was no match for the Pokémon trainer before it, Magikarp felt like fleeing, but instinct told it there was no escape. "It's all right, Magikarp. You're free to go. Here, take this as a little compensation." Noticing Magikarp hesitating to leave and watching them with caution, Sato took out a mid-quality poke block and tossed it into the water in front of the Magikarp with a friendly smile. Upon hearing Sato's words, Magikarp let out a sigh of relief, quickly diving underwater while making sure to gobble up the poke block floating in the water. The poke block dissolved almost immediately upon contact with the water, and by the time Magikarp ate it, about half of it had melted. Yet the rich flavor instantly won Magikarp over. Despite the delicious taste, Magikarp didn't linger around. After a moment's hesitation, its two yellow whiskers twitched, sensing something, and its eyes flashed with a hint of fear before it quickly swam away from the area. After successfully reeling in Magikarp, Sato's luck seemed to turn. He began catching water-type Pokémon one after another, but none met his standards, so he released them all. Another tentacle. Golbat, send it back. Seeing yet another tentacle, Sato glanced at it briefly using his detection ability and, with a look of mild disappointment, gave Golbat the command. Golbat nodded, lightly flapping its wings forward to create a small white whirlwind that swept up tentacle and gently sent it back into the ocean. By this time, it was nearing midnight and a light white mist began to gather over the surrounding sea. Sato noticed the white mist slowly spreading over the sea around him, now sitting in his small inflatable raft. However, he wasn't too concerned. Fog over the ocean was common enough, and he was still only a short distance from the port, with Golbat serving as a mobile radar. Vermilion City also had a lighthouse, so there was no real danger of losing his way in the mist. He still hadn't met his goal for the night, and he wasn't going to give up so easily. As the mist thickened, Golbat suddenly extended a wing, pointing in a direction. Sato followed its gaze and saw a faint yellow light to the left, growing brighter. Unsure whether it was friend or foe, Sato put away his fishing rod and waited for the source of the light to approach. Before long, a small, special-looking sailboat came into view, carrying an elderly man with white hair and a polyper resting by his side. "Young man, why are you still out here? The fog settled in, and it's dangerous now. Come back with me," the elderly man called out urgently as he passed by Sato. Startled by the man's words, Sato quickly had Golbat point out the direction to the port. Seeing it matched the old man's course, he wasted no time, instructing Ditto to transform into Lapras once more. He packed up the raft and headed for the port on Lapras's back. "Sir, what's going on?" he asked the elderly man, who was busy tying his small sailboat securely to the dock with thick ropes. "Isn't fog on the ocean pretty normal?" The man sighed, glancing at Sato with a look of concern. "You must be from out of town. It used to be normal, but things have changed in recent years. There's something out in the mist that preys on people. Luckily, you made it back by midnight, otherwise, you'd be at risk of attack." Sato frowned, doubtful. "Some sort of monster? It's likely a kind of Pokémon, isn't it? If it's causing trouble, the League would step in, and they'd send someone to handle such a dangerous Pokémon right away." Sato dismissed the idea of monsters, thinking that if there was any threat, it must be a Pokémon. As a trainer, he wasn't one to believe in such superstitions. "They've tried," the man replied quickly, anxious that Sato might be tempted to investigate further like many young trainers before him. They've come at least 10 times. Even the previous Vermilion gym leader went, but no one returned. Even Lorelei, one of the current Elite Four, investigated the fog but couldn't put an end to it. So now everyone knows not to go out fishing when the mist rolls in late at night. Over the years, this mystery had left Vermilion City in decline. The elderly man, born and raised in Vermilion, deeply cared about his hometown and hated seeing any further trouble added to its reputation. I see, Sato nodded. Thank you for the warning, sir. Hearing that even the Elite Four couldn't handle the creature in the mist, Sato's expression grew serious, and he thanked the elderly man sincerely. Sato wasn't entirely sure just how powerful the Elite Four were, but he knew they were far beyond his current level. If even they couldn't solve the issue, it was wise for him to back off. The old man's warning had essentially saved him from a grim fate. The elderly man waved it off as nothing, and, having securely fastened his small yacht to the dock, he turned and headed back toward the city with his palipper. With the mist rolling in, the once bustling dock area along the coast had turned eerily quiet, a stark contrast to the lively scene when Sato had first set out. It seems that everyone in Vermilion City knows about the creature in the mist. To avoid attacks, they all steer clear of the area by the coastal docks, Sato thought as he walked through the unusually deserted port. Just then, Galbut, who had been resting on Sato's shoulder, suddenly opened its eyes and gently nudged him with its wing. Sato's gaze sharpened, but he stayed calm, maintaining his pace as he moved forward. Casually, he led Ditto and Galbut away from the dock area and toward the inland parts of the city, as the mist gradually blanketed the docks along the shoreline. Moments after Sato left, two figures in black diving suits surfaced from the ocean. Beneath them was a Sharpedo with glaring red eyes. As if sensing Sato had moved on, the two figures each pulled a glow stick from their gear and tossed it into the water. The next second, a whirlpool formed on the water's surface near the dock without warning, rapidly expanding to a diameter of 7 or 8 meters. Shortly after, a massive tentacruel emerged from the center of the whirlpool, with another person in a black diving suit standing atop it. Rising with them was a huge wooden crate. The two on Sharpedo nodded at the person on Tentacruel's head, who returned the nod and gave the Tentacruel a light pat. Taking the cue, Tentacruel's two ruby-like head crystals glowed red, and suddenly, whirlpools started forming across the nearby sea surface. One by one, more Tentacruel with black-suited figures began surfacing from the whirlpools, each Tentacruel carrying a large wooden crate entangled in its many tentacles. Each crate bore a prominent letter R on its surface. Shortly afterward, more than 20 tall sailors in Navy uniforms began to emerge from the fog-covered part of the dock. Leading them was a bald man in a captain's uniform. This announcement is also to notify you guys that I'm currently translating another work. Title: Pokemon. I refuse to be a supporting character. Synopsis: Li Xiang, a senior office worker, returned to the age of 11 and found himself in a parallel world with real Pokemon, something he'd always dreamed about. But before he could enjoy his happiness, he discovered he now had a best friend with living parents, a fair appearance, a younger sister, and a commoner background, with his name being Lin Feng. Shocked, Li Xiang then pieced together his situation and incredulously realized, I'm not some side character in a novel who has no role in the later part of the story, am I? Unable to accept this, Li Xiang decides to launch a counterattack against fate. Unlike the quiet area by the berths, the section of the docks closer to the city was still bustling with activity. Groups of sailors gathered in 3s and 5s, loudly reveling in the taverns along the dock. Sato continued walking with a calm expression. As he exited the secluded area by the berths and entered the city-facing part of the docks, the unsettling feeling of being watched finally dissipated. Galbut, perched on his shoulder, gave a small wing movement and nodded, putting Sato's mind at ease. Damn it, I think I stumbled into something I shouldn't have seen, Sato thought, relieved. He had chosen the quiet spot simply for fishing convenience. Who could have anticipated all this? Fortunately, with Galbut as his mobile radar, he withdrew just in time, sparing himself an unnecessary and meaningless confrontation. Are we really letting that kid just walk off? He might have picked up on something. With our combined strength, we could have easily taken him down, whispered one of the black-clad figures lurking nearby to a gruff sailor beside him. That kid knew when to leave and didn't interfere. Don't be fooled by his age, he's no weakling. He took down that bratty Sasaki girl's Charmeleon in broad fucking daylight. Even if we both fought him, it would take a while to secure him, and if things got loud, we'd risk compromising the deal, the sailor replied, shaking his head. He still recalled the scene of Galbut's swift air cutter cleanly defeating Charmeleon earlier. None of his Pokémon could pull off something like that. Oh, it's him? Yeah, I see your point. The black-clad figure's eyes glinted. All right, if he didn't see anything, we'll let him go. The deal is too important. Keep a sharp eye out. Don't let anyone else slip in. With that, he turned and disappeared. The gruff sailor nodded and signaled with his hand. 7 or 8 towering sailors emerged from the shadows, and at his nod, they swiftly dispersed. Meanwhile, the white mist had completely enshrouded the remote fishing area where Sato had been earlier, along with the nearby sections of the dock. Large crates were being unloaded from the massive containers and carried to giant freight containers under the dim dock lights by groups of muscular sailors. In the nearby sea, Tentacruel, with red, glowing head gems, worked in synchronized order under the guidance of their mysterious divers, methodically placing crate after crate along the dock's edge before slipping back into the water. Overseeing all this, a stern blond man in military uniform stood atop one of the massive containers, his gaze fixed on the bustling sailors below. His temper was fierce, and he would bark out reprimands at anyone who even seemed to slack off. Those sailors, already on edge, would glance at the Magneton and Magnemite units emerging from the shadows, their red eyes gleaming as they monitored everyone. Pale-faced, they immediately redoubled their efforts, hastily loading crates into the containers without daring to cut corners. This dock area, now thickly veiled in mist, was surrounded by numerous Magnemite and Magneton, which were tirelessly patrolling. These Pokémon seemed specially trained, able to establish an electromagnetic field within the area, relaying signals to one another. Any disturbance would trigger an instant and united response. Sir, the cargo delivered by the Tentacruel has arrived in full. Which vessel should we load it onto? A bald man in a sailor officer's uniform climbed the ladder onto the container, bowing his head respectfully to the blond man. Send everything over to the SS and, the blond man said, expressionless. The typhoons in Hoenn have ruined business, and they've been pushing hard for more supplies. The faster, the better. If space gets tight, you know what to do. Understood, sir. Should I or you be escorting this time? The bald man asked, still bowing. The typhoons just passed, so those Hoenn folks are ready for action. This shipment is too valuable to risk. I'll escort it myself. Remember, nothing can go wrong here. The blond man paused, then smirked as if amused by a thought. Yes, sir. I'll make sure everything at the dock goes smoothly. The bald man's eyes flashed with satisfaction at this response. He gave a deep bow before retreating. Meanwhile, Sato had already returned to the streets of Vermilion City, making his way slowly toward the nearest Pokémon Center. Since he'd just arrived, he was unfamiliar with the city's layout and didn't know the location of Vermilion's black market. After witnessing the scene in Saffron's Pokémon Market District and given his current shortage of Pokedollars, he'd lost any notion of getting a water-type Pokémon from the black market. Out of necessity, he'd taken to fishing to try and catch one himself. After finally finding a quiet spot close to the port, he'd been interrupted by the so-called mist monster. If I'm right, there wasn't any monster there. Instead, it's a heavily controlled area that even the Elite Four can't penetrate, he thought, annoyed. The night's fishing plan was, without a doubt, ruined. Sato suspected the docks were likely on lockdown, turning into a dangerous zone where his earlier escape wouldn't be easily repeated. No, I can't leave empty-handed. I have to find a way to get a water-type Pokémon. If something goes wrong at sea, relying on just a few lifeboats and Ditto transformed into a Lapras would be a death sentence. At the thought of this potential danger, Sato stopped in his tracks, looking around for any possible solutions. After some thought, he strode purposefully into a silent, empty alley nearby. It was just after midnight, meaning the evening entertainment in Vermilion City, a bustling port town, was only getting started. The streets were packed with people, and the port's more colorful areas, known for a certain gray area atmosphere, were even busier than usual. The street Sato had entered was also part of one of these lively port areas. Couples wandered by, talking and laughing, while shouts from drunken arguments erupted periodically from the various bars. Occasionally, the sound of shattering glass would punctuate the noisy atmosphere. Sato looked at the chaotic yet oddly harmonious scene around him. Though he disliked places like this, such semi-gray areas were the best chance he had for acquiring Pokémon through unconventional means. Now dressed in black, Sato had also used Ditto's mask disguise to appear as a rather unattractive man, with a well-developed Golbat perched on his shoulder. Thanks to Golbat's intimidating presence, he avoided most trouble, as few dared to approach him. Eventually, Sato stopped in front of a large game hall called Joyous Game Hall. Positioned on a busy corner and offering a wide range of games, it drew a large crowd. Most patrons were not ordinary citizens, but trainers with Pokeballs at their sides, some dressed quite impressively. What drew trainers to this game hall was simple: the brightly lit sign at the entrance. A large, elegant board displayed a poster advertising various rare Pokémon and items, enticing the trainers inside. Sato, noticing the poster, decided to stop. Starter Pokémon available for a limited exchange. Interesting, Sato thought, eyes narrowing as he read the ad. Among water types, what intrigued him the most were the regional starters. Their potential and adaptability surpassed that of typical water Pokémon. The list included Kanto's Squirtle, Johto's Totodile, Hoenn's Mudkip, Sinnoh's Piplup, Unova's Oshawott, Kalo's Froakie, and Alola's Poplio. Each of these water starters was exceptional, but Sato's favorites were Squirtle, Mudkip, and especially Froakie. The final evolution of Froakie, Greninja, had a unique appeal. Like many Pokémon fans, he had once dreamed of bonding with a Greninja capable of synchronizing its form with him, a truly captivating image. After a moment of imagining, Sato returned to reality, anticipation building as he headed toward the game hall's entrance with Golbat by his side. If he was right, this game hall might operate like the rocket-controlled arcade in Celadon, Kanto's largest gaming hub, where the items displayed required exchanging game coins. If this game hall was indeed like the game corner, then it was bound to have those gambling machines, the infamous slot machines that devoured players' game coins. If these slot machines were indeed present, Sato was confident he could get whatever he wanted from them, thanks to his exceptional dynamic vision. The odds of winning at these machines were low because most players couldn't keep up with the spinning images on the screen and had to rely on luck to press the button at the right time. But for someone with Sato's vision, who could even keep up with the insane speed of the berry mixer, following the slot machine spin was nothing. The game hall's well-secured status was evident from the outset. Several men in sharp suits guarded the entrance, each accompanied by a high-level Houndour standing alert at their feet, watching over the entrance like gatekeepers. Naturally, Sato and his Golbat drew their attention, and they immediately required him to return his Pokémon and warned him against causing any trouble inside. Sato complied without argument, returning Golbat to its Pokeball, and the guards, satisfied, stepped aside, allowing him entry. Just as he'd imagined, slot machines were everywhere inside. He immediately spotted the same type he'd played in past games, dominating nearly two-thirds of the hall. These machines were hugely popular with the patrons. Nearly every guest was here to experience the thrill of the slots, and the atmosphere was electric with excitement. Sato approached the counter to buy game coins, learning from the staff about the coin exchange rates. The coins came in bronze, silver, and gold. 1 gold coin was equivalent to 100 silver coins, a silver coin was worth 100 bronze coins, and 1 bronze coin cost 100 Pokedollars. The counter also displayed a detailed exchange list, showing the number of coins needed for various items. At the very top of the list were the mysterious starter Pokemon, requiring 10 gold coins to redeem. Given the exchange rate, a single starter Pokemon would cost at least 10 million Pokedollars. To Sato, this high price wasn't surprising. His Ditto alone had cost him 7 million Pokedollars on the black market, so spending 10 million for a starter Pokemon seemed reasonable. More importantly, game coins could be earned through gambling. If he could obtain the starter worth 10 million with a minimal investment, it would be an unbeatable bargain. Most trainers came here hoping to get something valuable for a fraction of the cost. Beyond the starter Pokemon, the exchange list also featured rare items and Pokemon gear nearly impossible to obtain by regular means. In fact, the starter Pokemon was only the 10th item on the list. 9 other items above it were even more valuable. The top 3 items were extremely rare and priceless outside this venue. The third-place item was the Toxic Orb, the second was the Life Orb, and the first, to Sato's surprise, was the incredibly rare Keystone. It's undeniable that the top 3 prizes offer immense allure for any trainer, especially the Keystone at the top of the exchange list. The power of Mega Evolution is something every strong trainer dreams of achieving. Of course, with that kind of appeal, the prices are exorbitant. Exchanging for the Keystone requires a staggering 1,000 gold game coins. In Pokedollars, that's a cool billion, a sum so high that winning it through gambling is virtually impossible. Even so, this invaluable Keystone had already been redeemed by some wealthy individual. Unfortunately for Sato, the Life Orb and Toxic Orb, which he coveted most, had also been exchanged, at costs of 800 and 500 gold game coins, respectively. The top prizes starting at 500 gold coins. Clearly, gambling won't get anyone that far. What a rip-off, Sato thought to himself with a sigh, noting the sky-high exchange rates for the top 3 items. Even with his exceptional dynamic vision, allowing him to excel at slot machines, earning even 500 gold game coins would take a few days of dedicated play, and that was assuming the game hall didn't interfere. Sato was fully aware that these enticing rewards were merely bait to lure patrons and capitalize on people's greed. The game hall used these prizes to draw in the crowd, hoping to make money from players' dreams of winning big with little investment. Nevertheless, since these items were listed on the exchange board, the hall must have them available. Wealthy trainers could show up at any moment willing to buy with cash. Failing to deliver would ruin the game hall's reputation. Clearly, the value of the third and fourth item was the dividing line in the prize pool, with the price of the fourth item being 250 gold game coins. In the end, Sato decided to aim for items he could reasonably acquire in a short time without drawing too much attention. Luckily, beyond the top 3, the other items had relatively reasonable prices. The Miracle Seed, in 8th place and still available, caught his eye, an invaluable item for trainers like him. For a Grass-type Pokemon, a Miracle Seed is a treasure. In games, it enhances Grass-type moves' power, but in the real Pokemon world, its effects likely go far beyond that. While Sato didn't know exactly how Miracle Seeds worked in real life, he was sure it would benefit his team's key member, Bellossom. Even if it only powered up her Grass-type moves, that alone would be worth it, as most of Bellossom's moves were Grass-type. Additionally, if Bellossom received the Miracle Seed, her grassy terrain healing effect might even increase, something Sato would consider a worthwhile investment. To find a Pokemon item here that boosts move power and suits Bellossom perfectly? This is too good to pass up, he thought, eyeing the Miracle Seed on the exchange list. Upon asking the staff and confirming that no one had redeemed it yet, he felt resolute. The Miracle Seed was also available in Team Rocket's internal exchange system. However, the catch was that it required elite-level clearance. Access, more than cost, was the real barrier. Now, if Sato could win 25 gold game coins in this arcade, he could bypass many access restrictions and secure this rare Pokemon item for himself. Note: only one Miracle Seed is available for exchange. Wasting no time, Sato took out 2,000 Pokedollars and exchanged them for 20 copper game coins, quickly heading into the gaming area to find an unoccupied slot machine. He had to earn enough game coins to claim the miracle seed before some wealthy trainer decided to buy it outright. Oh my gosh, 3 sevens again. That's incredible. Right? Her luck is insane. I haven't hit 3 sevens in a month, and she's gotten it 3 times in just 10 minutes. Oh, when will Lady Luck shine on me like that? Just as Sato settled at an empty slot machine, a series of exclamations nearby caught his attention. He turned his head to see a large crowd gathered around another machine, all watching from several meters away, amazed or chuckling at the scene in front of them. Amid the onlookers, Sato spotted the person at the center, a familiar face he'd recently battled, Alice Sasaki. She sat in front of the slot machine, her face no longer downcast, but glowing with excitement as the machine poured out coins. Her eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Beside her stood an older man resembling a butler, with neatly combed hair and a well-groomed beard. He stood as straight as a lamppost, appearing remarkably fit, and he watched Alice with a fond, albeit slightly exasperated, expression. Noticing the growing crowd, Alice's face shifted, taking on an aloof, superior look. In a dismissive gesture, she grabbed a handful of game coins from the slot and scattered them on the ground a short distance away. Many of the onlookers brightened at this, diving for the scattered coins in a frenzy. A bunch of peasants, just like stray dogs with no one to care for them. Alice's face grew even more disdainful as she watched the crowd scrambling for the coins. But then, as if reminded of something unpleasant, her expression soured again, and she threw a few more coins into the machine. In the next moment, the sound of ka-ching, ka-ching rang out, and Alice, perhaps out of frustration, began hammering the unfortunate machine with her little gloved fists. The poor slot machine, as though to appease her, displayed another 777, causing an overflow of coins to spill out once more. With a sigh, the elderly butler stepped forward to help gather the coins into a container meant for organizing game coins, gently advising Alice with a few choice words. Alice, clearly respectful of the butler, softened her expression, though she seemed unconvinced by his words. Shaking her head, she resumed her assault on the slot machine. Soon, those who had picked up the coins gathered around again. This time, however, the butler's face turned cold. He took out a Pokeball and released the Pokémon inside. The next second, as everyone saw the Pokémon emerging from the Pokeball, their expressions changed dramatically. Those who had initially intended to approach now froze, quickly bowing their heads and backing away, terrified of catching the attention of this formidable creature. The Pokémon before Sato was a dragon type, covered in orange scales with an adorable large head and small wings that seemed out of place on its massive body. Yes, combining all these features, the Pokémon released by the butler was none other than the pseudo-legendary Pokémon of Kanto, Dragonite. With its piercing, icy stare and the overwhelming aura it emanated, this Dragonite looked anything but cute. Everyone who made eye contact with the fierce dragon type instantly felt as if they'd been struck by a hammer to the head, their minds pounding with fear to the point where many of them fainted on the spot. Oh man, who exactly is this Alice Sasaki? To have such a powerful protector by her side, why didn't he show up during the match? Wait, I remember now, wasn't James from the anime also a Sasaki? Could she really be from that super-rich family? Staring at the Dragonite in awe, Sato's eyes filled with apprehension as he glanced back at the black-haired girl who continued her furious assault on the slot machine. It was evident that Alice's outburst likely stemmed from their earlier encounter. If she happened to recognize him, a word from her would be enough for the butler to deal with him effortlessly. And Sato's sense of unease was well-founded. The butler's Dragonite, which he quickly analyzed with his system's detection ability, was indeed a formidable force. Dragonite information. Pokémon, Dragonite. Level, 69. Type, Dragon/Flying. Ability, Inner Focus. Gender, Male. Known moves, Wing Attack, Hurricane, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Roost, Bind, Leer, Thunder Wave, Twister, Dragon Rage, Slam, Agility, Dragon Tail, Aqua Tail, Dragon Rush, Safeguard, Dragon Dance, Dragon Breath, Egg Move, Dragon Pulse, Egg Move, Dragon Claw, TM, Hidden Power, Steel, TM, Ice Beam, TM, Blizzard, TM, Flamethrower, TM, Fire Blast, TM, Thunderbolt, TM, Thunder, TM, Hyper Beam, TM, Protect, TM. Undoubtedly, any Dragonair that evolves into a Dragonite is no lightweight, and at level 69, with such an extensive list of moves, this Dragonite was clearly powerful. Combined with the natural strength and combat abilities of a Dragon type, this Dragonite had the strength of an elite-level battler. In short, with just this Dragonite, the butler could easily wipe the floor with Sato if he wanted. Like the others around him, Sato quickly averted his gaze, focusing back on his slot machine. Whatever Alice Sasaki was up to was no concern of his. He had to concentrate on earning enough game coins. The butler had no intention of causing trouble either. After intimidating those with ill intent, he swiftly returned the commanding Dragonite to its pokeball and resumed his vigilant position behind Alice. After seeing the crowd disperse, scared off by the butler's Dragonite, Alice's expression became even more smug. Yet, seeing that no one dared approach anymore, a hint of boredom flashed in her eyes. After a bit more aggressive interaction with the slot machine, she seemed to tire and turned to say a few words to the butler before leaving the gaming hall with him. Of course, before she left, Alice made sure to cash in her game coins. The staff quickly presented the items she'd requested, and it was clear they'd received orders from above. Despite knowing she lacked sufficient coins, they handed over her desired items without a word. Finally, she's gone. That was way too close for comfort, Sato muttered, letting out a sigh of relief as he saw Alice and the butler leave, his face tight with worry. Though this was undoubtedly unlucky, it was also a narrow escape. Sato's unexpected encounter with Alice Sasaki revealed her vengeful nature and the presence of an elite protector at her side, giving him time to rethink his plans. There was no question now, the luxury liner and was off-limits. Boarding that ship would almost guarantee another coincidental meeting with Alice, and he'd be courting disaster if that happened. Ditto saved me big time this round. Thankfully, I'm using a different face now and didn't head straight to the Pokemon Center. Otherwise, they probably would have already found me, Sato thought, breaking into a cold sweat as he imagined a worse scenario. In reality, Alice Sasaki wasn't as cruel as Sato imagined. Due to her pride, she hadn't told anyone about her humiliating encounter with him earlier and hadn't called on her family's influence to pursue him. Instead, she resolved to settle the score personally. Leveraging her family's resources, Alice quickly secured a luxurious ticket aboard the S.N. But this came at a price. Her plan for an unsupervised adventure was dashed when her family found her immediately. The elderly butler was one of the few elite four-tier guardians in her family and her longtime personal protector, whom she fondly called Grandpa Pino. After some persuasion, Alice managed to secure her family's approval for a one-month trip, though only with the condition that she be accompanied. Her outburst on the slot machine stemmed entirely from her frustration over this restriction on her freedom. Sato, don't think you can hide forever. Unless you plan never to go to the Pokemon Center, I'll find you, and then I'll give you and your Pokemon a serious beatdown to make you respect me. Alice thought, puffing her cheeks in frustration as she sat in the back seat of a luxury car, angrily punching the air. To Alice, the day's events had marked the biggest humiliation of her life, one she vowed to erase with her own hands. It seems Alice was truly shaken up this time. That Sato kid, well, he can be left alone for now. Letting him become a training ground for Alice might do her some good, thought Grandpa Pino from the driver's seat, aware of Alice's earlier defeat thanks to the powerful intelligence network of the Sasaki family. Though Alice hadn't mentioned anything, Pino had quickly gathered the details of her loss to Sato and reported his perspective to the family head, securing permission for Alice to avoid an immediate return home. As Alice and Grandpa Pino left in their luxury car, Sato resumed his quest to earn more game coins in the gaming hall, though his objective had shifted slightly. After unexpectedly encountering Alice and Grandpa Pino, Sato's priority was now to resolve his ticket issue. Boarding the S&, was out of the question, so he'd have to find another ship to the Hoenn region. Fortunately, the prize list in the gaming hall included an item that could solve Sato's problem: the golden ticket. The golden ticket, created by the Vermilion City Shipping Company for VIP clients, allowed the holder to board any of its vessels at no cost and with the same privileges as a luxury ticket. Note: each golden ticket has 20 uses. According to the prize list, this golden ticket was pristine, with all 20 uses remaining. Redeeming it, however, would require 5 gold game coins. Now, Sato's goals included not only the Miracle Seed and a Water-type starter Pokémon, but also the golden ticket, which had become his top priority. The slot machine spun to life, and the images on the screen blurred as they rolled at an eye-watering speed. With a bit of concentration, Sato slowed the display to a more manageable pace. Then, under his precise control, a row of Pikachu images appeared on the slot machine screen. The next moment, the machine clinked out 15 copper coins, which Sato promptly collected and stowed in a coin box. Note: you can insert 1 to 3 copper coins per spin. Prizes are awarded based on matching rows of images. 1 matching row gives a 5x payout, 2 matching rows 10x, and 3 matching rows 50x. A single row of 777 symbols gives 100x, 2 rows 200x, and 3 rows 500x. Before long, Sato's coin box was nearly full. He then deposited most of the copper coins into a coin exchange box attached to the machine, which quickly returned several silver coins and 30 copper coins. After transferring these into his now lighter box, he moved to an unoccupied slot machine and continued playing. Each slot machine has an adjacent coin exchange box, which doubles as a coin storage. It allows you to exchange 100 copper coins for a silver coin or vice versa, while gold coins can only be exchanged at the counter. Some observant bystanders noticed that Sato's recently won coins were mostly gobbled up by the machine in front of him. Seeing Sato's increasingly sour expression, they chuckled and shifted their attention elsewhere. However, after a large portion of his coins had been swallowed, Sato's good luck seemed to return as the machine began to release coins with satisfying jingles more frequently. Meanwhile, the patrolling staff had lost interest in Sato, who appeared to have normal luck, and shifted their focus to other players who seemed to be on hot streaks. Even as he racked up coins, Sato remained as cautious as ever. He refrained from using his excellent dynamic vision to land the highest multiplier with 3 777s, instead opting to earn coins by matching 1 or 2 rows at a time. He also purposefully lost 4 or 5 out of every 10 spins, sometimes even losing every spin, in order to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Sato's careful approach proved highly effective, blending him seamlessly among the normally lucky slot machine players. Even with his precautions, though, his stash of silver coins continued to grow at an impressive rate. In just half an hour, he'd accumulated enough silver coins to exchange for 2 gold coins. Of course, Sato was cautious with his identity. He knew better than to rack up 2 gold coins using the same face, so he used Ditto's shapeshifting ability to transform into other people. Each time he earned enough silver coins to trade for 1 gold coin, he would exchange them at the counter, then either head to the restroom or briefly leave the gaming hall. After changing his appearance, and sometimes even his clothes, he'd return. Thanks to this cautious approach, Sato avoided drawing attention from staff or other players. After all, there were many slot players, and about 1 in every 10 seemed lucky. Sato's type of lucky player wasn't unusual here. After over 6 hours, nearing dawn, Sato finally collected the 30 gold coins he needed. He redeemed them for the golden ticket and miracle seed using 2 different identities. Exhausted, Sato rented a small room at a nearby inn, where he and his Pokémon had breakfast before he fell into a deep sleep. Sato didn't wake up until around 3 p.m. With the Water-type starter Pokémon still on his list and his ship set to depart at 6 p.m., he decided to skip training for the day. After having lunch with his Pokémon, he changed his appearance again using Ditto and headed back to the gaming hall to continue earning coins. Following the same strategy, Sato picked up his pace and finally gathered the 10 gold coins needed for the Water-type Pokemon by 5:10 p.m. What? You're saying the Water-type starter Pokemon are all gone? Sato, in yet another guise, couldn't believe what he was hearing. Few things sting as much as working hard to gather enough money, only to be told the item you want is sold out. Sato felt crushed. "I'm very sorry, sir," the staff member replied with a professional smile. Since Vermilion City is a port city, Water-type starters are highly popular with local trainers. There was one left yesterday, but you just missed it. We do still have the grass and Fire-type starters available. Why not consider one of them? Our gaming hall guarantees all our starter Pokemon are high quality. Seeing Sato's disappointment, the staff member tried to encourage him. In fact, Sato wasn't the only one who'd gathered 10 gold coins hoping to redeem them for a Water-type starter. A few other players had done the same, with 2 wealthy players even opting to buy 10 gold coins directly. They all had to settle for other items in the end. Poke dollars can be exchanged for game coins, but the reverse is not allowed. Game coins cannot be exchanged for poke dollars. In the end, Sato redirected his attention to the prize list, searching for other items he could make use of. A little after 6 p.m., at the Vermilion City dock, the distant sunset glowed red over the sea. Amid the blaring sounds of departure horns, a grand, ornate cruise ship slowly set sail. Under the watchful gaze of passengers and sailors still waiting on the dock, it left the harbor, heading toward the sunset on the horizon. About 10 minutes later, the massive ship, the SS End, shrank to a small speck, eventually disappearing beyond the horizon along with the sun. Phew, it's finally gone. Guess it's time for me to set sail too. Watching the SS End disappear, Sato, standing at the pier with his gaze on the sea, nodded and turned his attention to another cruise ship preparing to depart, with a long boarding ramp set up. This ship was the St. Louis. Before the SS End was built, it was the best, fastest, and most luxurious cruise liner. But after the successful debut of the End, all those honors shifted to it. That didn't matter, though. The St. Louis was still one of the finest cruise ships in Vermilion City and was now preparing to depart. Based on what Sato had learned, the St. Louis was also bound for Slate Port City in the Hoenn region, and it generally set sail shortly after the SS End, making it Sato's ideal choice. The boarding process went smoothly. After presenting his golden ticket, the attendant quickly provided him with a beautifully crafted key, explaining that it granted him complimentary access to all ship services. Then, with the help of a friendly sailor, Sato was led to the luxury residential area on the St. Louis and guided to a room matching his key number. "Thank you, sailor. Here's a tip for you." Once inside the room, Sato handed over a crisp 1,000 poke dollar bill to the tall, thin sailor, whose face lit up with a smile. "Thank you for your generosity, sir. Wishing you a pleasant journey." Gratefully accepting the tip, the sailor kept smiling and thanked Sato profusely as he left. With a click, the door shut behind him. "All right, everyone, come on out. We're on board. Let's take a look at the sea together." Satisfied with the spacious room, Sato smiled as he opened all 5 Pokeballs on his belt, releasing his Pokemon. Sato's room was on the upper levels of the ship and offered a spectacular view of the sea. Through a large, clear glass wall, he had an unobstructed view of the sunset sinking over the water. Golbat, Nidoran, Bellossom, Growlithe, and Ditto were all visibly thrilled, both with being on a ship for the first time and with the breathtaking sea view. They chatted excitedly as they watched the distant sunset descend into the horizon. After watching for a while, Sato turned his focus to preparing dinner for his Pokemon. By around 7 p.m., the sun had fully set over the ocean, and night had fallen completely over the sea. By this time, Sato's 5 Pokemon had finished their dinner and were playfully causing chaos in the living room. Growlithe, Nidoran, and Ditto, who had transformed into an Apom, were the main instigators, turning the previously tidy room into a mess. Meanwhile, Golbat quietly hung upside down from the ceiling, using ultrasonic waves to monitor everything around them, a responsibility he had naturally assumed as the team's lead Pokemon. Bellossom, on the other hand, lay serenely on the couch like a sleeping beauty, cradling a vibrant green seed in her arms, a peaceful glow surrounding her as she rested, undisturbed by Grolive and the others' antics. Since Sato had obtained the miracle seed, a prized item for grass types, he had given it to Bellisum, and its effect on her had been even better than he'd anticipated. Even as a regular human, Sato could sense the strong, life-filled energy radiating from the seed when he held it. When Bellisum first touched the miracle seed, something incredible happened. There was a resonating release of potent grass-type energy. Bellisum absorbed this energy like a bottomless well, in a process that resembled her evolution. This fascinating exchange lasted a full 5 to 6 minutes. When it ended, Bellisum's colors seemed to have brightened, a gentle green light occasionally shimmering over her skin. Under the lighting in the room, Bellisum's vibrant, glossy appearance made her shine, increasing her charm dramatically. Moreover, with the miracle seed in her possession, Bellisum seemed to have awakened an ability to accelerate plant growth and reached a new level in her control over grass-type energy. In a quick demonstration with Sato and the other Pokémon watching, Bellisum sprouted a seed, accelerated its growth, and completed its entire life cycle in mere seconds. Witnessing this miracle, Sato immediately thought to have her try ripening a berry. Bellisum didn't disappoint. With only a small amount of soil and a berry seed, Bellisum carefully channeled the energy from the miracle seed into the berry seed, causing it to sprout in no time. Due to limited soil nutrients, this berry seed only grew into a mini version of an oranberry tree, producing 3 undersized oranberries. There was no doubt Bellisum had gained something extraordinary from the miracle seed, and the benefits were ongoing. Even now, she continued to absorb its grass-type energy, enriching her body with it. Sato had tried researching the transformation Bellisum experienced after touching the miracle seed, but found no records online about grass-type Pokémon having such reactions. While he didn't fully understand why this was happening, Sato believed Bellisum was undergoing a beneficial transformation. Once complete, she would likely gain even more remarkable abilities. All right, break time's over. Let's get started on tonight's training. After enjoying his own dinner, Sato turned to his 5 Pokémon in the living room, ready to begin the evening training session. Although the St. Louis is smaller than the SS, and it's still classified as a large and luxurious cruise ship, featuring comprehensive facilities and amenities. In the Pokémon world, trainers hold a significant position, wielding great power within society. Given the high proportion of trainers on board the St. Louis, the ship includes specific areas for Pokémon battles and training to cater to their daily needs. These areas are quite spacious, allowing for trainer battles and routine Pokémon training. Naturally, there are different tiers of access, and both the battle arena and training grounds on the St. Louis are divided into free and premium sections. Having boarded with a golden ticket, Sato automatically received all the privileges of a luxury ticket, which includes free access to a private training room via his ornate key. As usual, the evening's training session focused on stamina building. Thanks to Poke Blocks, the 5 Pokémon efficiently completed a 3-hour endurance workout, boosting their stamina. After a short break following their training, Sato moved to the Pokémon Battle Arena area. A trainer's mission is to strengthen their Pokémon, and Pokémon battles are undoubtedly a swift way to test training results and enhance skills. By nearly 11 p.m., the battle arena was still bustling, filled with the sounds of moves colliding as battles unfolded across the area. The St. Louis only has 10 battle arenas. 2 are free to use, while the other 8 are paid. Currently, all 10 arenas are in use, with trainers and spectators alike standing by the edges, waiting to battle. For the many trainers present, these 10 battle arenas are evidently insufficient. Sato observed that only the winners were permitted to remain on the battlefield. Essentially, each arena was a type of challenge ring, where only the victor could stay and continue to battle as the reigning trainer. The matches in the paid area of the arena are noticeably more intense, attracting more experienced trainers and a larger audience. The reason for this is clear. The free area's battlefields are too basic, limited to simple concrete surfaces without the option for arena switches. As such, trainers with higher skill levels and financial means prefer the premium fields, where they can optimize their Pokémon's battle experience. However, Sato welcomed this arrangement. Of his 4 battle-ready Pokémon, Golbat and Bellossom had already reached respectable levels, both standing at level 30. Upon reaching level 30, Pokémon seemed to hit a plateau, with leveling becoming noticeably slower. For Golbat and Bellossom to progress further, they would need worthy opponents. Nidoran, at level 14, and Growlithe, at level 16, were in a different situation. They were still in a phase of rapid growth, where leveling up was easier and opponents were readily available. With enough battles, their strength would increase significantly. Sato decided it was time to let these 2 eager Pokémon join in some intense battles. Now, Sato stood at the edge of the free arena section, watching a level 15 Spearow face off against a level 16 Pokémon. Judging by the trainer's attire and demeanor, Sato quickly identified them as civilian trainers. The condition of their Pokémon and the limited number of moves they had learned indicated that both trainers were of humble means. Both the Spearow and its opponent, besides gaining moves through leveling up and inheritance, had no moves learned via TMs. Both Pokémon were also somewhat underdeveloped, indicating poor nutrition. After a fierce clash, the aggressive Spearow eventually gained the upper hand. Seizing an opening during the prolonged aerial battle, it swooped in with a vicious peck attack, knocking its opponent to the ground. Thus, the battle ended in victory for the Spearow's trainer, who retained his status as ringleader, now with a streak of 3 wins. Is there anyone else who wants to battle me? I still have 2 Pokémon in perfect condition, so 2 more one-on-one battles are no problem, the trainer, Fujita Kosho, called out with a grin after giving Spearow a basic healing potion and taking the 1,000 Pokédollars from his defeated opponent. And of course, same as before, challengers have to match my wager, 1,000 Pokédollars per match. Hearing that Fujita Kosho had 2 more ready Pokémon, some of the other civilian trainers looked discouraged. His 3 consecutive victories had already proven his Pokémon were well-trained. From his battle style, they could tell he was the kind of trainer who didn't hold back, with each of his opponent's Pokémon left severely injured. While the 1,000 Pokédollars wasn't too steep, the cost to treat their Pokémon's injuries afterward would be difficult to afford. What's the matter? Fujita Kosho sneered when he saw no one stepping up. I've already commanded 3 battles back-to-back, and none of you have the guts to take on someone with tired reflexes? What a bunch of cowards. I'll battle you, Sato said, stepping out from the crowd, his expression calm. But let's make it a 2-on-2 match. Since it's 2 rounds, let's double the wager to 2,000 Pokédollars. Do you accept? Seeing Sato emerge, Fujita Kosho's eyes lit up. He crossed his arms and replied confidently, of course. You know the rules. As the challenger, you release your Pokémon first. In fact, Fujita's last 3 matches had only used his weakest Pokémon. His next 2 Pokémon were his real powerhouses. From Sato's appearance and demeanor, Fujita could tell he was also a civilian trainer, and Fujita had never been afraid to battle fellow civilian trainers. Fine by me. Let's go, Nidoran. It's your first Pokémon battle, so give it your best. Sato called out as he moved to the opposite side of the battlefield and quickly released Nidoran from its Pokeball. The next second, a well-nourished Nidoran appeared on the field, its eyes shining with fierce determination. This is a Nidoran? My goodness, its growth is incredible. When he saw Sato send out Nidoran for the match, Fujita's small eyes widened, and his face showed a hint of surprise. He was stunned by the superb development of Sato's Nidoran. Typically, a healthy Nidoran grows to about 1 meter in length and 0.5 meters in height, roughly the size of a mid-sized dog. But Sato's Nidoran was clearly larger, measuring 1.2 meters in length and 0.7 meters in height. Among the many Nidoran, this one stood out. Not only was it well-developed, but Sato's Nidoran also displayed well-defined muscle lines, especially in its powerful hind legs, which were evidently the result of disciplined and structured strength training. TCH, looks like this guy's loaded. Fine, go. Nidorino, teach this little one a lesson. Fujita muttered, feeling a flash of jealousy as he compared Sato's Nidoran to any he'd raised before. Swiftly, he pulled a Pokeball from his belt and released his Pokémon. In a flash of light, an underdeveloped Nidorino appeared, standing opposite Nidoran on the battlefield. The crowd around the battle area let out a collective gasp at the sight of the two Pokémon. Comparing the two, the onlookers noticed how unique Sato's Nidoran was. While Nidorino, as an evolved form, would typically have a clear advantage in size, this Nidoran was nearly comparable, possibly due to its exceptional development or the poor condition of Fujita's Nidorino. Sato's dedicated care was evident in Nidoran's growth. He provided Nidoran and Growlithe with the best nutrition, making sure they ate and slept well for optimal health and happiness. Every day, each got a bottle of high-quality Moo Moo milk, a calcium supplement, and special treats post-training. With this level of care, there was no way Nidoran wouldn't thrive. Once Fujita released his Nidorino, Sato used his system's scanning ability to view its details. Pokémon, Nidorino. Level, 20. Type, Poison. Ability, Poison Point. Gender, Male. Known moves, Leer, Peck, Focus Energy, Double Kick, Poison Sting, Fury Attack, Takedown, Egg Move, Double Team, TM Move. Charge Forward, Nidorino. Use Fury Attack. Fujita called out, feeling the heat of the crowd's eyes on him, a bit flustered by their intrigued stares. Like its trainer, Nidorino was envious of the impressive Nidoran before it. Seeing the crowd's interest in its opponent only fueled its jealousy, and it was eager to strike, hoping to prove its own strength. Following Fujita Kosho's command, Nidorino charged forward, its sharp horn glowing white. With a sudden burst of speed, it accelerated straight toward Nidoran. It's coming, Nidoran. This is your first battle, so if you lose, Growlithe's going to tease you. Follow my lead, use Double Kick to jump and dodge, then counter with Water Pulse. After reviewing Nidorino's stats, Sato nodded quietly, then gave quick instructions to Nidoran as Nidorino neared. Though Nidorino was the evolved form and 6 levels higher, its limited moveset and lack of techniques that countered Nidoran gave Sato confidence. Additionally, Nidorino's malnourished condition meant its physical edge wasn't too significant. Encouraged by Sato's words, Nidoran's eyes blazed with determination. Its hind legs glowed white, and it leaped high into the air, dodging Nidorino's Fury Attack just in time. As Nidoran ascended, a blue energy orb formed quickly before it, a water pulse ball about the size of a soccer ball, ready to be unleashed. With a powerful push, Nidoran launched the water pulse downward at Nidorino. Dodge with Double Team, then hit him with Poison Sting. Fujita, now more envious than ever of Nidoran's prowess, barked his command. Damn it, that guy's infuriating. Fujita's jealousy spiked as he watched Sato's exceptionally well-developed Nidoran. It reminded him of how he had struggled to obtain his own Nidoran, now evolved into Nidorino. As Fujita's starter, Nidorino had been trained hard and was quick to react. It pushed off the ground, leaving a blur in its place as it dodged the water pulse. 3 illusions of Nidorino appeared around the battlefield. The shadows, all with glowing purple spikes, released a barrage of small, purple poison stings from their backs, aiming at Nidoran, who was airborne with no leverage. Close your eyes, hold steady, and use focus energy, Sato called to Nidoran, his gaze sharpening. Obeying immediately, Nidoran shut its eyes, and an orange glow erupted from its body. When it reopened its eyes, they shone fiercely. The poison sting attack rained down like a hailstorm, but as a poison type, Nidoran resisted the attack and wasn't harmed too much. He's coming down, grab this chance and use takedown to finish him. Noticing Nidoran beginning its descent, Fujita's eyes gleamed as he ordered Nidorino to capitalize on the moment. In a flash, Nidorino jumped out from its illusions, its true form fully visible. White energy shone across its body as it aimed its sharp horn directly at the descending Nidoran, perfectly timed for a strike. Use confusion to steady yourself, then wait for an opening and use double kick. Just as Nidorino broke free from the illusion, Sato immediately issued his own command to Nidoran. In a critical moment, Nidoran's eyes flashed blue, and his entire body was instantly enveloped in a layer of blue psychic energy, pausing his fall midair for a half-second. This brief moment allowed Nidorino's takedown, which would have been a direct hit, to narrowly miss Nidoran. Nidoran, his eyes glowing intensely, powered up his sturdy hind legs, which shone with a white light, and quickly delivered a double kick to Nidorino's head, striking a critical point. With a loud thud, Nidorino's head was hit hard, his jaw slamming onto the ground, causing slight cracks to appear on the surface. At the same time, Nidoran used the momentum from kicking Nidorino's head to leap into the air again. Without waiting for a command from Sato, he swiftly formed a blue energy sphere. "Look out, Nidorino! Get up! Use double kick to jump and then go for a takedown," Fujita shouted, his face changing drastically. Unfortunately, although Nidorino was a poison type, a hit to his head, a weak point, by a double kick from the vitality-enhanced Nidoran was no small matter. The severe head injury left Nidorino dazed, unable to hear Fujita's commands. Moments later, Nidoran's water pulse came crashing down from above, hitting the defenseless Nidorino squarely in the soft abdomen, another critical hit. When the splashes from the water pulse settled, Nidorino was entirely knocked out, no longer able to fight. Nidorino is unable to battle. The winner is Nidoran, the temporary referee announced after counting down for 10 seconds, confirming Nidorino still couldn't stand. In the next second, applause broke out from the other spectators around the battlefield for the victor. From start to finish, the battle lasted barely 2 minutes, a rapid-fire confrontation with a decisive outcome, a true blitz match. To most of the audience, Nidoran had seemed at a disadvantage initially. Yet, thanks to Nidoran's own abilities and his trainer's skillful commands, the match took an unexpected turn. For those with a discerning eye, however, the gap between Nidoran and Nidorino wasn't significant. Despite Nidorino's higher level, his limited moveset compared to Nidoran's mastery of moves diminished that advantage considerably. If Nidorino had a few more moves in his arsenal, the battle outcome might have been different. Nidoran's victory largely stemmed from the disparity in training resources each trainer invested in their Pokémon. Well done, Nidoran. Your hard work has paid off. Both double kick and water pulse were spot on, Sato praised, patting the happily returning Nidoran on the head. Return, Nidorino, Fujita muttered, his face dark with displeasure as he recalled his defeated Nidorino. Don't get too smug. This match isn't over yet. I'll make sure my next one takes down your remaining 2 Pokémon. Go, my ace. Fujita drew another Pokeball from his belt, releasing a powerful-looking Scyther from a great ball. Scyther! A flash of white light burst forth, and once it faded, a muscular Scyther appeared on the battlefield. Immediately raising his scythes, he let out a fierce cry. His wings beat furiously, allowing him to hover briefly before landing steadily on the ground. This Scyther was Fujita's pride and joy. Fujita had poured most of his resources into training him, making him the most well-developed Pokémon in his roster. In addition, he'd spent his savings on several TMs to optimize Scyther's abilities. Fujita was confident that his Scyther could hold its own against Pokémon raised by elite trainers. And indeed, Sato could tell that Fujita's Scyther was no ordinary opponent. Scyther's stats are as follows. Pokémon, Scyther. Level, 21. Type, Bug/Flying. Ability, Technician. Gender, Male. Known moves, Vacuum Wave, Quick Attack, Leer, Focus Energy, Pursuit, False Swipe, Agility, Wing Attack, Bug Buzz, Egg Move, Double Team, TM, Aerial Ace, TM, Protect, TM, X Scissor, TM. What a formidable Scyther, with the Technician ability too, Sato thought, his gaze sharpening as he reviewed the data. If I don't use Golbat and Bellossom, it'll be tough to handle him with just Nidoran and Growlithe. Can you still keep going, Nidoran? Despite the challenge, Sato wasn't about to back down. He addressed Nidoran, who had just leveled up to 16 after defeating the level 20 Nidorino. Nido. Nidoran nodded eagerly, his fighting spirit even more intense than before. His recent battle had fired him up, awakening a warrior spirit in his blood. Once both sides were ready, the referee announced the start of the match. Scyther, unlike Fujita's other Pokémon, had a highly developed battle instinct. The instant the referee gave the signal, he pushed off with his wings and feet, leaving fleeting afterimages and covering half the battlefield in a flash, closing in on Nidoran. Use X-Scissor. As Scyther's trainer, Fujita knew his rhythm well. The moment Scyther made his move, he issued the attack command. Moving at high speed, Scyther's sides glowed with a white light, slashing down on Nidoran from two tricky angles aimed at his head with ruthless precision. Double kick to speed up. Then use Poison Jab head-on, Sato called. Despite Scyther's incredible speed, Sato's keen eyesight made the ambush ineffective. He quickly issued his counter command just as Scyther was closing in on Nidoran. Having used focus energy, Nidoran's mind was razor-focused. Upon hearing Sato's orders, he immediately sprang into action, his powerful hind legs wrapped in fighting-type energy as he launched forward. As he flew towards Scyther, the tip of his horn glowed an eerie purple, aimed right at Scyther's torso. Seeing the sudden burst from Nidoran, Scyther's eyes flashed with a battle-hardened glint. He swiftly retracted his extended right scythe, crossing it defensively over his chest, while his wings beat hard, lifting him just slightly off the ground. In the next moment, they clashed with a sharp clang. Nidoran's poison jab was blocked by Scyther's hardened right scythe, while Scyther's left scythe slashed down mercilessly, leaving a harsh cut on Nidoran's side. At the same time, the force of Nidoran's lunge sent Scyther flying backward, but with a few beats of his wings, Scyther managed to dissipate the impact, landing gracefully back on the ground. In this initial clash, it was clear that Scyther held the upper hand. Great job, Scyther. Keep up the momentum and use quick attack combined with aerial ace to take him down. Fujita cheered, his earlier gloom replaced with delight as he watched Scyther suppress Nidoran. In contrast, Sato's face remained calm, betraying no emotion. He thought to himself, so he's underestimating me. Looks like my chances of winning aren't too bad after all. Observant as ever, Sato noticed a tiny puncture on Scyther's right scythe, a faint purple tinge around it, and occasional slight tremors in that hand. Clearly, Scyther's block against Nidoran's poison jab had not been as effortless as it seemed, and he likely hadn't expected Nidoran's poison jab to have such power. It made sense. Poison jab has a base power of 90, and with Nidoran's hustle ability, it was boosted to a whopping 135. Combined with Nidoran's double kick to accelerate his charge, the impact force was even higher. Scyther, confident that his higher level gave him an advantage, probably thought he could handle a direct clash with ease. But the underestimation had backfired. Although Poison Jab seemed to leave little visible damage, Scyther's entire right arm might not move as smoothly in the rest of the battle. Plus, he hadn't noticed that he was now poisoned. Nidoran, however, wasn't unscathed either. The impact of Scyther's X-Scissor had inflicted considerable damage, adding to the injuries he'd sustained in his earlier fight against Nidorino. Now, he stood panting, feeling the intense pain from the deep slash on his body. This wound was Nidoran's first real experience of pain, a scar from Scyther that taught him a true lesson in suffering. For the first time, he also deeply understood the trials Sato, Golbat, and Bellissum had faced daily in Viridian Forest. Without their protection, he might never have survived in such a harsh environment. Now, seeing Scyther coming at him again, leaving an afterimage in his wake, Nidoran's eyes held no fear. His ears twitched slightly, then, with a flash of determination, he launched himself several meters to the left with a powerful kick from his right hind leg. The next instant, a sharp clang sounded. Scyther, surrounded by faint streams of white energy, had descended from above, his scythes slashing down hard on Nidoran's former position and leaving 2 deep gashes in the ground. Well done, Nidoran. His close-range attacks are strong, keep your distance from him. Remember that feeling just now and trust in your hearing and instincts. Use Water Pulse to counterattack, Sato instructed. He was impressed. Scyther's speed with quick attack followed by aerial ace was incredibly fast. Sato had thought Nidoran would be hit for sure, given that aerial ace usually never misses. But as he'd just seen, battle had no absolute certainties. It was all about whether the Pokémon could react in time and find a way to dodge. Upon hearing Sato, Nidoran's mind went unusually calm. He closed his eyes and focused, his ears twitching as he concentrated fully on using his hearing to track Scyther's movements. To the surprise of everyone watching, Nidoran, relying on quick bursts from Double Kick and slight interference from Confusion, miraculously dodged Scyther's flurry of attacks. Unfortunately, Nidoran had pushed himself to the limit to avoid Scyther's hits, leaving him no chance to counterattack. At this rate, a loss seemed inevitable, as Nidoran was clearly struggling to hold on due to severe injuries. Don't let him escape," Fujita commanded. "Beat your wings to disrupt his hearing, then finish him with aerial ace." Nidoran deftly dodged Scyther's fierce attacks using his keen sense of hearing, and Fujita's expression soured once again. However, with his extensive battle experience, Fujita quickly found a solution and issued new instructions to Scyther. As Nidorino's trainer, Fujita was well aware of the physiological traits of Pokémon like Nidoran, particularly their exceptional hearing. However, seeing Sato's Nidoran anticipate and evade attacks in this way was a first. But no matter, knowing the mechanism behind Nidoran's evasion gave him a way to counter it. Not good. Nidoran used Double Kick combined with Poison Jab to counter Scyther and stop him. Sato called out, realizing Fujita's plan. Unfortunately, there was a downside. While Nidoran's sharp hearing allowed him to sense Scyther's approach, when Scyther began flapping his wings intensely on Fujita's command, generating a high-frequency noise, Nidoran's sensitive ears became a liability. As soon as the high-pitched noise hit, Nidoran, who had been focusing hard and had heightened his hearing to its maximum, could no longer bear the overwhelming sound. Reflexively, he lowered his large ears to shield himself from the noise. The loud distraction and the act of blocking his ears also prevented him from hearing Sato's commands. Seizing this perfect opportunity, Scyther struck with a powerful aerial ace, sending Nidoran flying. When Nidoran hit the ground, he was already unconscious, no longer able to battle. Nidoran is unable to battle. The winner is Scyther, the referee announced. After silently counting to 10 and confirming Nidoran could not get up, he declared the outcome. "You did exceptionally well, Nidoran. Your efforts won't be in vain. Leave the rest to your teammates." Sato immediately rushed onto the field, carefully picking up Nidoran with a slightly pained expression. He comforted him as he applied a mid-level Pokémon healing spray before returning him to his Pokeball. "Hurry up and send out your next Pokémon. Don't waste time." Fujita, feeling triumphant after Scyther's victory over Nidoran, was visibly smug. Seeing Sato's slower pace, he taunted him arrogantly. "My apologies for keeping you waiting. Come on out, Grolive. Show your opponent what you're made of, and make sure Nidoran's efforts weren't in vain," Sato responded coolly. He swiftly took a Pokeball from his belt, releasing Grolive onto the battlefield. A flash of light shot from Sato's hand, and as it faded, a sturdy and vibrant-furred Grolive appeared on the field. A soft whoosh followed, and in the next instant, an orange-red flame burst forth from Grolive's body, enveloping him like a protective shield. Grolive slowly opened his determined, blazing eyes, brimming with fierce spirit. Instantly, the temperature on the battlefield rose dramatically. Like Nidoran, Grolive had enjoyed good food and care since meeting Sato. Growing rapidly and being a bit older than Nidoran, Grolive was now larger. Grolive measured 1.3 meters in length and 0.6 meters in height, with strikingly vibrant fur that gleamed under the light. His muscular build bore clear signs of rigorous training. Undoubtedly, Grolive, like Nidoran, reflected Sato's excellent training efforts. Upon entering the field, Grolive skillfully enveloped himself in flames, a move that amazed the surrounding spectators. Fully cloaked in fire, Grolive exuded an imposing presence, putting immense pressure on his opponent, Scyther. What incredible talent! With the flash fire ability, Grolive has absolute control over flames. Normally wild and untamed, these flames now appear calm and obedient, Sato thought to himself, smiling as he observed Grolive easily wearing a layer of fire. Though their training hadn't been long, Grolive clearly inherited his father's fire manipulation talent. With poke blocks and Sato's high-quality, efficient training regimen, Grolive quickly mastered the essence of flame charge. As demonstrated, Grolive could now drape flames over his body, and thanks to flash fire, the flames didn't harm him at all. Instead, they served as a protective layer, making it painful for any opponent to get close. Grolive had effectively converted flame charge from an active attack move into a passive skill, which Sato referred to as heating, similar to Luffy's Gear Second. However, based on Grolive's current power, he could only maintain the heated state for 2 minutes. After that, his body would be unable to handle the high temperature, and he would have to deactivate heating, entering a brief period of weakness. Thus, in this heated state, Grolive needed to engage in a swift battle. If he couldn't quickly defeat his opponent, he would be left vulnerable. A fire type, that too a Grolive? Damn it, who is this guy? He can't just be an ordinary trainer, Fujita muttered, watching Sato summon such a powerful Grolive. As a part-time Pokemon hunter, Fujita knew well that Grolive was a very rare Pokemon. Few hunters would risk selling such Pokemon. Typically, only those with some standing could acquire one, often through connections with the Jennies. Combined with the highly trained Nidoran, skilled in numerous moves beyond its level, Fujita began suspecting that Sato was a noble offspring on a training journey. His earlier resentment and envy, thinking Sato just a wealthy civilian trainer, quickly faded, replaced by a hint of intimidation. Yet a battle is a battle. Fujita had too much pride as a trainer to back down. Even knowing his chances of winning were slim, he would still give his all. Scyther, be cautious. Grolive is a fire type. Use quick attack to gain speed, then break through his fiery defense with the powerful airflow generated by Aerial Ace. Fujita had a strategy for handling fire types like Grolive, so once the referee started the battle, he ordered Scyther to execute their practiced fire countering move. In an instant, Scyther pressed off the ground with force, his insect wings whirring furiously, leaving brief afterimages as he moved like a ghost behind Grolive. Simultaneously, Scyther's scythes, coated with intense flying-type energy, churned up threads of white air as he swung down at Grolive. A resounding clang echoed as a deep dent appeared on the ground. Scyther's attack struck and split through what appeared to be Grolive's fiery shield, but to Scyther's surprise, he'd only sliced through a lingering orange flame left by Grolive. The real Grolive stood to his left. Flame Wheel. Protect. The next moment, Sato and Fujita's commands rang out one after the other. Hearing Sato, Grolive's orange-red flames flared up instantly as he transformed into a fiery rocket aimed directly at Scyther. But just as Grolive was about to hit, Scyther activated Protect, defending himself. A green energy shield quickly appeared around Scyther, successfully blocking Grolive's flame wheel and shielding him from the intense flames. However, the impact force and heat could not be entirely contained, and Scyther was sent flying back a considerable distance. As Scyther flew back, the flames around his shield dissipated, and once the shield vanished, steam rose from his body, a clear sign of heat exposure. Go on, Grolive, use Flame Wheel again. Sato's eyes showed a hint of disappointment as Fujita used Protect to prevent a finishing blow, but he instructed Grolive to keep up the attack. Unlike Nidoran, Grolive had a natural advantage against Scyther's type and had speed-enhancing moves. Grolive had already dodged Scyther's quick attack and Aerial Ace, indicating his body was now fully heated and his speed even surpassed Scyther's. So fast. Don't let him close in. Quickly, fly into the air using your wings, then counter with Vacuum Wave. Seeing Grolive rocket toward the weakened Scyther, who appeared to be suffering from heat exhaustion, Fujita shouted. Despite feeling the effects of the high temperature, Scyther's fighting spirit remained strong, and he tried to take off. But as he attempted to push off, he realized his legs were not responding. At this moment, faint purple spots started appearing on Scyther's skin, and the spots continued to spread rapidly. It looks like Nidoran's poison has kicked in. With that intense movement, the toxins spread even faster, Sato observed, recognizing that the poison was taking effect at a critical moment. With a loud boom, Growlithe's flame will struck Scyther, sending him flying with a pained cry. Even as Scyther crashed, orange flames continued to burn around him. When Scyther finally hit the ground, the flames extinguished, leaving his body charred and motionless, signaling his loss of fighting ability. This battle is over. Scyther is unable to fight. The winner of this match is Sato and his Growlithe. After a 10-second count, the referee promptly announced the result. Use an antidote or Pecha juice to detoxify your Scyther first, then treat its injuries. As for the 2,000 Poke wager, let's forget it. It was a pleasure battling you, farewell. After the referee announced the result, Sato nodded, praised Growlithe, who had rushed back to his side, and then spoke to Fujita before turning to leave with Growlithe. Hearing this, Fujita's tense expression eased considerably. Although he could pay the 2,000 Poke, it was a significant amount for him, enough to treat himself and his Pokémon to several good meals. Just wait, you privileged snob. I won't give up on my path as a trainer that easily. Next time, I'll be stronger and I'll defeat you. With resentment in his eyes, Fujita gave Scyther an antidote and poured a mid-level healing potion into its mouth, all the while watching Sato's retreating figure with Growlithe. Unaware of Fujita's thoughts, Sato would have merely smiled knowingly if he had been. He felt certain that, now defeated, Fujita would continue to lose in future encounters. As Sato finished his battle, a young man holding a glass of red wine smiled, took out a communicator, said a few words, and then moved to exit the Pokémon battle area ahead of Sato. A beautiful woman in a red gown accompanied him. Walking briskly through the hallway with Growlithe, Sato aimed to return to his room so that Bellissum could treat Nidoran's injuries. However, he noticed something odd. There was no one in the hall, and it was strangely quiet. At just after 11 o'clock, there should have been more activity on the ship. As he neared the end of the corridor, Growlithe suddenly perked up and barked toward the front, causing Sato to halt. That was a splendid win earlier. But I imagine there's little satisfaction in defeating weaker trainers, right, Mr. Sato? Why not have a match with me instead? How about using your Golbat, the one that bested Miss Alice's Charmeleon, to face my Pokémon? At that moment, the young man and the beautiful woman emerged from around the corner, blocking his path. The young man swirled his wine glass and smiled, his tone carrying a hint of insistence. He was strikingly handsome, dressed in a fitted designer suit, with stylishly gelled black hair and a strong scent of cologne. If it weren't for the Pokeballs visible on his belt, Sato might have mistaken him for a young business prodigy rather than a trainer. Hearing this, Sato's eyes narrowed. Although he had never met this person, the man knew his name and about his conflict with Alice Sasaki, signaling that he, too, had a significant background. Apologies, but my Nidoran is injured, and I'm in a hurry to get him healed. Let's save it for another time. Sato bent down, soothing Growlithe with a gentle pat, then rose to face the young man calmly, keeping his composure as his hands subtly gripped Golbat's and Bellissum's Pokeballs in case anything unexpected happened. Don't be tense, I mean no harm. I just wanted to make your acquaintance, the young man replied. Oh, and I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Fujiwara Carey, a close friend of Miss Alice. What a coincidence that you ended up on the St. Louis instead of the SS.N. Fujiwara downed his wine in one go, shrugging with a grin that revealed his pristine white teeth. He took a small step back with the woman, apparently sensing that he had gotten too close to Sato. Is that so? What a coincidence indeed, Sato replied, his tone unruffled even as Golbat's Pokeball shook slightly in his hand at the mention of Alice's name. My ticket was stolen just before departure, so I had to grab one for the ship at the last minute to reach the Hoenn region. However, just as Sato finished speaking, a glint appeared in his eyes. Without warning, he took a large step forward, stopping less than 2 meters away from Fujiwara. Fujiwara hadn't expected Sato to suddenly move so close, and the fake smile on his face vanished, replaced by a look of disgust. Reflexively, he backed up several steps, trying to put some distance between them. At the same moment, a well-developed Electabuzz emerged from Fujiwara's hand, where he had been holding its Pokeball hidden behind his back. As soon as it saw Sato, Electabuzz wasted no time, launching a powerful thunderbolt at him. The elegant woman beside Fujiwara was equally swift in her reaction. She opened a luxury ball from her hand, gloved in delicate white lace, and a Ivysaur appeared. Upon seeing Sato, the Ivysaur immediately unleashed a razor leaf attack. But Sato's sharp dynamic vision gave him a faster reaction time than either Fujiwara or the woman. As soon as Electabuzz was released, he opened the Pokeball in his right hand, bringing out Bellossom. Bellossom appeared, hands instantly forming two basketball-sized energy balls. These vibrant green energy orbs pulsed with intense grass-type energy, concentrated to an extreme degree. Without hesitation, Bellossom released the energy balls to counter Electabuzz's Thunderbolt and Ivysaur's Razor Leaf simultaneously. Under Fujiwara's and the woman's stunned gazes, Bellossom's energy balls plowed through both incoming attacks, crashing heavily into Electabuzz and Ivysaur. Furious after neutralizing the enemy Pokémon's moves, Bellossom didn't stop, launching 6 more energy balls in rapid succession, aiming precisely at the pressured Electabuzz and Ivysaur like a machine gun of magical attacks. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out. When the smoke cleared, Electabuzz lay on the ground, heavily injured and unable to battle. As for Ivysaur, being both grass and poison type, it withstood the assault slightly better, but still took substantial damage. It had been knocked back, now standing with labored breaths, its gaze wary as it watched Bellossom, who was forming yet another energy sphere. Nearby, Growlithe noticed that Ivysaur was still standing. Ignoring the woman's pleas, Growlithe quickly engulfed itself in orange flames and launched a flame wheel at Ivysaur. Within seconds, Growlithe's flame wheel connected, and Ivysaur was also defeated, collapsing on the ground, unable to continue. Afterward, Growlithe and Bellossom moved to encircle Fujiwara and the woman, whose faces had turned deathly pale, giving them no chance to reach for any additional Pokeballs. Any sudden movements would trigger an immediate attack. I need an explanation. Otherwise, I'll deal with you here and now. I don't make empty threats, Sato said coldly, a trace of mockery in his eyes. He motioned for Growlithe to corner Fujiwara, his tone icily commanding. At that moment, a group of trainers, dressed in a colorful array of styles and carrying various photography equipment, came hurriedly around the corner of the hallway, each accompanied by a Pokémon. But regardless of their arrival, Sato sensed hostility in their sudden appearance. As soon as they rounded the corner, he signaled Bellossom and Golbat to engage in one of his favorite crowd control tactics. Bellossom released a cloud of green powder from the flowers on its head, which Golbat, just emerging from Sato's Pokeball, dispersed with a gust from its wings. The powder drifted quickly over the approaching trainers and their Pokémon. Without a doubt, under the effect of Bellossom's sleep powder, the guards and Pokémon that had rushed around the corner were all forced into a deep slumber. Now, Fujiwara had no backup left and was entirely at Sato's mercy. So, besides that freaky Golbat, this guy actually has such a powerful Pokémon, huh? Useless fools. Seeing his subordinates so easily subdued by the combined efforts of Golbat and Bellossom, Fujiwara's face turned pale with anger. He realized he had truly been cornered by Sato this time. Please don't misunderstand, Mr. Sato. I have no ill intent whatsoever. Although my Fujiwara family may not be a noble household in Kanto, we're still not someone a mere civilian trainer like you can afford to provoke. I assure you, if you let me go, I'll let this all slide, he attempted, not answering Sato's questions, but instead trying to use his status as a member of Kanto's Fujiwara family to intimidate him. Of course, faced with the now defenseless Fujiwara, Sato wasn't about to go easy. First, he knocked the elegant woman unconscious, then dragged Fujiwara into a small storage room off the hallway and stuffed a dirty cloth into his mouth. Next, Sato stomped his leg down hard, breaking Fujiwara's leg. Caught in terror, Fujiwara finally spilled everything he knew. In reality, the Fujiwara family in Kanto could only be considered a bottom-tier, second-rate family. In the Kanto alliance, their standing was low. They didn't even have a single true elite trainer, only a pseudo-elite trainer to keep up appearances. However, in recent years, the Fujiwara family had gained status by arranging a marriage alliance with Kanto's powerful Sasaki clan, thus securing a cooperative relationship and elevating their position within the Kanto alliance. But in truth, though they called themselves partners, the Fujiwaras were merely a small vine clinging to the mighty tree of the Sasakis, effectively acting as their lackeys. Fujiwara was the third son of the Fujiwara family head, a second son without any claim to the family inheritance. Within the family, he was a notorious playboy, idle and aimless, likely destined to drift through life without purpose. Because of the marriage alliance between the two families, the Fujiwara family received invitations to gatherings hosted by the Sasaki family. It was at one of these gatherings that Fujiwara met Alice Sasaki. Captivated by Alice's noble background and stunning beauty, he fell for her at first sight. Yet, Fujiwara knew his place well. The gap between his status and Alice's was vast, and she had never even acknowledged his presence. In short, there was no chance for anything to develop between them. But Fujiwara didn't wallow in self-pity. Learning that Alice admired strong trainers, he decided to work hard in an attempt to close the distance between them. Abandoning his easy life in the family, he set out on a journey as a trainer. However, having grown up in luxury, Fujiwara was entirely unprepared for the hardships of a trainer's life. After barely 3 months, he slunk back to his family, unable to endure the rigors of travel and training. Still, Fujiwara hadn't come away empty-handed. With the resources his family provided, he managed to train a few decent Pokémon and even earned 3 gym badges. Though his journey as a trainer had been short, it was enough to impress his circle of wealthy peers, giving him a chance to boast for quite some time. Through this, he even managed to secure a brief conversation with Alice. Fujiwara swore that his conversation with Alice was the happiest moment of his life. It was due to his grandly embellished tales of the trainer journey that Alice became fascinated with the world beyond her home, leading to her current attempt at running away. In short, Alice's decision to run away had a lot to do with Fujiwara's vivid portrayals of how exciting the outside world was. As her admirer, Fujiwara kept tabs on any news about Alice. When he learned she had indeed run away, he felt a mix of shock and secret delight, knowing this was his chance to spend time with her alone. In fact, Fujiwara had contributed to Alice's runaway plan. So, after informing his family that he was heading out on another solo journey, he quickly tracked Alice down. Yet, aware that Alice wanted to travel alone, he didn't reveal himself but instead followed her from a distance. Although he couldn't travel alongside her, Fujiwara was content just seeing her each day. In his mind, he was her silent knight, protecting her from the shadows. Thus, he was present yesterday when Sato's Golbat defeated Alice's Charmeleon. Seeing Alice in tears broke his heart, and he desperately wanted to tear Sato apart. However, Fujiwara knew his own limits. He had once battled Alice, only to witness all 6 of his Pokémon almost get defeated by her Charmeleon alone. Now that Alice's Charmeleon had been beaten by Sato's Golbat in a single move, Fujiwara knew he had no chance of winning a straight solo fight against Sato. Instead of acting rashly, he silently marked Sato as a future target, waiting for a chance to get revenge for Alice. Little did Fujiwara expect that such an opportunity would come so soon. To avoid detection by Alice, he had chosen to depart a bit later and booked a ticket on the St. Louis, bound for Slateport City, the same ship that Sato happened to be on. The moment he saw Sato's face, Fujiwara's heart raced. He knew that if he could stand up to Sato on Alice's behalf, she might remember him. There was even a chance that this could bring them closer. With this possibility in mind, Fujiwara became fired up, his mind racing as he quickly crafted a plan to deal with Sato. Fujiwara spent a considerable amount of poke dollars to hire some skilled trainers, planning to ambush Sato after his match. His plan had two main steps. First, he would engage Sato in conversation to distract him, then launch a surprise attack, all while his hidden employees recorded the battle on camera to create proof of his heroic confrontation with Sato, which he would later show Alice. The second step was for his hired trainers to join the battle once it reached a certain intensity, helping him overwhelm Sato together. But things quickly went sideways for Fujiwara when Sato unexpectedly made the first move, catching him off guard by sending out not Galbut but Belisum, foiling Fujiwara's plan to counter Galbut with his Electabuzz. Moreover, Fujiwara hadn't anticipated that Sato's Belisum would be so powerful, able to hold off two opponents at once and even crush both Electabuzz and his employee's Ivysaur with ease. In the end, Fujiwara overestimated the abilities of his hired trainers, who were put to sleep by Sato's combined use of Belisum and Galbut before they could even fight, leaving him with no hope of success. So, that means she's already on the SS and right? After listening to Fujiwara Carry's long explanation, Sato continued to look at him expressionlessly, keeping the gleaming hunting knife pressed against Fujiwara's neck. Why yes, Miss Alice is on the SS and right now. Please don't kill me. I won't ever do this again, I swear. Looking at Sato's face, which remained nonchalant even after breaking his leg, and especially at his eyes, which were now as cold as ice, Fujiwara Carry, with his leg shattered and paralyzed by a stun spore from Belisum, could only beg desperately. Fujiwara now realized he had messed with someone he absolutely shouldn't have. It was clear that Sato had a murderous intent. He was only holding back because of the number of witnesses around. But seeing how ruthlessly Sato had broken his leg without flinching, Fujiwara, born into a prominent family, understood that Sato had undoubtedly killed before, likely more than once, to have such utter disregard for life. If Sato decided to kill him, Fujiwara knew he would die, likely an untraceable death, his body disposed of at sea and consumed by fish. Just imagining his end, drowning and being eaten alive by fish, sent shivers down Fujiwara's spine, making his entire body tremble. Truthfully, Sato did feel inclined to kill Fujiwara, especially since Fujiwara now knew where he was, which meant Alice could easily find out too. But Fujiwara had brought plenty of allies with him, and if Sato killed him, he'd have to eliminate everyone else to cover it up. To Sato, those Fujiwara hired were no different from him since they'd actively participated in an attempt on his life. Sato wouldn't hesitate to kill them too. Unfortunately, they weren't in some secluded alley in the city, but on a crowded cruise ship. Their fight had likely already been noticed, and the others had either been moved or fled. With so many witnesses around, killing Fujiwara, a family-backed coward, would trigger a chain of issues. Sato's hard-won trainer ID as a league-certified trainer could be revoked, and he might even become a wanted criminal. Fortunately, Fujiwara, in his eagerness to take credit, hadn't immediately shared Sato's information with Alice. This meant he was still safe. And Fujiwara was nothing more than a coward who now clearly feared him deeply. As long as Sato had the leverage, he could easily control him. You don't want to die, right? Fine. But you have to do something for me. Sato, after carefully weighing the risks, gradually let himself calm down. Taking out his laptop, he spoke to Fujiwara with a stern expression. Why yes, I'll do whatever you say. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything. Upon hearing that Sato wouldn't kill him, a desperate glimmer of hope flickered in Fujiwara Carry's eyes, and he nodded fervently, clinging to his life. Just remember, if I find out you've tipped off Alice, I'll make sure she sees all of this, Sato said coldly, his gaze piercing as he continued. As long as you keep your mouth shut, your life will remain the same, and this video will stay hidden. But if you betray me, I'll ruin you. Not only will Alice despise you forever, but even your family will disown you. Fujiwara looked like he'd lost his soul, his face haunted as if struck by a terrible revelation. After a while, Sato left the small room in the corridor, nonchalantly returning to his original spot. Noticing that the people who had been on the ground were gone, he calmly made his way back to his room in the residential area. While Sato hadn't killed Fujiwara Carey, he'd taken two precious things from him: his love for Alice and his family status. Sato recorded a video on his laptop, forcing Fujiwara to recite a series of lines in which he insulted and degraded Alice, objectifying and degrading her to no end, and also made him reveal several unsavory secrets about his family's involvement in some shady and unscrupulous deals, even instances of them trying to harm the Sasaki family's interests. This video was Sato's firm hold on Fujiwara's weaknesses. With it, he practically held Fujiwara's life in his hands. If Sato released this video online, Fujiwara's reputation would be destroyed. Alice would leave him for good, and his family, desperate to protect itself, would sever all ties with him. In that case, Fujiwara would lose everything and likely be hunted by both the Sasaki and Fujiwara families. I went out of my way to avoid trouble, only to encounter an idiot like that here, Sato thought to himself, sitting on the sofa in his room, recalling Fujiwara's devastated expression as he spoke his lines against Alice. What's so great about that Alice? She's as spoiled and obnoxious as they come. The world never fails to surprise you. Sato's opinion of Alice was severely negative. Her arrogance and disregard for others deeply annoyed him. If he ever had the chance and the strength, he'd gladly teach her a lesson, showing her the harsh reality of the world and her own ignorance. Still, I can't completely trust that fool Fujiwara. If I get the chance to disembark, switching to another ship would be wise. I can tell he's blindly devoted to Alice, and he might just decide to risk it all and tell her my whereabouts. After watching the newly recorded video on his laptop one more time, Sato observed Fujiwara's broken expression and kept it in mind. A while later, Bellissum finally finished healing Nidoran's injuries using grassy terrain. Once they and the other Pokémon finished their post-training snack, Sato left his room again. Before stepping out, Sato changed into a different outfit and used Ditto to alter his face into a plain, unremarkable one. Then, following the signs in the corridor, he casually made his way to the cruise ship's deck. Once there, Sato found a spot by the railing, pulled out a fishing rod from his space storage, and joined the other fishing enthusiasts on deck, settling in for a night of fishing. Damn it, what the fuck is going on? The entire ship suddenly jolted, causing Sato to slam into the railing in front of him. Thankfully, he reacted quickly, using his arms to shield his head. Otherwise, he would have ended up with a close encounter between his head and the hard metal railing, with a concussion being the least of his worries. Though his head escaped serious impact, his chest took the brunt, feeling as though he'd been hit by a hard, blunt weapon, leaving him in a considerable amount of discomfort. However, Sato had no time to dwell on the pain. As the ship regained stability, he quickly released Galbut and Bellissum, positioning himself in a relatively safe spot. At this point, chaos reigned both on deck and inside the ship. Some passengers with weaker nerves were frantically screaming and running around, like headless chickens. Fortunately, the ship's crew was well prepared for handling such situations. They immediately made announcements over the PA system, reassuring passengers not to panic, while several sailors in uniform took to the deck and interior to maintain order. Thus, the initial panic from the ship's sudden jolt was quickly calmed. While the crew was busy pacifying the passengers, a fierce battle was unfolding on the left side of the ship, visible in the illuminated sea. A Gyarados in a fit of rage was locked in combat with a Tentacruel of considerable size. A burly sailor, carried by a Pelipper and flying overhead, circled the battle, constantly issuing commands to Tentacruel below. With each powerful orange beam or massive water jet from Gyarados' mouth, massive waves crashed onto the nearby waters, with the St. Louis as its main target. However, each time Gyarados aimed its attacks at the St. Louis, Tentacruel, surrounded by a blue aura of water, would yank on the tentacles it had wrapped around Gyarados, causing it to miss its target. Thanks to Tentacruel's efforts, most of Gyarados' attacks had missed the St. Louis, and any stray attacks were timely intercepted by other Tentacruel released by sailors on deck, preventing massive damage to the ship. Surrounding the St. Louis were several regular-sized Tentacruel, all belonging to the ship's crew as protection Pokémon. As the tentacles of the lead tentacruel gradually tightened around Garridos, it became increasingly difficult for Garridos to turn its head toward the St. Louis and continue its assault. However, a Garridos was still a Garridos. When they are enraged, they seem to have limitless energy, and despite Tentacruel's best attempts to fully restrain it, Garridos eventually broke free with a close-range hyper beam, sending Tentacruel flying. Luckily, the large Tentacruel was highly resilient and boasted exceptional defense. The hyper beam didn't do too much damage, and thanks to the aqua ring surrounding it, Tentacruel quickly began to recover, soon rewrapping its tentacles around Garridos. Seizing an opportunity, Tentacruel delivered a poison jab to a spot where Garridos' scales had been weakened by acid, causing Garridos to let out a pained roar. This attack seemed to enrage Garridos further, who turned its fury on Tentacruel, biting down on it with Ice Fang, partially freezing Tentacruel's water-based body. Garridos proceeded to ruthlessly bite off the frozen part of Tentacruel, then swatted it away with an aqua tail, breaking a large number of tentacles that were wrapped around it in the process. However, Tentacruel's regenerative ability was equally formidable. The bitten-off section was merely a bit of membrane and water. As long as its core wasn't damaged, both its membrane and tentacles regenerated instantly. The two were now locked in a brutal, close-range fight. For the moment, the battle appeared to be at a stalemate, with Tentacruel continuing to draw Garridos' aggression, mostly defending to gradually lead it away from the ship. Garridos, this must have been the cause of the earlier impact. Watching the fierce clash between Garridos and Tentacruel from the railing, Sato held onto the rail and thought. According to Sato's theory, the St. Louis must have unknowingly entered Garridos' territory, and the occasional blasts from the ship's horn probably woke Garridos, prompting its violent attack on the ship. That Tentacruel holding Garridos back obviously belonged to the sailor with the polyper. He was directing his Pokémon to lure Garridos away from the St. Louis to prevent it from going berserk and mindlessly attacking the ship. A faint blue glow appeared in Sato's eyes as he used his system's scanning ability, instantly displaying information about Garridos and Tentacruel in front of him. Garridos information. Pokémon, Garridos. Level, 45. Type, Water/Flying. Ability, Intimidate. Gender, Male. Known moves, Tackle, Thrash, Bite, Outrage, Leer, Twister, Ice Fang, Aqua Tail, Scary Face, Dragon Rage, Crunch, Hydro Pump, Hyper Beam, Tutor, Surf, Tutor. Tentacruel's information. Pokémon, Tentacruel. Level, 43. Type, Water/Poison. Ability, Clear Body. Gender, Male. Known moves, Mirror Coat, Constrict, Poison Sting, Wrap, Acid, Supersonic, Toxic Spikes, Water Pulse, Bind, Acid Spray, Bubble Beam, Barrier, Poison Jab, Brine, Screech, Ice Beam, TM, Scald, TM, Surf, TM, Aqua Ring, Egg Move. Hyper Beam, Tutor. Impressive. These Pokémon are at such high levels. This is a high-level Pokémon battle. I need to record this. As Sato examined the data of the two Pokémon battling intensely on the water, excitement flashed across his face. The data made it clear that this Garridos, at level 45, was definitely a local powerhouse in this part of the ocean, and the Tentacruel trained by the ship's chief sailor was also incredibly strong, evenly matched against this wild Garridos. Sir, please return to the cabin quickly. It's dangerous on the deck right now. Let the chief sailor and the crew handle this. They'll surely drive away all the Garridos that approach. Just as Sato was about to take out his laptop to record the intense battle using the infrared camera, the tall, thin sailor who had previously greeted him approached with a worried expression. What? All the Garridos? Are you saying there's more than one? Tell me, what exactly is happening here? Sato froze, his face paling as he turned to the tall sailor, grabbing his collar tightly. Gulbit on his shoulder and Bellisum beside him glared menacingly at the sailor. I don't know exactly. Maybe there's an issue with the route. Don't you know how aggressive Garridos can be? In the sea, they'll often call for backup. Seeing Gulbit and Bellisum's intense expressions, the tall sailor hesitated for a moment before spilling what he knew. Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud splash. A Gyarados suddenly surfaced on Sato's front left. In the next second, as the sailor paled in fright, an orange energy beam shot out from the mouth of the massive creature before Sato. The Gyarados that had snuck up through the pitch-black water suddenly launched a surprise attack. Some of the nearby sailors and their tentacruels couldn't react in time and could only watch helplessly as the Gyarados aimed a hyper beam at the St. Louis. Although the St. Louis was constructed with special materials and had solid defenses, a direct hit from Gyarados' hyper beam would still cause serious damage, potentially leading to dangerous explosions and a cascade of further issues. But just as most thought the St. Louis was about to be struck, a large white air cutter and a barrage of green energy balls suddenly intercepted the hyper beam mid-flight. Golbat, air cutter, merged them into a single strike. Bellossom, energy ball, maximum output. Facing the sudden appearance of the Gyarados and its ambush, Sato remained somewhat calm, issuing rapid orders to his Pokémon. Thanks to Golbat's presence as a mobile sonar, Golbat had subtly warned Sato of the incoming enemy just before Gyarados arrived. This allowed Sato to quickly react, commanding Golbat and Bellossom to counterattack. Golbat had already prepared its attack, generating a powerful gust almost equivalent to a level 9 wind as 6 white blades of air cutter merged into one massive strike, aiming directly at the oncoming hyper beam. Bellossom, though a moment behind Golbat, responded immediately to Sato's command. Her body glowed bright green as she launched 12 soccer ball-sized energy balls from her hands, following closely behind Golbat's air cutter. In the next second, Gyarados' hyper beam collided with Golbat's air cutter and Bellossom's energy balls. Golbat's air cutter sliced through the hyper beam like a sharp blade, splitting it down the middle. However, it lacked the sheer power needed to fully counter Gyarados' hyper beam and was eventually broken through. Using the path Golbat's air cutter created, Bellossom's energy balls continued forward, intercepting the weakened hyper beam. Ultimately, under the combined power of Golbat and Bellossom's attacks, Gyarados' hyper beam was neutralized, and Bellossom's energy balls struck Gyarados directly, knocking it back into the ocean. But Gyarados was not so easily defeated. It quickly resurfaced, even more furious, with its enraged eyes fixed on Bellossom. Just as Gyarados was about to recover from the side effects of its hyper beam and attack Bellossom, the nearby sailors finally reacted, directing their tentacruels to team up and launch a coordinated assault on Gyarados. Within moments, 3 tentacruels used their tentacles to tightly restrain Gyarados, pinning it down against the water's surface, rendering it almost immobile. Taking advantage of the situation, Sato used his system's scan ability to examine the Gyarados' data. Gyarados' data. Pokémon, Gyarados. Level, 35. Type, Water/Flying. Ability, Intimidate. Gender, Male. Known moves, Tackle, Thrash, Bite, Dragon Rage, Leer, Twister, Ice Fang, Aqua Tail, Scary Face, Hyper Beam, Tutor. With Gyarados restrained by the tentacruels, Sato thought he wouldn't need to take any further action. But he underestimated Gyarados' power and overestimated the strength of these tentacruels. Even with 3 tentacruels working together, the enraged Gyarados suddenly burst out in strength, breaking free by snapping all the tentacles wrapped around him. Immediately, he unleashed a series of thrash attacks, severely injuring all 3 tentacruels. Damn it, Golbat, use Air Cutter again, combine 6 cutters into one. Bellossom, use Stun Spore, let's calm him down. Seeing the situation turn, Sato quickly issued commands to his 2 Pokémon. Golbat, cloaked in a powerful flying-type energy, flapped its wings fiercely, creating another powerful gust. With precision, it combined 6 smaller air cutters into a single, large white blade, which shot like lightning toward Gyarados. Meanwhile, Bellossom followed Sato's instructions, releasing a cloud of yellow stun spore from the flowers on her head, letting the strong wind carry it toward Gyarados. In his enraged state, Gyarados was too focused on attacking the 3 tentacruels to notice Golbat and Bellossom's sneak attack. As a result, Golbat's air cutter and Bellossom's stun spore struck him directly. The air cutter knocked Gyarados back slightly, leaving a deep gash along his side, while the stun spore halted his furious roars, causing his body to stiffen up. Now, full power attack. Golbat, Bellisum, use Shadow Ball and Energy Ball from a distance. Keep it going. Seeing the stun spore had taken effect, Sato's eyes glinted as he seized the chance. He ordered Golbat and Bellisum to unleash their full firepower on the temporarily paralyzed Gyarados. In the next instant, Golbat and Bellisum turned into living machine guns, launching Shadow Balls and Energy Balls from their mouths and hands in rapid succession. A series of small explosions echoed as the attacks landed, impacting Gyarados one after another. In the end, though Gyarados' rage hadn't completely dissipated, he was unable to withstand the relentless barrage of attacks. Overwhelmed by the Shadow Balls and Energy Balls, each with a chance to lower his special defense, Gyarados finally succumbed, collapsing onto the surface of the sea. Phew, finally down. This guy sure put up a fight. Gyarados really are vicious maniacs. They go crazy and stop at nothing. Seeing Gyarados finally defeated, Sato and the surrounding sailors sighed in relief. Just as Sato was considering capturing Gyarados, a great ball suddenly flew out from a dark corner, hitting Gyarados and successfully capturing him. In the next moment, to the fury of Sato and nearby crew members, the great ball absorbed Gyarados and locked in the capture. Then, a Pidgeotto swooped down from the sky, aiming to snatch the great ball. Think you're getting away with this? Golbat, show them who they're messing with. Use Gust at full power, don't let them escape. Seeing someone trying to snatch his prize, Sato's eyes turned cold as he immediately ordered Golbat to attack. Golbat prepared to follow the command, but suddenly sensed something and halted, moving in front of Sato to use Protect. In that instant, a bolt of electricity shot out from a shadowy corner, targeting Sato directly. A crackling sound of electric sparks filled the air. A sudden jolt of electricity struck Golbat's hastily formed energy shield. Though the shield absorbed most of the electric attack, a small portion of the current managed to bypass it, shocking Sato. For a moment, Sato's nerves were overwhelmed by searing pain, almost causing him to black out. Seeing Sato injured, Bellisum became enraged. A dazzling green light burst from her body, and an array of vibrant green energy leaves materialized around her. Under Bellisum's command, the leaves whipped into a green energy storm and shot toward the source of the electricity. Bellisum's leaf storm, unleashed at full strength, was terrifyingly powerful, destroying everything in its path. The mysterious trainer lurking in the shadows, who had ambushed Sato, panicked and had his Pokémon execute a powerful counterattack. A hurriedly fired Zap Cannon met the incoming leaf storm, and the two attacks clashed head-on. The next instant, boom! A tremendous explosion erupted. A heavily damaged Magneton collapsed to the ground, unable to continue fighting. However, the mysterious trainer quickly recalled Magneton into its Pokeball as it fell, managing to escape. Meanwhile, a Pidgeotto successfully snatched the great ball in its claws and flew off into the night, vanishing from sight. Don't bother chasing, Golbat. Bellisum, please help me with grassy terrain to heal my injuries. Watching the figure in black disappear into the forest and Pidgeotto vanish with the great ball, Sato, half-crouched on the ground and pale-faced, spoke to Golbat and Bellisum. Hearing Sato's request, Golbat obediently returned to his side, and Bellisum quickly began using grassy terrain to heal him. In no time, thanks to Bellisum's grassy terrain, Sato's injuries healed quickly. He stood up and walked over to the spot where the enemy had been. Just wait. What's mine will be returned, and with double the interest. Noticing fresh bloodstains and a torn black fabric scrap left on the deck, Sato released Growlithe and instructed it to memorize the smell on the scrap. Once Growlithe nodded, signaling it had memorized the scent, Sato thought to himself. The opponent likely hadn't expected it. Sato's current face was a disguise, so they hadn't seen his true identity. Moreover, they had no idea that he had a Growlithe, which could recognize and track thousands of scents without fail once memorized. If the enemy remained on the St. Louis, Sato could rely on Growlithe to locate them. But before all that, Sato first had to overcome the immediate crisis. The sudden appearance of a Garridos earlier confirmed the tall sailor's warning. The St. Louis was at risk of a Garridos swarm attack. The captain and his tentacruel had not yet returned, which likely meant they were still locked in battle with that high-level Garridos and potentially struggling due to the arrival of enemy reinforcements. Until the danger had passed, Sato knew he had to stay on the deck and assist the ship's guards, who were vigilantly monitoring the waters around the St. Louis. Although guarding the St. Louis was primarily the ship's crew's responsibility, having witnessed Garridos' sheer ferocity and the crew's capabilities, Sato felt uneasy. After all, they were on the same ship. Helping these guards protect the St. Louis was, in effect, protecting himself. Sato had no desire to sail across the ocean on a vessel that could sink at any moment. The St. Louis managers were quick to act. Upon learning that the ship might be under attack from a swarm of Garridos, they immediately broadcasted the alert and asked the trainers on board to assist. Upon hearing that the St. Louis might be attacked by a Garridos swarm, a few confident trainers stepped forward and went to the deck to help the ship's guards fend off the threat. However, the number of Garridos that actually appeared wasn't large. Counting the initial Garridos and the one defeated by Sato, there were only 9 in total. As the tall sailor had mentioned, the St. Louis had strong defensive power. Aside from the sailor captain who could battle a level 45 Garridos on the open sea alone, the ship also had 2 deputy captains with comparable strength. Each of them commanded a water-type Pokémon at level 39, with one of them even possessing a Garridos. Thanks to the combined efforts of these powerful trainers and the ship's guards, the remaining Garridos were swiftly defeated, with several of them being caught by trainers and crew members alike. In the end, once the sailor captain successfully returned after driving away the initial Garridos, the St. Louis had safely weathered the unexpected Garridos swarm attack. Learning that the ferocious Garridos had all been defeated by the trainers and ship's guards, the other passengers finally felt relieved. Many of them enthusiastically praised the brave fighters who dared to stand against the Garridos. Thanks to this, even though it was already late at night, a small celebration was held on board the St. Louis. Inside the captain's cabin, with a creak, a tall sailor in a captain's uniform stepped out and gently closed the door behind him. "How did it go? Are all the goods intact?" Hearing the door open, the older man inside, watching the distant sea through the cabin window, asked without looking away. "Captain, someone did manage to breach the cargo hold, but nothing was stolen. Also, one of the men found this under the hull." Responding to the elder captain's question, the sailor respectfully produced a small, palm-sized device from his pocket. The device was heavily damaged, with a large hole in its center, as if something inside had exploded and destroyed it. Nothing's missing then. That's a sound emitter, right? Could this be what lured the Garridos here? The elder captain gave a dry chuckle, took the device, and immediately recognized it, his expression turning grim. "We're not entirely sure. The man who found it said it self-destructed the moment he did, and it's too badly damaged. The ship's tech team lacks the resources to repair it, so it'll have to be sent to the nearest base." The sailor lowered his head even further, speaking tensely. "Then make it quick. Get this wreck sent to the closest base for repairs. And find the fucking rat who did this. You know the importance of this shipment. If anything goes wrong, we're both done for." After a brief pause, the elder captain tossed the broken device back to the sailor and turned, his expression severe. "Yes, sir. I'll handle it immediately." The sailor let out a small sigh of relief, accepted the broken device, and hurriedly bowed as he exited the captain's cabin. The celebration in the ship's main hall was lively, with everyone's faces beaming with joy. At a more secluded table, Sato, disguised in his new identity, sat quietly, savoring the delicious dishes while engaging in a conversation with a tall sailor seated across from him. Before long, after Sato jotted down a few notes in a small notebook, the conversation wrapped up. The tall sailor shook hands with Sato, smiling as he departed, and Sato returned the smile, watching him leave. As soon as the tall sailor left, another sailor took his place in the still warm chair, striking up another pleasant conversation with Sato. This new chat didn't last long either. Just as before, after Sato nodded and noted down a few more details in his notebook, the sailor left with a satisfied expression. During the celebration, though Sato wasn't the main star, he was undoubtedly a prominent figure. Until the end of the event, sailors and trainers continued to approach him for conversations. Sato's respect and popularity among the others largely stemmed from his performance in the earlier battle against the Garrido's swarm. Strength commands respect anywhere, and in the battle to protect the St. Louis from the Garrido's swarm, Sato, a trainer capable of defeating a Garrido single-handedly, had become quite well known. While his impressive combat abilities earned him respect, his popularity grew even more due to another aspect of his actions. After all, their opponents had been ferocious Garridos. Despite the overwhelming numbers, many believed injuries and casualties were inevitable. When a few sailors and Pokémon were critically injured, close to losing their lives, Sato stepped forward, using his Bellisum's healing ability to save these individuals from the brink of death. Thanks to Sato's noble act, many sailors and trainers grew fond of him, and his intervention gave courage to those who had been hesitant to face the Garridos. With the Miracle Seed, Bellisum had gained better control over her grassy terrain move, significantly enhancing her healing capabilities. In this battle to protect the St. Louis, Sato, in the unexpected role of Pokémon healer, played a key role. Except for 2 unfortunate souls who fell into the dark sea and were lost, no other casualties occurred. Because of this, Sato earned the respect and admiration of nearly everyone on board. Of course, no matter how skilled Bellisum was in healing, she was still only one Pokémon, and her ability was limited in the face of a large number of injuries. Therefore, throughout the battle, Sato focused on treating only the most critically injured trainers and Pokémon, helping them avoid life-threatening situations. After the battle, many injured still remained, and during the celebration, many sailors and trainers approached Sato at his table, hoping to gain the assistance of a capable Pokémon healer. There's no denying that healers are often beloved, especially those willing to help in critical moments. Even the fiercest individuals must show respect when faced with a healer who extends help willingly. If you ever insult or harm a healer, those who have received their care will not hesitate to step up and eliminate the threat you pose. After all, who can guarantee they'll never be injured in battle? Having a good relationship with a healer might just keep you from a close encounter with the Grim Reaper. Imagine someone who once saved your life being insulted, harmed, or even killed by a villain. What would you do? You might not be able to take down the villain alone, but if you knew others also wanted to bring them down, you'd likely join in without a second thought. The gratitude for a life saved is no trivial matter. In the Pokémon world, even though Sato is only a part-time Pokémon healer, his decisive actions during critical moments have already earned him respect and admiration from nearly everyone. Thank you so much for helping me with healing. Here's my number, just give me a call anytime. Have a pleasant evening, Mr. Sato. A well-dressed trainer shook hands with Sato, smiling as he spoke. It was my pleasure. Safe travels, Mr. Pino. Sato returned the smile, and after the handshake, he watched his last visitor depart. Phew, finally done. I hadn't expected so many people to come seeking help after Bellisum showed off her healing skills. Maybe doing a little side work as a Pokémon healer isn't a bad idea, he said, looking at the many names and phone numbers he'd recorded in his notebook. While healing items can help people and Pokémon recover, they don't match the restorative effects of a healing move from a Pokémon skilled in treatment, which can even heal hidden injuries. This explains why so many trainers and sailors on the ship eagerly sought Sato's assistance. Sato knew he couldn't refuse these requests. Doing so would likely offend them. Besides, he didn't mind using this as an opportunity to make new friends. As long as the friends were genuine, he was open to it. Because Sato knew that every new friend he made increased his safety aboard the St. Louis. After the Garrido's attack, Sato no longer believed the ship was absolutely safe. Until he could ensure his own safety at sea, he had to rely on some external support. Moreover, this kind of healing service wouldn't be free. Sato could certainly charge a reasonable fee for his treatments, and he was confident that as long as his rates were lower than the Pokemon centers, they'd gladly pay in Poke dollars. Not a single one of them was the guy, Growlithe. After his last visitor left, Sato gently patted Growlithe, who had just poked his head out from under the table, and asked softly. Growlithe, after finishing a juicy steak Sato had grabbed for him, shook his head, indicating he hadn't found the person who attacked Sato on the deck among the guests here. In fact, when the celebration began, Sato had discreetly released Growlithe and instructed him to search the banquet hall for his attacker. Unfortunately, the culprit was being very cautious, seemingly content with securing a Gyarados or perhaps afraid of Sato's strength. After stealing the Gyarados from him, the assailant had gone into hiding. As long as you're still on the ship, I'll track you down eventually. With that thought, Sato nodded and recalled Growlithe to his Pokeball. He left the hall, now a bit cold and messy, save for a few passed-out, drunk sailors. Then he headed to the restroom, where he changed his clothes and even altered his appearance a bit, before returning to his cabin to rest. After Sato returned to his room, the ship finally entered a state of true quiet, though some people were still very much awake. In a luxury cabin not far from Sato's, a stern-faced middle-aged man sat cross-legged in a single armchair, across from two masked figures dressed in black, seated on a long sofa. Behind the two seated figures, 5 more black-clad individuals wearing masks stood still, though their masks lacked a number, unlike the seated figures. The middle-aged man was dressed in a stylish white suit and had a buzz cut. He held a partially smoked cigar in one hand, adorned with several gemstone-studded gold rings, looking very much like the head of some big company. On his shoulder sat a hoot-hoot, seemingly asleep, its eyes closed. However, the occasional psychic wave it emitted betrayed that it was, in fact, fully alert. The two seated masked figures contrasted in size. One was tall and burly, with the number 5 on his mask, while the other was petite, with the number 7. Aside from the two small slits on the masks, the black attire and masks completely obscured the figures. Both sat or stood with perfect posture, and they hadn't moved a muscle since entering the room. Their gazes, peeking through the narrow mask openings, were equally devoid of any emotion. It was as if they were soulless puppets or mere phantoms, aiming to minimize their presence so thoroughly that the middle-aged man almost felt they weren't even there. Clinging quietly to the backs of the standing black-clad figures were Joltix and Grubbins, just as motionless as the people they accompanied. The room's lights were off, and the curtains were drawn tightly, leaving only a single small candle to provide faint illumination. Why did you have to drag innocent people into this? The mission didn't say anything about attracting Gyarados, did it? If this ship hadn't had strong defenses, almost everyone would have perished at sea. Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? After studying the two masked figures in silence for a long time, the middle-aged man sighed and broke the silence himself, seeing that neither of them seemed willing to speak first. We lacked manpower. For the sake of the light, some sacrifices are necessary. After a brief pause, the tall, burly figure on the left finally replied coldly. Agreed. After the burly figure in black responded, the petite masked figure beside him also spoke, her tone equally devoid of emotion. That's nonsense. Don't forget your place, you owe your very existence to them. Forget it, Unite Division types are all the same. Now, where's the item? Hearing their unfeeling responses, the middle-aged man's face tightened, fists clenched, but he held back from raising his voice in anger. After all, he wasn't their direct superior. His role was simply to provide cover for them. No matter how much he spoke, they wouldn't listen. It's not here. The intelligence was flawed. The pair's reaction to his words hinted at a slight change in mood, as they responded in unison without waiting this time. Impossible. Blackfish's information has never been wrong. If you can't find it, the blame's on you, no one else. If you don't retrieve the target before this voyage ends, then too bad, you'll both be stuck in the mire for another 5 years before you get a chance to leave. The flickering candlelight cast shadows on the middle-aged man's stern face. Though disappointed by their lack of success, A flicker of satisfaction flashed in his eyes as he whispered, "We haven't yet searched the captain's quarters, but the guard there is formidable. We need assistance." Hearing his comment, the petite masked figure shifted slightly before speaking. "We only need the strongest sailor diverted. Facing him alone, the two of us have little chance." As soon as she finished, the burly masked figure added, "If the mission fails, it won't end well for you either, Mr. Weigel. After all, your daughter is with us." Before Weigel could object, the burly figure had already spoken, and in that instant, Weigel's eyes widened in fury. The hoot-hoot on his shoulder also opened its eyes, glowing a faint blue, causing the room's lighting to flicker and the candle flame to waver. "You will get your help, number 5, but remember, this is the first and last time. Rules are rules." Suppressing his rage, Weigel spoke coldly, his tone sharp. With that, the hoot-hoot on his shoulder closed its eyes once more, resuming its stillness. "As you wish." With this satisfactory answer, the two masked figures on the sofa stood up in unison, ready to proceed. Midday the following day, in Sato's room. Sato was seated at the table in the living room, which was filled with an array of delicious food. As he sampled the various dishes, he chatted enthusiastically with a tall sailor seated across from him. "Sato, my friend, your gallbutt and bellisum are seriously impressive. They took down that ferocious Garridos with ease together. Absolutely amazing, much stronger than my cloister." The tall sailor, Hans, let out a hearty laugh and downed a large mug of beer, his voice booming with praise for Sato. No, Hans, you're giving me too much credit. Without your cloister wearing down that Garridos first, my gallbutt and bellisum wouldn't have stood a chance. It was mostly thanks to you. That Garridos is all yours to catch. I'm happy with that. Let's have another drink." Sato shook his head humbly, raising a slightly smaller mug of beer, which he drank down before refilling Hans's cup with a grin. Hans, the tall sailor, had become acquainted with Sato after they joined forces to take down the Garridos. Hans's strongest Pokemon was his level 31 cloister. When they met, Hans and a few of the ship's guards had been battling a level 37 Garridos. Despite giving it their all, only Hans's cloister remained standing against the enraged creature, struggling to hold its own. However, as Garridos unleashed its relentless dragon rage, even the highly defensive cloister couldn't hold out for much longer. Just as it was on the brink of defeat, Sato had arrived with his gallbutt and bellisum. With their help, the battle quickly turned around, as Gallbutt and bellisum managed to subdue the raging Garridos with Air Cutter and Stun Spore. After Garridos was defeated, a dispute arose over who had the right to capture it. Although Sato delivered the final blow and saved Hans and the other guards, the damage Hans and the others had inflicted was significant. Moreover, a Garridos, despite its wild nature and difficulty to tame, was a valuable addition to any team due to its impressive combat strength. Even on the black market, a Garridos could sell for no less than 20 million Poke Dollars. This particular level 37 Garridos knew several powerful moves, doubling its price. For Hans and the other guards, who didn't earn much, Garridos was a windfall, making it hard for them to let it go. But for Sato, the Garridos was less valuable. Since he hadn't defeated it alone, it was unlikely that this already highly aggressive Garridos would obey him if captured and could even become a danger to him instead. So, Sato ultimately stepped back, and Hans decisively used a netball to capture the Garridos. Though Sato's decision seemed like a loss, he earned the friendship of Hans and the other guards. Through his friendly conversation with Hans, he also gathered valuable information about the St. Louis ship and the recent Garridos attack incident. Hans and his group couldn't, in good conscience, just take all the benefits of the Garridos. Otherwise, it wouldn't sit right with them, and they knew their colleagues wouldn't want to work with ungrateful people. Hans and the others didn't want to risk future relationships for a short-term gain. So, as compensation for Sato's help, they tried to cater to his interests. Knowing he was searching for a water type, they spent a bit to gather a few promising ones from other ship guards. As ship guards themselves, Hans and the others interacted with many water types in their daily duties. Occasionally, they were lucky enough to catch decent water types, which became a bit of a side business for them on long voyages. The extra income allowed them to care better for themselves and their Pokémon. Relying solely on their modest guard salaries would barely be enough, especially for guards with families to support. For them, catching Pokémon was almost like being part-time hunters. Oh, really? Well, then I definitely have to check out the water types you brought. Being on a ship without a water-type Pokémon has made me feel uneasy. You know how it is. Choosing the wrong Pokémon to train can waste both resources and energy, Sato said, his eyes lighting up with excitement. He quickly downed his own beer and then focused his attention on the 5 net balls on the table. A faint, almost imperceptible blue gleam appeared in his eyes as he scanned the data of the Pokémon inside. In the next instant, a hint of joy appeared in Sato's eyes. It had to be said, Hans was showing a lot of sincerity with the 3 water-type Pokémon he brought. Through his system's thorough scanning abilities, Sato instantly knew exactly which Pokémon were in the 3 net balls. Inside were none other than the water-type starters from the Kanto, Johto, and Hoenn regions, Squirtle, Totodile, and Mudkip. Based on the current stats of these 3 water types, they seemed to have solid potential. While they didn't quite reach the caliber of Sasaki Alice's Charmeleon Sato had encountered before, they were still above average in quality. Here's a summary of the 3 water types. Pokémon, Squirtle. Level 12. Type, Water. Ability, Torrent. Gender, Female. Moves, Tackle, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Withdraw, Aqua Ring, Egg Move, Water Spout, Egg Move. Pokémon, Totodile. Level 13. Type, Water. Ability, Torrent. Gender, Male. Known moves, Scratch, Leer, Water Gun, Rage, Bite, Ice Punch, Egg Move, Metal Claw Tutor. Pokémon, Mudkip. Level 12. Type, Water. Ability, Damp, Hidden Ability. Gender, Male. Known moves, Tackle, Growl, Water Gun, Mud Slap, Foresight, Refresh, Egg Move, Mirror Coat, Egg Move. Based on their stats alone, all 3 water-type starters were excellent, each with unique inherited moves. Mudkip was particularly notable for its rare hidden ability, Damp. Of course, stats only provided a partial glimpse into each Pokémon's potential. To fully assess their quality, Sato knew he'd have to see them in action firsthand. For Sato, the personality of the Pokémon mattered even more than their stats. If any of these 3 water-type starters weren't suited for battle, he wouldn't consider keeping them. With Hans' permission, Sato quickly released the 3 Pokémon from the net balls on the table. 3 beams of white light shot out, materializing Squirtle, Totodile, and Mudkip on the ground. Golbat, who had been perched above, flew down and landed on Sato's shoulder, glaring intently at the 3 water-type starters. In terms of physical development, Totodile was the most well-built and had the fiercest personality. The moment it appeared, it began snapping its jaws at Sato and Hans, looking quite angry. Were it not for Golbat's watchful gaze, it might have already charged at the 2 of them. Squirtle, on the other hand, seemed the least developed. It appeared to be quite timid, retreating into its shell immediately and peeking out cautiously. Mudkip's development was average, but its demeanor was distinct. It simply sat on the ground, appearing motionless and a bit dazed, with a strand of mucus hanging from its nose. However, Sato noticed that, despite its dull expression, Mudkip's eyes occasionally darted to Golbat, and its posture suggested it was ready for action at any moment. Interesting, looks clueless, but there's a sharp mind in there, Sato thought, narrowing his eyes as he assessed Mudkip. Hans, noticing Sato's hesitation, spoke up, "These 3 are rare water-type starters. They're quite hard to catch in the wild, as you know." Understanding the implication in Hans' words, Sato smiled and replied, "Of course, I know that. They're all great Pokémon. But I'm particularly interested in Mudkip. May I have it?" "No problem. But I'd advise you to consider Totodile instead," Hans responded, raising an eyebrow. "It's got a feisty spirit and a strong build, a real fighter." "Thank you for the advice, but I'll stick with Mudkip," Sato replied, smiling. "All right then, if that's your choice," Hans sighed, respecting Sato's decision. He returned Squirtle and Totodile to their netballs and handed Mudkip's ball to Sato. With the exchange complete, Hans excused himself and Sato saw him out, even giving him a few bottles of fine beer as a parting gift. As Sato was about to close the door, Hans suddenly turned back. "Oh, almost forgot. The head sailor wanted me to let you know that a big-time client will be hosting a casual Pokémon competition tomorrow. To avoid any trouble, they'd like you to serve as the event's medical staff." "Me? As a medic?" Sato chuckled. "Honestly, I'd rather compete myself. The prizes for a sponsor-backed event must be good, right?" Hans grinned, scratching his head. "Not bad at all. If I weren't working, I'd be in there too. The winner's supposed to get a rare mystic water, something I've been eyeing forever." Hans continued to nudge Sato into agreeing, knowing he was just a part-time Pokémon medic. All right, I'll do it," Sato replied, conceding with a laugh. "No wonder so many people have been coming to me today." With a quick bang, Sato closed the door. "All right, the coast is clear. I know you're smarter than you look, so you don't have to pretend around me anymore. Don't worry, Golbat won't hurt you." "We're partners now," Sato said, kneeling down and smiling at Mudkip, who still wore its blank, clueless expression. Unfortunately, Mudkip's blank expression didn't change one bit. In fact, his eyes grew even emptier, looking as though he hadn't understood or heard a single word Sato had just said. "Fine, keep pretending if you want. Let's see how long you can keep it up," Sato said, the hull of his mouth twitching slightly in exasperation at Mudkip's total disregard. Next, Sato pulled out a light blue plastic bowl and a can of premium water-type Pokémon food. Opening the can, he poured the food into the bowl, filling it with fragrant, high-quality treats. He then placed the bowl about a meter in front of Mudkip and, using a small fan, wafted the enticing scent of the food toward him. No Pokémon can truly resist the allure of delicious food, and this seemingly clueless Mudkip was no exception. Though he tried hard to keep up the indifferent act, the smell of the premium water-type food kept drawing his eyes back toward the bowl. Every time he glanced at Sato, who was watching with a smirk of satisfaction, Mudkip would quickly look away. But the enticing aroma was too much. His gaze drifted back repeatedly, each time giving in a bit more. Grumble. After about 2 minutes of determined resistance, the sound of Mudkip's stomach rumbling broke the silence. A faint blush appeared on his face, only to vanish as quickly as it had come. All right, I'll stop teasing you. You can tell, right? I mean you no harm. Go on, eat it while it's still fresh." Seeing how hard Mudkip was struggling to hold back, Sato couldn't help but chuckle. He recalled Golbat, then moved the bowl closer to Mudkip and encouraged him with a smile. Mudkip looked from the food bowl to Sato, a hint of life appearing in his eyes. Suddenly, with a quick sniff, he sucked back the snot dribbling from his nose, shuffled closer to the bowl, and began taking small bites of the fragrant, premium food in front of him. Mudkip's eating habits were similar to Sato's. Slowly and carefully, he chewed each bite before swallowing and then closed his eyes, savoring the taste. Seeing Mudkip finally start eating, Sato let out a sigh of relief. He genuinely worried Mudkip might be too stubborn and refuse to eat, even while hungry. "All right, everyone, come out. We've got a new member in our team, so let's all get to know each other." Sato then prepared food for each of his 4 other Pokémon, still in their Pokeballs, releasing them one by one. However, the moment Golbat, Nidoran, Bellossom, Growlithe, and Ditto, who dropped down from Sato's shoulder, appeared, Mudkip, who had been happily enjoying his food, quickly created some distance, returning to his blank, unfocused look. "Don't worry about it, everyone. Mudkip's a bit shy. Go and help him warm up." Seeing Mudkip revert to that same distant demeanor, Sato let out a wry smile. He understood that Mudkip still hadn't fully let down his guard around them. From his expression, he could tell that the time he had spent in captivity hadn't been kind to him, and he was reluctant to trust humans or their Pokémon companions. Golbat, with his reserved nature, wasn't bothered by Mudkip's wary behavior and simply landed by his meal, eagerly diving into his food. However, Nidoran, Growlithe, Bellossom, and Ditto, who were more social, exchanged eager glances upon hearing Sato's suggestion to help Mudkip feel at ease. Ditto, the most outgoing of the bunch, immediately transformed into a perfect replica of Mudkip and approached to try to befriend him. Mudkip, surprised by this sudden doppelganger, blinked in shock as Ditto's over-the-top enthusiasm quickly overwhelmed him. Eventually, he begrudgingly acknowledged Ditto's greeting just to ease the attention. With that, Nidoran, Bellossom, and Growlithe took the cue and came forward to introduce themselves as well. Since he had already broken his silence with Ditto, Mudkip responded to each of their greetings in turn. Bellossom crafted a tiny leaf crown from the leaves beneath her and presented it to Mudkip as a welcoming gift. Nidoran pulled out a high-quality poke block he'd stashed in his big ears, offering it for Mudkip to try. Meanwhile, Growlithe, always generous, shared a favorite meat bone from his collection, since Growlithe is a fluffy good boy. As for Ditto, it impressed Mudkip by showing off a series of transformations, from various Pokémon it remembered to everyday human tools, leaving Mudkip wide-eyed with wonder. What followed was an entertaining scene. Mudkip happily joined the 4 Pokémon to finish dinner, then engaged in a game of catch after the meal. In no time, Mudkip had relaxed, putting aside his initial wariness around the 4 Pokémon and even warming up slightly to Sato and Golbat. Ditto's unique skills as a friendship master were invaluable for helping newcomers settle in quickly. This is your welcome treat. Try it out. It's a gem-level poke block I just made from a blend of lum and citrus berries, favorites among water Pokémon. It's great for restoring energy and will definitely satisfy you. Lum Berry, a water-type berry, has the special effect of curing a Pokémon's status condition. Sato placed some newly made, gem-grade poke blocks on Mudkip's now empty plate with a friendly smile. After bonding with Ditto, Nidoran, Bellossom, and Growlithe, Mudkip had begun to sense that Sato and his team were different from the humans and Pokémon he had encountered before. Seeing the sparkly blocks on his plate, Mudkip couldn't resist taking a curious peek. Grumble. Encouraged by its new friends, Mudkip finally mustered the courage to taste the gem-grade poke blocks. The moment he took a bite, letting the 6 glittering gems dissolve, an overwhelming flavor flooded his senses, evoking a satisfied hum. Mudkip swore these shiny treats were the most delicious things he had ever tasted, far better than the premium water-type food from earlier. Welcome to the team, Mudkip. Watching Mudkip's delighted expression, Sato felt a sense of accomplishment. All his efforts had paid off, and he couldn't have been happier. Just like winning over a girlfriend, when it comes to Pokémon, the way to their hearts is through their stomachs, or rather, by conquering their stomachs. Without realizing it, I've already got 6 Pokémon with me, and 2 of them have reached level 30. Considering that this has all happened in less than a month, it feels almost unbelievable. Sato glanced at his team, who were all resting after playing, some asleep on the floor or couch, with Golbat keeping watch on the ceiling and Bellossom curled up with its miracle seed on the couch. A sense of amazement crept over him. However, Sato quickly shook his head. Reaching this point was largely due to his own caution and effort, and in some cases, he'd achieved it at great personal risk. Though the time has been short, the experiences he's had aren't something an average trainer would encounter. A quick comparison between regular trainers and the elite fighters made him realize that his amazement wasn't warranted. Whatever, he muttered. The important thing is not to get arrogant. My current strength is probably around the level of a rocket squad leader or mid-level platoon leader, still far from being able to control my fate. The less time I spend reaching that goal, the better. Pushing aside unnecessary reflections, Sato returned to practical thoughts, focusing on how best to use his current resources to further boost his Pokémon's power. With the initial bond established with Mudkip, Sato's first thought was about the items he had earned with 10 gold coins at the game hall. Since the water-type starter Pokémon were all already claimed, Sato had to use his hard-earned 10 gold coins to redeem something else. Even though 10 gold coins weren't enough for the top 10 items, there were still plenty of valuable things further down the prize list worth redeeming. For example, Sato had previously been too rushed to get the hidden power TM from the black market, but it was available in this game hall's prize exchange. He didn't know the market value of the TM, but at the game hall, it cost 50 silver coins, equivalent to 500,000 poke dollars each. Within Team Rocket's internal exchange system, this TM was also available but required 1,500 points to redeem. While the point requirement wasn't extremely high, the TM was only accessible to those ranked at least squad leader or higher. So, based on Team Rocket's redemption requirements, Sato considered the TM to be relatively rare, and 500,000 poke dollars per copy seemed reasonable. Ultimately, since all the coins were won with just 20 bronze coins, Sato didn't hesitate much. He spent 3 gold coins to obtain 6 copies of the Hidden Power TM. Ditto couldn't use TMs. After securing some immediate use items, Sato shifted focus to the next priority item on his list, a TM for the move Protect. Though the Protect TM could typically only be used once, it's undeniably a crucial move in many situations, one that the majority of Pokémon can learn, with only a few exceptions. Through countless battles in the wild, Sato had come to deeply appreciate the value of the Protect TM. Thus, without hesitation, he redeemed 6 of them, one for each Pokémon using the standard number of 6 Pokémon, at a price of 10 silver coins per TM. Continuing down the exchange list, Sato used 40 silver coins to obtain an Everstone, a relatively low-value item. This Everstone was specifically for Nidoran, who had joined him shortly after he became a trainer and was still quite young. Currently, Nidoran hadn't fully tapped into the potential of his current stage, and he could evolve as early as level 16. To prevent an early evolution from cutting short his development, this Everstone would be very useful. When Nidoran was defeated by Scyther, Sato decided to place the Everstone around his neck. It was small and had been polished into a comma-shaped gem, crafted into a necklace with some agate beads. Nidoran loved his new Everstone necklace, and he spent a good part of the morning proudly showing it off to his teammates. Even the fashion-conscious Bellossom brought out her miracle seed and hinted to Sato that she'd like a similar necklace made from it. After redeeming these 3 items, Sato still had 6 gold coins left. He decided to splurge, spending 5 of them on a Thunderbolt TM. Since his upcoming journey would involve traveling across the ocean, teaching an electric move to one of his Pokémon could provide extra safety. He also had high hopes for Nidoran, and teaching him Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, and Flamethrower would significantly expand his future moveset once he evolved into Nidoking. If Nidoran could master these skills early, he would surely impress everyone when he eventually evolved. With the last gold coin, Sato redeemed enough high-quality Pokémon food to last a team of 6 Pokémon for 3 months. Having Ditto as a handy shapeshifter, he now viewed the game hall as a viable source of resources. Finally, he sold his unused SS and luxury cruise ticket at a 150,000 poke dollar premium to a businessman who urgently needed to travel to the Hoenn region. After reviewing his resources, Sato took out a small device from his storage, a mini Move Tutor machine. The game hall had given it to him free of charge with his purchase of the TMs, as a perk for spending 10 gold coins. This mini Move Tutor machine/learning machine, same thing, was a more compact, updated version compared to the outdated model he had seen in the underground market of Pewter City's Team Rocket base, though it worked just as effectively. After Sato used the Move Tutor to teach his battling Pokémon the 5 Hidden Power TMs, the Protect TMs, and the Thunderbolt TM, he prepared to leave his room to start the afternoon's Pokémon training. However, as he opened the door, he was met by a female trainer who had been waiting for some time. Her purpose was straightforward. She was requesting Sato to heal her Pokémon. Sighing internally, Sato agreed and released Bellossom to heal the trainer's Pokémon. Since Bellossom's grassy terrain move was boosted by the Miracle Seed, she could heal up to 6 Pokémon at once. Word had spread among the trainers on the ship that Sato's Bellossom could heal multiple Pokémon at once, and at a rate of only 1,000 poke dollars per Pokémon, half the cost of the Pokémon Center's standard fee of 2,000 poke dollars. Thus, besides those trainers who had already required healing from battles, others now sought him out for Bellossom's healing. After completing the healing of the female trainer's Pokémon, another trainer was already waiting outside the door. Seeing Bellossom nod that she could continue, Sato agreed to heal once more. In total, over the course of an hour, Bellossom healed 32 Pokémon from 8 different trainers. By then, Bellossom was tired and needed rest, giving Sato a reason to politely decline further requests for healing. Thanks to Bellossom's ability, Sato earned 32,000 Pokédollars, though he wasn't particularly concerned with the money. What mattered to him was that he'd made positive connections with each trainer he helped, leaving good impressions and potentially gaining future allies. Although the earnings aren't much, it's a good way to build connections. Who knows, maybe some of these people will be able to lend me a hand in the future, Sato thought. After seeing off the last trainer and closing his door, Sato gave Bellossom 2 gem-grade Pokeblocks as a reward, then returned her to her Pokeball. With his friendly, affordable healing services, Sato had exchanged contact numbers with 16 trainers and even secured 2 as regular buyers for his Pokeblocks, earning an additional 100,000 Pokedollars from sales and bringing his total funds back to over 300,000. Afterwards, Sato stepped out of his room and quickly entered the nearest common area. When he reappeared, he was in a different outfit and had a different face. Since Sato's identity had become quite well known on the ship, he decided it was best to switch identities to avoid any unwanted attention for the tasks he intended to undertake next. Although training time had been delayed by an hour, it was only a little after 4 p.m., which left enough time for the Pokémon to have dinner by 7 p.m. Now disguised, Sato kept a low profile as he moved along the ship, with no one greeting him or approaching him for help or trouble. He kept Growlithe by his side, hoping to spot the person responsible for the previous attack on him. While he didn't locate his attacker, he did run into a few trainers who had joined Fujiwara in assaulting him the previous night. Upon spotting Growlithe beside him, these trainers paled, seemingly recognizing Sato. They quickly lowered their heads and hurriedly disappeared from sight. Though Sato was tempted to teach them a lesson, he refrained, as there were unrelated people in the corridor. Acting as though he hadn't noticed anything, he kept a steady pace until he reached the ship's training area. The public training area was bustling, with many trainers lined up to register. A quick glance at the signboard behind the registration desk informed Sato of the reason: the St. Louis Pokémon Tournament. Apparently, the tournament was a joint event held by the captain of the St. Louis and a wealthy merchant on board to thank the trainers who had helped defend the ship the night before. The prize for the champion was a mystic water, provided by the captain, and a reward of 5 million Pokédollars from the merchants. Prizes extended to the top 8, though only the top 3 received substantial rewards: 3 million Pokédollars and a Sylph Company discount voucher for the second place, 1 million Pokédollars and a round-trip luxury ticket on the St. Louis for the third, and 200,000 Pokédollars each for the 4th to 8th places. Unsurprisingly, the grand prize was what drew so many trainers, especially the 5 million Pokédollars alone, which was enough to drive trainers with limited resources to join. Judging by the line, most participants were modestly dressed civilian trainers who probably didn't expect to reach the top 3, but felt confident about making it to the top 8. For these trainers, even 200,000 Pokédollars was quite a tempting reward, and they were further encouraged by the fact that the tournament would cover any medical costs for their Pokémon. Noticing this medical provision, Sato realized that he was quite likely the person expected to handle it. Just me, an amateur at best, having to provide medical care for this many people's Pokémon? This is ridiculous, Sato thought with a twinge of regret, eyeing the 30-plus registrants and beginning to doubt his hasty decision to volunteer as the tournament's medical personnel. Should I enter the St. Louis Pokémon Tournament? Sato thought about it briefly and quickly made up his mind. His primary role was a Pokémon trainer, and only secondarily a Pokémon medical trainer. This competition, offering the chance to further strengthen his Pokémon, was an opportunity he simply couldn't pass up. With his decision made, Sato removed his disguise, then joined the orderly line at the back. Soon, he reached the registration desk, where he signed his name on the form provided. However, just as he completed his registration and was about to head to a private training room, a female trainer named Anna recognized him as the amateur Pokemon healer and requested treatment for her Pokemon. Sato agreed, but to avoid further requests interrupting his training, he led Anna into a private training room and released Bellossom to treat her Pokemon. Judging by Anna's refined clothing and studious demeanor, it seemed she came from a well-off background. However, perhaps due to a lack of styling knowledge, she wore a somewhat plain hairstyle, a long, single ponytail, with bangs nearly covering her eyes and large, round glasses on her face. Despite her simple appearance, Anna had a striking natural beauty. At 16, her impressive figure was evident even in relatively modest and loose clothing, which still managed to accentuate her S-shaped curves, and her skin was very fair. If Anna put in a little effort with her appearance, she would certainly be a stunning beauty. While waiting for Bellossom to finish treating her Pokemon, Anna held a thick notebook, reading its contents intently. Meanwhile, Sato patiently waited as well, holding off on his training until his guest had left. He was somewhat surprised that the Pokemon Anna needed healed were 6 Rattatas, since most women tended to dislike Rattata. "Mr. Sato, are you also entering this tournament?" Anna asked, closing her notebook and adjusting her glasses after Bellossom had finished treating her Pokemon with grassy terrain. "Yes, Miss Anna. Even though winning the prize might not be certain, I won't pass up a tournament that can promote my Pokemon's growth," Sato replied, handing a Pokeblock to his tired-looking Bellossom. "You're too modest, Mr. Sato. I witnessed last night's battle myself. To single-handedly defeat a rampaging Gyarados, it's not something just any trainer could accomplish. It takes both courage and considerable skill." Anna reopened her thick notebook and quickly flipped to a specific page. The page was filled with detailed notes about Sato's Golbat and Bellossom, complete with drawings of both Pokemon. There were annotations listing various data about their height and body size. "Your Golbat is very impressive. It ranks as the 3rd largest Golbat I've ever seen, and its mastery of Air Cutter is exceptional. It can merge several small air cutters into a large one in seconds, powerful enough to break through even the tough scales of a Gyarados. And your Bellossom is equally powerful. It can rapidly launch 9 or 10 half-meter diameter energy balls in seconds, with each energy ball having a high density that makes it incredibly potent. Based on my collected data on the other trainers' Pokemon on board, I'd say you have a very high chance of making it to the top 8, perhaps even the semifinals. You're definitely a formidable competitor in this Pokemon tournament." Anna reviewed some details in her notebook, then calmly and quickly delivered this surprising analysis, leaving Sato slightly stunned. "Miss Anna, your observation skills are truly remarkable. It seems you must be a very skilled trainer. I look forward to the chance of battling you in the tournament," Sato responded, unable to hide his shock. As he looked at this female trainer again, a wary and cautious look appeared in his eyes. In truth, Sato had already noticed Anna's thick notebook and glimpsed what she had written. However, he hadn't expected her to gather such comprehensive data on his Pokemon. Judging by the tightly packed writing and numbers on the pages, she had quite a lot of information. Being someone who also likes to collect data and draw insights from it, Sato was well aware that Anna might have already figured out some countermeasures for his Golbat and Bellossom. Knowing your opponent holds such information and might have devised strategies to counter it is unsettling for any trainer, and Sato felt this unease too. Even in the ever-changing dynamics of a Pokemon battle, intelligence is invaluable. Sato's system's scanning capabilities had greatly benefited his Pokemon battles, making him keenly aware of the value of information. "I'm also looking forward to a Pokemon battle with you on the field, Mr. Sato. But I believe I'll win, so be careful not to reveal too much data in front of me. The more you do, the slimmer your chances of victory become." Anna nodded at his response, smiling confidently. Behind her reflective glasses, her bright, self-assured eyes fixated on Sato, as if appraising a favored prey. When Sato looked at her intense gaze, peering through her thick bangs, he suddenly felt an eerie familiarity. It was like when he had once encountered the massive Ursaring in the Viridian Forest during his weaker days. He vividly remembered the way that Ursaring had looked at him, as though it could toy with him at will. Now, that same look was in the eyes of this young female trainer named Anna. In short, this look made Sato's mood suddenly sour, and a sharp, steely glint appeared in his eyes. In fact, Anna was born into a family of Pokémon professors. Both her parents were somewhat renowned in the Pokémon academic community. Perhaps inheriting her parents' excellent genes, she had always been exceptionally bright, able to quickly master anything she learned. Thanks to her highly controlling parents' intentional guidance, clever Anna became a league-certified Pokémon researcher by the age of 15. Yet, despite her achievements, Anna's mature mind felt deeply dissatisfied. She resented the life her parents had planned for her and harbored a grudge against them for stealing her childhood. So, after earning her certification, Anna decisively freed herself from their control and chose to live independently. In the year that followed, Anna, eager to fulfill her long-repressed desire for freedom, convinced the League to grant her a substantial research grant under the pretense of conducting field research worldwide. She then embarked on an extended journey across various regions. But her parents' influence ran deep. Like them, Anna possessed a strong desire for control, one that only grew stronger with time. On her travels, Anna pursued various ventures to satisfy this need, but none held her interest for long until she found something that did: Pokémon battles. Ironically, it was her desire for control that gradually led Anna to shift from researcher to trainer, and she embraced this role with enthusiasm. For Anna, Pokémon battles, with their many uncontrollable variables, presented a challenge she relished. Figuring out how to eliminate these unpredictable factors and bring order to a Pokémon battle became the perfect way to satisfy her need for control. She discovered that by gathering and analyzing data on other trainers' Pokémon, she had a high chance of dominating battles, orchestrating them so her opponents would gradually walk into defeat according to her plan. To Anna, manipulating her opponents like marionettes was deeply gratifying. The thrill was especially intense when she controlled opponents with strength on par with her own, as she could both satisfy her desire for control and revel in unparalleled enjoyment. Now, in Sato, Anna had found a powerful new puppet, having watched his battle with Gyarados the previous evening and developed a keen interest. Today, her visit to Sato wasn't solely to have her Pokémon treated, it was also an opportunity to issue a direct challenge. Mr. Sato, your gaze suddenly turned so intimidating, but that's fine, I like that look on you. If we get the chance to battle in the tournament tomorrow, I hope you keep that fierce look and take me on with full seriousness. Here's your payment, she said with a smile, handing him the 4,000 Pokédollars fee for the treatment. Then, she recalled her Pokémon with a Pokeball and prepared to leave. One moment, Sato called just as Anna was turning to go. If you managed to gather such detailed data on my two Pokémon, you were likely present during my battle with Gyarados last night. Did you see the person who tried to ambush me? Reflecting on last night's Gyarados encounter, Sato realized that while he had fought the second Gyarados alone, his two Pokémon hadn't been very active in the battle, mostly staying on the fringes and later taking on a support role from behind. Thinking about it from a different angle, if Anna had collected that much data on his two Pokémon, she must have been observing him closely when he took on Gyarados alone. Anna had managed to gather so much data on his two Pokémon from just one short, intense battle, showcasing her impressive observational skills. There was a good chance she had also noticed the person who had tried to ambush him from behind. "What's in it for me if I tell you?" she asked, stopping and turning around with a smile. "While I'm not sure why you want to provoke me into a Pokémon battle, if you tell me who that person is, I'll agree to your request. I'll even wait until you fully analyze my Pokémon before we battle. Otherwise, I refuse to battle you, and if we meet in the tournament, I'll forfeit," Sato replied with a smile of his own, looking at her seriously. Anna was momentarily speechless at Sato's unexpected ultimatum, but after a bit of thought, she decided to meet his demand. After all, finding a strong puppet of her choosing was not easy, and accommodating his request wasn't a big sacrifice to achieve her goals. In fact, Anna hadn't been on the deck herself. She had stayed in her cabin, observing through a few of her Rattata, each equipped with a small infrared camera. Using her laptop, she was able to monitor key activities on the ship, uncovering quite a few of its secrets. Of course, although Anna knew these secrets, she was wise enough to keep them to herself. She'd long understood that there's always a bigger fish, so she was selective in who she engaged with. After a minute, Anna left, but she handed Sato a simple sketch before she did. The sketch was minimalistic, yet it contained enough information for him. The sketch depicted a door with the number B102 on it. I wonder what the person inside is up to. They seem dangerous, Sato thought to himself, memorizing the details before having his Grolithe breathe fire on the sketch, turning it to ashes. Aside from the numbered door, Sato's sharp eyes noticed subtle hidden clues in the drawing. Perhaps unwilling for him to come to harm, Anna had left a small X to symbolize danger within the spaces on the sketch. Clearly, Anna hadn't directly told him because she wasn't willing to risk angering the person in question. After Anna left, Sato immediately released his other Pokémon one by one and quickly began the midday skill training session. Now that he had clues about last night's assailant, Sato was confident he could track the person down as long as they remained on the ship, but given that this individual seemed to hold a special identity, Sato knew he had to proceed with caution, avoiding any hasty actions. Right now, Sato was far more focused on enhancing his Pokémon's abilities. If all went smoothly, he anticipated reaching Larus City, the mission's destination, within the next 3 or 4 days. Since leaving Viridian Forest, Sato had already spent 6 days in total. This meant he had 19 days left to complete the mission, but if he accounted for the travel time to Larus, he'd likely only have about 15 days remaining. Therefore, to complete the mission, Sato had to make every minute count. For now, he could set aside thoughts of the enemy's identity and appearance, keeping that for a future reckoning. Note: 1 day leaving Viridian Forest, 1 day in and leaving Viridian City, 1 day in and leaving Saffron City, 1 day in and leaving Vermilion City, now 2 days on the ship. Today's training focus was on Hidden Power, a move that 5 of his combat Pokémon had just learned through a TM. But before beginning, Sato needed to identify the elemental type of each Pokémon's hidden power. Indeed, the type of hidden power is determined by the individual Pokémon itself. It's a skill of chance. If a Pokémon's hidden power complemented its attack range weaknesses, it was a valuable addition worth training. If not, it had less value for development. First up for testing was the team's senior member, Golbat. Closing his eyes, Golbat followed the method outlined on the Hidden Power Technical Machine, TM, to activate the move. Since he was still learning, Golbat was unfamiliar with this skill, taking a full minute to release it successfully. Yellow energy particles gradually gathered around Golbat, and, under his control, they coalesced into a yellow energy sphere in front of him. As it took shape, small blue electric currents danced across the sphere's surface. When Golbat could no longer contain the yellow energy, he released the electricity-laden sphere forward. The yellow energy ball traveled a short distance before detonating, creating a small explosion of energy. Simultaneously, several yellow energy fragments, still crackling with electricity, scattered in all directions. These fragments faded after traveling about 2 meters in the air. Hidden Power essentially worked as an energy bomb. It condensed elemental energy into an energy ball that could be thrown forward, releasing energy fragments upon explosion to inflict area damage. Based on the color of Golbat's energy ball, Sato determined that his hidden power was electric type. Yellow energy was characteristic of electric type energy. Note: different elemental energies have distinct colors. Grass is green, water is blue, fire is red, and so forth, as indicated on the type chart. It was somewhat ironic. Sato had hoped for a ground-type hidden power to counter electric types, but instead, Golbat had awakened an electric-type hidden power, which left Sato both amused and resigned. However, electric-type hidden power was still useful for Sato. Against water-type Pokémon, Golbat had indeed been lacking an effective attack option. In a watery environment or water-based battlefield, if a water-type Pokémon dives into the water, Golbat used to have no viable means to counter them. But now, with an electric-type hidden power, that problem is solved perfectly. If any water-type Pokemon dares to enter the water, Golbat can unleash his hidden power directly into it. The yellow, electricity-charged energy sphere, like the one he just demonstrated, would spread electric currents throughout the water, making it almost impossible for typical water types to escape and forcing them to take the effective hit. This electric-type move also gives Golbat a significant advantage in aerial battles against other flying-type Pokemon. To date, Sato had yet to have Golbat engage in an air battle against other flying types. Though Golbat's size is now relatively large, it still falls short when compared to larger flying types. Golbat's body size is comparable to a fully grown Pidgeotto, but he's still not as massive as Pokemon like Pidgeot or Fearow. Thus, if their levels were roughly the same, Golbat would generally be at a disadvantage in aerial battles against such larger flying types. However, with this electric-type hidden power, Golbat may now have a slight edge. Of course, now that Golbat's hidden power has been confirmed to be electric-type, it's clear that he'll lack any countermeasures if he ever faces electric types. Looking ahead, Sato could already see that Golbat would avoid battles with electric-type Pokemon or Pokemon proficient in electric moves unless absolutely necessary. Once Golbat's hidden power type was established, it was Nidorann's turn. Like Golbat, Nidoran took about a minute to activate the move successfully. Unlike Golbat's yellow energy sphere, Nidorann's hidden power produced a dark, ominous-colored energy sphere that exuded a sinister aura. Seeing the dark sphere emanating a malevolent energy in front of Nidoran, Sato didn't need much guesswork. Nidorann's hidden power was clearly dark-type. Next, Growlithe, Mudkip, and Arrested Bellossom took turns testing their hidden power, with Sato carefully noting each one's elemental type. Growlithe's hidden power type was surprising. It turned out to be Grass-type, the very type that was effectively countered against his own. However, this now granted Growlithe an unexpected advantage over Rock, Water, and Ground types. Mudkip's hidden power was also exceptionally advantageous, turning out to be a rare flying type, one of the only 5 types that was super effective against grass types, a natural weakness for water-type Pokemon. It was worth noting that Mudkip's final evolution, Swampert, only had one type weakness, grass, which was countered by flying, ice, fire, bug, and poison types. With a 5 in 17 chance of acquiring a type-effective hidden power, Mudkip now had a solid tactic against grass-type Pokemon. Plus, Mudkip could eventually learn various ice moves to counter grass types, enhancing his arsenal. As for Bellossom's hidden power type, it was something Sato had truly never anticipated, even more shocking than Mudkip's. Since her evolution, Bellossom's strength had skyrocketed as if she had hit a lucky streak. And now, blessed by Lady Luck once again, she had drawn the rarest result, with a 1 in 17 chance. Bellossom's hidden power turned out to be Rock-type. As a pure Grass-type Pokemon, Bellossom was naturally countered by Fire, Bug, Flying, Ice, and Poison types. Among the 18 Pokemon types, only the Rock-type can effectively counter 4 of these: Fire, Bug, Flying, and Ice. With Bellossom gaining Rock-type hidden power, it's a truly fortunate development. This means she would no longer lack a counter to Pokemon with Fire, Bug, Flying, or Ice moves in future battles. At the very least, Bellossom won't find herself in a defenseless position like she did in her last battle with a Fearow. Moreover, hidden power was a special ranged move, and if Bellossom's level increased a bit more, she might naturally learn Quiver Dance, a powerful move that enhanced 3 key stats. Combining Quiver Dance with Rock-type hidden power would allow her to turn battles in her favor completely. After completing the hidden power attribute tests for all 5 combat Pokemon, Sato considered their training plans and assigned their next sessions. Golbat and Bellossom were tasked with training their hidden power moves. Nidoran was assigned to work on his newly acquired Thunderbolt move, Growlithe would be practicing his new Double Team move, and the freshly joined Mudkip would start stamina training. Through a TM and learning machine, Nidoran had learned the technique for Thunderbolt, but because he lacked an electric-type affinity and with electric-type energy being naturally volatile, he currently could barely manage more than faint sparks. let alone execute a real thunderbolt. Sato had a solution to help Nidoran with his thunderbolt training, thanks to the connections he built by offering his Pokémon healing services. Earlier that morning, Sato had met another trainer with a magneton while treating his Pokémon. After healing the Pokémon free of charge and providing 20,000 Pokédollars as compensation, Sato managed to borrow the magneton. The reason Sato borrowed this magneton was simple. It possessed a move called Electric Terrain, which could greatly aid Nidoran in his Thunderbolt training. Electric Terrain is an electric-type status move that lasts for 5 turns, turning the field into an electric terrain where grounded Pokémon can't fall asleep and electric moves are strengthened. Come on out, Magneton. I'll need your help creating a small electric terrain, Sato called out. As Nidoran began his Thunderbolt practice, Sato released Magneton from a standard Pokeball. Magneton, already briefed by its trainer, didn't panic upon release. It immediately emitted 3 strong electric currents from its magnets. Guided by Magneton, these yellow currents spread into the ground below, and as the flow continued, a 5-meter radius around Magneton began to hum with bursts of electricity. The ground seemed to be dyed yellow, as if coated with an electric charge, and the air was alive with an unusual intensity of electric-type energy. In the middle of this electric terrain, Sato felt his hair and body hair rising slightly. His skin tingled, and even the slightest movement produced a faint crackle of static. At the same time, Nidoran, standing in the electric terrain, could finally feel the vibrant electric-type energy buzzing around him. With the help of his mental power to steadily draw in the energy, Nidoran was finally able to gather the unruly electric-type energy bit by bit, eventually channeling it to his horn and emitting a faint current from its tip. Clearly, having Magneton's electric terrain boosted Nidoran's training efficiency for Thunderbolt. Although he could only produce a weak current for now, it was an excellent start. Well done, Nidoran. Keep up that momentum. Once you've mastered Thunderbolt, you'll be able to handle any water-type Pokémon in the ocean. Sato encouraged as he watched Nidoran playfully manipulating the electric current he had gathered, creating different shapes with it using his psychic abilities. Due to Golbat's electric-type hidden power, Sato had him practice within the electric terrain as well. Golbat's progress in mastering hidden power was fairly steady. With Nidoran and Golbat's new skills on track, Growlithe was also advancing with his Double Team move. Sato had taught him this move using a Double Team TM he acquired from the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang in Viridian City. Note, Double Team is a normal-type status move that allows the user to create clones by moving quickly, confusing opponents, and raising evasion. Double Team's effectiveness largely depends on a Pokémon's speed. The faster the user, the more clones they can produce in a short time. For Growlithe, who had already mastered Flame Charge, a move that enhances his speed, Double Team was a perfect match. After a bit of practice, he was able to produce 2 precise copies while standing still. Moreover, as Growlithe heated up his body using Flame Charge, with Flame Charge's speed boost, Growlithe could even create 6 stationary clones simultaneously. Currently, Growlithe was running around an area while performing Double Team. Sato set a minimum requirement that Growlithe must produce at least 3 running clones alongside him. But it was evident that Growlithe, who was just beginning to practice Double Team, hadn't quite perfected the technique. He could only produce 1 running clone at a time so far. In Sato's vision, Growlithe would use Double Team mainly for close-range assaults, confusing opponents and reducing their ability to counter his approach. Double Team also enhanced Growlithe's evasion, helping him avoid attacks when he was launching an attack or retreating from an assault. In short, pairing Double Team with his speed-focused approach would make Growlithe even more agile and evasive, giving him more control in battle as he maneuvered around his enemies. In contrast to the skills training of Golbat, Nidoran, and Growlithe progressing steadily, Bellossom was still slowly mastering the move Hidden Power. As a Grass-type Pokémon, Bellossom had exceptional control over Grass energy, which made her proficient in training various Grass-type moves. However, her ability to control other types of energy could only be described as mediocre. Since Bellisum was not a rock-type Pokemon by nature and was currently in an environment where water-type energy was very active, being at sea rather than in a rocky cave, sensing rock-type energy in the surrounding atmosphere had been a real challenge for her. Considering Bellisum's current training difficulties, Sato currently had no better solution and could only have her steadily continue practicing hidden power with a rock-type attribute. This move was extremely important for Bellisum. Until she could become proficient with it, Sato wouldn't be changing her skill training focus anytime soon. Meanwhile, Golbat, who had been training hidden power with an electric-type attribute in the electric terrain, initially took about 30 seconds to use it once. However, with repeated use, his perception and control over electric energy had significantly improved, and his proficiency with the move was rapidly increasing. On the other hand, Bellisum, lacking any special training buffs, needed much more time to use hidden power with a rock-type attribute, requiring nearly 2 minutes each time. Fortunately, Bellisum was patient and hadn't shown any frustration about the slow pace of mastering a non-native move. She continued training the rock-type hidden power steadily. With the high-quality poke blocks that Sato provided, Bellisum had ample stamina, which allowed her to train at a considerably faster pace than most Pokemon would in her situation. I'll need to find a rocky terrain for Bellisum once we're back on land. Training water-type and flying-type moves here at sea is ideal, but the rock-type energy is just too scarce here to train efficiently, Sato thought as he observed Bellisum carefully drawing out and gathering small brown orbs of rock energy with some difficulty. Seeing Bellisum's training progressing without major issues, Sato turned his attention to the new member, Mudkip. Perhaps due to being confined in a Pokeball for so long, Mudkip was happily swimming in a circular pool, displaying a stark contrast from his initially stoic demeanor towards Sato. In the water, Mudkip had transformed into a little dynamo, swimming fast laps around the pool. Despite nearly half an hour of continuous swimming, he showed no sign of fatigue, darting around with energy, like a Pokemon with ADHD. Sato estimated that with a pool radius of about 8 meters, each lap was roughly 25 meters. Over the past half hour, Mudkip had likely completed nearly 200 laps. And judging by Mudkip's still energetic state, he looked ready to keep going for quite some time. For the recently joined Mudkip, Sato hadn't established a full training plan yet. With his current level at only 12 and his overall development not ideal, there was still work to be done. Most importantly, Mudkip still seemed a bit wary of him. Building a trusting bond would take some time and shared experiences. Of course, Mudkip was a water-type starter Pokemon with solid potential. Eventually, he would evolve into the powerful Swampert with Mega Evolution capability. Swampert, a water/ground type, had strong type resistances with impressive HP and defenses. It could also learn ice-type moves that countered grass-type Pokemon effectively. All in all, Swampert would make an excellent tank for the team, and once Mega evolved, combined with Rain Dance, he could easily switch into a formidable attacker. Unlike younger Pokemon like Nidoran and Growlithe, Mudkip had survived in the wild for a while, which had instilled a certain maturity. His knack for blending in reflected his experience surviving nature's challenges. Mudkip was definitely a Pokemon that had been toughened up by nature's tests. As a result, Sato wasn't worried about Mudkip's development being affected by intense training or rapid leveling. He believed that, before long, this mentally mature Mudkip would be ready to become his third primary battler. But for now, if Mudkip was to take on a tank role in the team, Sato knew he'd need to bulk him up. Mudkip's current size was not up to par, he needed to become more robust. Alright, Mudkip, come back up to rest. You've swum close to 300 laps by now. Time to let those muscles recover. Here, have some poke blocks to recharge, Sato said, calculating the laps and addressing Mudkip, who had just swum up to him. He then took out a few high-quality poke blocks. Upon hearing this, Mudkip paused, giving Sato a cautious glance before lighting up at the sight of the poke blocks. He swiftly leapt out of the water. With one gulp, Mudkip swallowed the 3 poke blocks Sato handed him and began chewing slowly. The delicious flavor immediately invigorated him, and his tired body felt refreshed. After tasting Sato's gem-grade poke blocks earlier in the day, Mudkip had become very fond of them. The poke blocks had given him such an energy boost that he didn't feel tired even after all the laps he swam around the pool. A smart Pokemon, Mudkip quickly understood that these small poke blocks were special. Tasting them again confirmed his thoughts. But as Sato reached out to pet Mudkip's head, he was met with a swift dodge. Mudkip's fin twitched slightly, and he deftly evaded the attempted head pat, even splashing a light water gun at Sato's face in the process. Mudkip then leapt back into the water and eyed Sato somewhat warily from a safe distance. Looks like I'll need to work on gaining his trust first, otherwise, everything else will be futile, Sato thought, feeling a bit awkward as he pulled his now-soaked hand back, offering a small smile to Mudkip, who peeked out from the water. For now, it was clear that Mudkip's feelings towards Sato were more food-based than trust-based. True trust would still take some time to build. Mudkip, after a short rest, continues swimming laps around the pool as I mentioned earlier to build up your stamina. I'll leave some poke blocks here. Eat a few to restore your energy if you get tired. Just don't eat too many at once or you'll get a stomachache. Sato took out a towel from his spatial gear and wiped the water from his face, smiling as he spoke. Then, he placed a bowl of high-quality poke blocks by the pool before turning to check on the training of his other Pokemon. Seeing that Sato didn't get angry about the little water gun attack and seemed completely unfazed, Mudkip poked his head out of the water, a curious gleam in his wary eyes. After Sato walked away, Mudkip hopped back on land and happily munched down 3 more high-quality poke blocks from the bowl. With nothing else to do, Mudkip watched as Sato praised Growlithe's training, giving him a gentle head pat, which Growlithe thoroughly enjoyed. Watching Sato and Growlithe's friendly interaction, Mudkip felt a twinge of envy for reasons he couldn't quite understand. Then, he turned his gaze to the other Pokemon training in the field. Golbat, Nidoran, and Bellossom were all accustomed to intense training, focusing their full attention on their exercises without a hint of laziness. When Mudkip had previously spent time in Sato's room with the others, he'd quickly realized that he was the weakest in the group. Even Growlithe, whom he technically had a type advantage over, felt intimidating to him. Golbat and Bellossom, in particular, gave Mudkip a sense of danger that he associated with the powerful wild Pokemon he'd encountered in the past. As a wild Pokemon well-versed in the survival of the fittest, Mudkip naturally respected stronger Pokemon. That's why he'd seemed restrained around Sato initially. Golbat's presence had made him wary, not feigned ignorance. Now, seeing these 2 strong Pokemon diligently training under Sato's guidance, Mudkip finally started to take Sato's instructions more seriously. After a brief rest, Mudkip jumped back into the pool and resumed swimming quickly around it. If I follow his guidance, maybe I could become as strong as Golbat and Bellossom someday, and I wouldn't have to go hungry like before, Mudkip thought as he swam, a flicker of hope in his eyes. From a young age, Mudkip had survived on his own, and life had been tough. He was often hungry and was bullied by other wild Pokemon, so his desire for strength and food was far beyond that of an average Pokemon. Before meeting Sato, Mudkip had encountered many humans, passing from one to another and suffering neglect and mistreatment. He was often starved, which fueled his deep distrust of humans. Although Sato had made a good impression and fed him well from the start, Mudkip still didn't fully trust him. But seeing Sato's calm response to his earlier attack, the strength of the other Pokemon training under Sato, and recalling the delicious food Sato had given him, Mudkip began to feel a small desire to trust and follow Sato's lead. Sato wasn't aware of Mudkip's shifting feelings toward him. If he had known, he'd certainly be thrilled. Right now, though, he was dealing with a bit of a headache. The issue was that, after seeing Golbat and the others take turns battling on the Pokemon training grounds, Ditto, who'd only ever watched from the sidelines, had developed a desire to join in on the battles. Now, Ditto was giving Sato the silent treatment over not being allowed to fight. Alright, if you want to join in the battles, I'll respect your decision. But remember, once you're in, there's no going back to your easy routine. I'll be sure to train you extra hard, Sato said, his expression serious as he addressed Ditto, currently transformed into an ape-palm on his shoulder. Ditto, delighted that Sato had finally agreed to its request, quickly nodded and patted its chest, signaling its readiness. All right then. Do you remember Polyper, the one I had you transform into this morning? Your training task is to master that Polyper form as quickly as possible and also to practice the soak move. Sato nodded approvingly, taking out his laptop and displaying a picture of Polyper to the somewhat puzzled Ditto. Seeing the image on the screen, Ditto immediately recalled the morning's transformation attempt, where he'd tried to transform into Polyper but couldn't manage to fly, quickly shifting into another Pokémon to play instead. Since Ditto had already assured Sato it would do its best, it steeled itself, even if it wasn't particularly thrilled about taking on Polyper's form. In an instant, Ditto's ape-palm form began to glow with a white light as its body quickly reshaped itself. When the glow faded, a life-sized Polyper was perched on Sato's shoulder. However, since Ditto's grasp of the Polyper transformation was still basic, it flapped its wings hard in an attempt to take off, but as soon as it lifted off Sato's shoulder, its lack of coordination caused it to fall to the ground. Battles mean getting hurt, Ditto, and it'll hurt more than these crashes. Right now, you can't even manage steady flight, let alone a fight. You still have a chance to change your mind, Sato sighed, shaking his head as Ditto picked itself up. But Sato underestimated Ditto's determination to join the team in battle. Ditto promptly shook off the suggestion and flapped its wings again, trying to fly once more. After a dozen more rough falls, a somewhat bruised and battered Ditto seemed to have gotten a feel for flying. Gradually, it became more comfortable with Polyper's body. Finally, under Sato's approving gaze, Ditto, in Polyper's form, managed to hover midair. Cautious after so many falls, it only dared to hover 2 meters above the ground, flying with wobbly confidence. Excellent. If Ditto can fully master the Polyper transformation, I won't need to search for a Polyper with a hidden ability. This way, Bellisum will have a reliable support ally anytime, Sato thought, a small smile forming as he watched Ditto flying low above the ground. Why did Sato suddenly decide to have Ditto master the Polyper transformation? The reason was simple. In a battle last night, he observed an impressive tactic used by a female trainer. This trainer seemed to specialize in grass-type Pokémon, as she was accompanied by an Ivysaur, Weepinbell, Jumpluff, and Lotad, along with a non-grass type, an Azurill. In the battle, the female trainer was exceptionally brave, facing a ferocious Gyarados without fear and even achieving a remarkable victory by single-handedly defeating a level 37 Gyarados. During the battle between this female trainer, the other trainers, and Gyarados, Sato was positioned in the background, observing closely. He was thoroughly impressed by the female trainer's bold performance. Her strategy was quite simple, but the key to her success wasn't her 4 capable grass-type Pokémon. It was actually the small Azurill she held in her arms. Sato used his system's detection ability to examine Azurill's information, quickly realizing why the female trainer had such confidence in defeating Gyarados alone. Here's what he found about Azurill. Pokémon, Azurill. Level, 16. Type, normal/fairy. Ability, huge power. Gender, female. Known moves, Splash, Water Gun, Tail Whip, Water Sport, Bubble Beam, Soak, Egg Move. Indeed, the key to her victory over Gyarados lay in Azurill's unique move, Soak. Note, Soak is a water-type move that transforms the target's type into water, even overriding dual typing temporarily. It doesn't work on Pokémon with the ability multi-type, lol. Though the female trainer used Azurill's move subtly, Sato, with his keen eyesight, clearly saw Azurill fire a quick but weak water ball at Gyarados. This seemingly insignificant blue water ball was, in fact, the decisive factor. It was Azurill's Soak move, and it temporarily turned Gyarados' flying-type advantage against grass types into a single water-type attribute. With Gyarados now a single-type water Pokémon, the female trainer's grass types had the upper hand, bombarding him with grass moves until he was overwhelmed, defeated without a single chance to retaliate. Sato was deeply impressed by Azurill's use of Soak, though he didn't think much about it during the battle. But this morning, a trainer with an injured Polyper approached Sato, asking for medical help. When Sato used his detection ability on Polyper, it brought Soak back to mind. Here's what he found about Polyper. Pokemon, Polyper. Level, 26. Type, Water/Flying. Ability, Keen Eye. Gender, male. Learned moves, Protect, Hurricane, Hydro Pump, Tailwind, Soak, Growl, Water Gun, Water Sport, Wing Attack, Supersonic, Mist, Water Pulse, Payback, Brine, Agility, Egg Move, Double Team, TM. From the data, it's clear that Polyper is a highly accessible Pokemon with excellent value for trainers. Skills like Protect, Hurricane, Hydro Pump, Tailwind, and Soak are very useful moves that Polyper learns automatically upon evolving from Wingull. Among Sato's current team, Bellossom, his Grass-type Pokemon, is his strongest. Seeing Soak again reminded him of her, and he quickly realized that Soak would greatly enhance his team's strength. Any Pokemon, regardless of its original type, apart from Arceus, hit by Soak would temporarily become a pure water type, making them vulnerable to Bellossom's powerful grass-type moves. In truth, Pokemon with the Soak move are ideal partners for grass types. With this in mind, Sato began considering catching a Polyper. Since they're abundant in the ocean, it wouldn't be hard for him to use his system's detection ability to find a well-qualified Polyper or Wingull. Had Mudkip not shown up, Sato would probably already be on the deck, scanning the skies among the many flying Wingull and fewer Polyper to pick an ideal Pokemon. Since both Wingull and Polyper are water and flying types, their flying ability gives them an edge as excellent choices for his team. Even with Mudkip as a water type and Ditto mastering the Polyper transformation to participate in battles, Sato still felt drawn to the idea of catching a Wingull or Polyper himself. Moreover, after some reflection on Mudkip's potential, this desire had firmly taken root in Sato's mind, growing stronger. Sato knew that Polyper had significant value, not just for its automatic acquisition of the Soak move upon evolution, but also due to its incredible ability options. Note: when Ditto transforms into Polyper, it also temporarily gains access to Protect, Hurricane, Hydro Pump, Tailwind, and Soak through Polyper's inherent moves, although it has a long way to mastery. As a key to rain teams, the Drizzle ability is highly sought after. Besides Politoed with its hidden ability and the legendary Kyogre, only Polyper had this ability. For many trainers, Polyper often becomes the core of a rain team since its Drizzle ability isn't hidden. Any Wingull with Hydration will evolve into a Polyper with Drizzle. Polyper with the Drizzle ability is already a strong Pokemon. Upon evolving, it gains access to Hurricane and Hydro Pump, which become more effective in rainy weather. One becomes a guaranteed hit, and the other has boosted power. Both moves are also stat boosted, amplifying their impact further. Sato's reasons for wanting Polyper were threefold. First, while Mudkip was a water type, it would take some time before it was a fully capable battler. Until then, he needed a reliable early-stage water type, and a Polyper with Drizzle was an ideal candidate. Second, for Ditto to master Polyper's transformation, self-practice alone won't suffice. It needed close, frequent contact with Polyper, even living together daily, to understand its habits fully and mimic them flawlessly. Third, Sato envisioned great potential for Mudkip's evolution. Its final form, Swampert, had the possibility of mega evolution. With a Keystone and a Swampertite, Sato could enable this transformation. Upon mega evolving, Swampert's ability would change from damp to swift swim, making Polyper with Drizzle a perfect future partner for Mega Swampert. After wrapping up 3 hours of training at noon, time had reached 7 p.m., and by then, the ocean was already blanketed in the evening darkness. To avoid interruptions from people seeking treatment assistance, Sato and his Pokemon team had dinner at the training grounds. Since there was no training in the morning, Sato decided to add an extra 2 hours in the evening. By nearly midnight, they concluded a full day of training. Thanks to almost 8 hours of training, his Pokemon made solid progress. With Magneton's electric terrain as a boost, Golbat and Nidoran saw great improvement in mastering their electric-type moves. Golbat and Nidoran had entered the beginner stage in Hidden Power and Thunderbolt, respectively. Among them, Nidoran, thanks to his improving psychic ability and natural growth, experienced the biggest change. Now he could efficiently gather electric-type energy and release a current. Currently, his range reached about 5 meters, and he could even slightly influence its path using telekinesis. However, since his Thunderbolt skill was still at a beginner level, the amount of electric-type energy he could channel at once was limited, and the power was only comparable to Shockwave. Growlithe, after nearly 8 hours of double-team practice, producing thousands of clones, began to memorize the technique's movement patterns. Now, without even using Flame Charge to charge up, he could instantly create 3 clones to mimic his movements. As for Bellossom, her progress wasn't too shabby, but she lacked the resources needed to train her rock-type hidden power, so she could only reach the beginner level. Right now, Bellossom's rock-type energy gathered into a hidden power energy orb about the size of a fist, with a range of 2 meters, far from being battle-ready. Each type of hidden power starts by gathering elemental energy into a form that, once released, takes various shapes to attack. For instance, Golbat's electric-type hidden power creates a small electrical explosion, while Bellossom's rock-type hidden power produces sharp shards. Growlithe's grass-type hidden power results in energy blades. In Sato's eyes, Mudkip's endurance training today was impressive. Averaging 200 laps around the pool per hour, he swam nearly 1,500 laps, excluding rest breaks. Given each lap is 25 meters, Mudkip covered about 37.5 kilometers in 8 hours. Mudkip's determination surprised Sato, showing him that Mudkip also held a strong drive to grow. Though the reason wasn't clear, Mudkip no longer acted as standoffish as he did when Sato first met him. While Sato hadn't yet won him over enough for head pats, Mudkip no longer greeted him with water gun and was diligently following all training instructions. Ditto, however, left Sato a bit disappointed. Compared to the newly joined Mudkip, Ditto was more laid back, taking the most breaks among the team. On average, he trained for only about 4 hours each day, spending roughly half of every hour resting. Sato didn't scold Ditto for this laziness. He understood that transforming into other Pokémon was already an exhausting task for Ditto. Ditto's transform ability involves restructuring its cells, which continually drains energy to maintain its form. When Ditto transforms into Pelipper and flies around, it consumes even more stamina, so this situation is quite natural. In essence, for Ditto to be battle-ready, it first needs to address its stamina issues. Battles differ from training, where factors both within and beyond one's control make battles significantly more exhausting than regular training. With Ditto's current stamina, it could last only 3 to 4 minutes in intense combat, and this doesn't even account for any additional energy-draining moves. If you really want to participate in battles and keep transforming into Pelipper, you'll need to quickly adapt to that form to minimize your energy consumption, Sato told Ditto at the end of training. Ditto, fully aware of this issue, made no objections. After their late-night snack, Ditto maintained its Pelipper form and perched on Sato's shoulder. Sato didn't immediately return to his room to rest after training. Instead, he had Ditto transform into an Apom and joined him on the deck, where he took out his fishing rod and began night fishing alongside some of the other anglers. In truth, Sato wasn't fishing for fun. He was merely posing as an ordinary angler while watching time tick by. In just 2 days, the St. Louis would reach Slateport City, leaving him with limited time. Yes, he intended to pay a visit to the person who ambushed him last night. Having his belongings stolen and facing a direct attempt on his life was something Sato couldn't just let go. Even knowing it was risky, he was determined to confront this person. His opponent had been injured last night, so they likely weren't too powerful. Anna's warning was probably about the person's connections rather than their strength, but Sato knew his own background wasn't exactly lacking either. Though he hadn't been around Hans and the other sailors for long, Sato had subtly noticed that some of them might have another identity. A few of these sailors were, in fact, his colleagues. Yes, Sato had deduced that many of the ship's guards, Hans included, were rocket members. When he accidentally revealed his rocket insignia watch, Hans's gaze had shifted, and he acknowledged Sato in turn. Thanks to this connection, Sato had bonded well with Hans, which was also why Hans had shown him 3 specially acquired water-type starter Pokémon without any hesitation. Through his conversations with Hans, Sato learned that this ship was rocket property. With his knowledge of the organization, he guessed many crew members were likely associates, especially those in critical roles on board. Beyond discussing compensation for his Gyarados, Sato also informed Hans about the ambush and even offered 10,000 poke dollars to help locate his assailant. Now, Sato was at the designated spot for the exchange, simply waiting. He believed it wouldn't be long before a passing crew guard would come by to talk. Anna's appearance earlier had been unexpected. Even without her information, Sato was confident he'd get what he wanted and probably even more complete details. After the Gyarados incident, unlike last night's more relaxed watch, tonight the deck of the St. Louis was lined with ship guards patrolling back and forth. None of the passengers were willing to come to the deck at this hour, hoping to avoid any potential danger, so aside from the guards and a few persistent anglers, the deck was almost empty of ordinary passengers. Around the St. Louis, some guards sat in pairs or trios atop Tentacruel, following along with the ship as they glided across the water. The passengers were pleased with the increased security. Their nerves had barely calmed since yesterday's attack by the Gyarados swarm, and now they could finally get a peaceful night's sleep. The shadow of a disaster at sea is haunting. Many on board had been awake all night, and by daybreak, most passengers looked visibly worn out and sleep-deprived. Sato sat in a small, foldable wooden chair, statuesque against the sea breeze, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on a glowing buoy drifting on the dark waves. Yet, possibly due to the heightened activity of guards patrolling nearby, his night fishing trip yielded nothing even after half an hour. Of course, Sato wasn't the only one without a catch, but strangely, the other anglers, like him, persisted in this monotonous night fishing. The quiet was almost oppressive, casting a vague tension over Sato's mind. But he maintained his usual expression, blending into the stillness around him like a dedicated angler. Finally, about 2 minutes later, the man Sato had been waiting for arrived. It was Hans, the tall sailor. After spotting the A-palm dozing on Sato's shoulder, Hans quietly approached. He leaned against the railing nearby, striking a casual pose much like a person watching someone fish. "Did you find them?" Breaking the silence, Sato asked softly. "I did, but I can't tell you," Hans replied just as softly, taking a long drag from his cigarette before turning around, his face filled with a cold resolve. "I understand. Thanks for the heads up. I'll transfer the credits to you shortly," Sato said, his expression shifting momentarily before returning to normal. Without another word, he began packing up his fishing rod and chair into his space gear and prepared to leave. Hans's words were few, but they held considerable weight. Clearly, Sato's enemy either had a high standing or was currently too useful for Hans's superiors to allow any information on them to slip out. The fact that Hans had come and offered even this much was a favor, likely because he saw Sato as one of their own. For anyone else, things would probably have ended much worse by now. Watching Sato's retreating figure, Hans flicked his cigarette but into the sea, his gaze briefly sharp. But when he saw the others merely watching Sato leave without making a move, he tucked the pokeball he'd been holding behind his back. "Good evening, Captain." Once Sato had completely left, a sailor riding a polyper descended from the dark sky to join Hans. Seeing him, Hans immediately saluted. Nearby, the other guards and anglers also saluted in greeting before returning to their previous posts as the officer gave them a slight nod. "Is it him then?" As the others returned to their posts, Chief Sailor Rhodes leaned on the railing, facing away from Hans as he asked, "So, it's him?" "Yes, sir, it's him. Should we take some forceful action?" "If you move on your own, those rats might be alerted by him," Hans replied respectfully, his face paling slightly at Rhodes's question. The person who attacked Sato last night was one of the same people who drew the Garridos to the St. Louis. Hans had only learned this after taking on Sato's request. In fact, it was largely due to the clues Sato provided that the other Team Rocket members on board were able to identify the suspect, who turned out to be one of the very troublemakers they'd been searching for. Now, Rhodes was strategizing how to use this exposed agent to capture the rest of the intruders in one go, but Sato was clearly an unpredictable element in the plan. Although Sato was also a member of Team Rocket, he wasn't aligned with Hans and Rhodes's Poseidon faction. For this reason, Rhodes chose to exclude him from the operation. This was also why Hans had briefly felt the urge to eliminate Sato. Team Rocket wasn't a fully united front, and as a member of the Poseidon faction, Hans was technically overstepping by accepting a request from another faction's member. He felt compelled to protect his position and clarify his allegiance. Generally, this sort of friendly rivalry between factions was ignored, but given the importance of this operation, the presence of a Team Rocket member from a rival faction was more of a hindrance. In short, Sato was obstructing their plan, and if removing him would make things smoother, they wouldn't hesitate. No need. He's a smart guy and knows his place, Rhodes said, giving Hansa's shoulder a reassuring pat. As for you, keep a close eye on that exposed rat. You know the consequences if you fail. Rhodes gestured to a polyper on the ground and then flew off with its help into the dark sky. Understood, sir. I'll complete the task, even if it costs me my life, Hans replied quickly, watching as Rhodes disappeared before he hurried back inside the ship. On the top deck of the St. Louis, Rhodes descended slowly from the air with the help of Polyper. Waiting on the deck was a cold beauty with icy blue hair flowing in the breeze, alongside her majestic Pidgeot. Well, who would have thought that kid would have you behind him, Sophia? It's been nearly 3 years since we all last gathered. How about we catch up properly? I've prepared some deep-sea fish, just the way you like, Rhodes said, eyes briefly revealing admiration before he masked it, stepping forward with a smile. Rhodes was a tall, powerfully built man of mixed Kanto and Anovian descent, with his strikingly handsome face complemented by short black hair and deep blue eyes, making him the picture of a classic heartthrob. Unfortunately, Sophia merely nodded at him, replying, "Good night, Rhodes," before mounting her Pidgeot and vanishing into the night sky, leaving him with a disappointed expression. She actually spoke to me this time. I guess you could call that progress, Rhodes muttered with a stiff smile, his expression softening to a wry grin as he watched her swiftly disappear into the night sky. In his room, Sato paced back and forth in the hall, his expression serious as he seemed to be deep in thought. It seems things aren't as simple as they seem. If that's the case, I'll just have to bear with it for now. But what could possibly make Hans and the others suddenly change their attitude toward me? Why is that? Who is this person really? Hans's sudden shift in demeanor had put Sato on high alert, especially after he had Ditto transform into Zubat, discreetly relaying a message that heightened Sato's sense of unease. Clearly, to Hans and the others in the Poseidon faction, the one who had attacked him was more valuable than Sato himself. Lacking crucial information, he couldn't reach a satisfying conclusion, no matter how he analyzed it. Eventually, he reclined on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. Could it be that last night's Garridos attack wasn't an accident? That's right, this ship belongs to Team Rocket, and its management is all Team Rocket personnel. It's unlikely that such a basic error as a navigation mistake would occur. Maybe there's something very valuable on board, enough to make some people take risks using outside forces. That person who attacked me is likely one of the members who orchestrated the Garridos attack. Hans and the others probably don't want an outsider like me interfering with their plans. As Sato looked out at the moonlit sea, watching a Magikarp suddenly jump out of the water, an idea flashed in his mind. He felt like he had grasped an important clue and quickly formed a hypothesis. However, Sato knew that even if his guess was mostly correct, it didn't change his rather awkward position. Although he'd been unintentionally caught up in this, it was clear he had lost the chance to pursue the attacker further. No, I still have a chance to find that person. It's just going to be much harder now. If I keep chasing after them, it won't be as simple as just a warning. I'll end up taking them out myself. Being taken out by one of my own, now that's ironic. Imagining that his hypothesis was true, Sato continued analyzing based on this assumption and his own goals, quickly arriving at an outcome he couldn't help but find a bit ironic. Sigh. Power matters more than anything. If only I were stronger. Sato sighed, rising from the sofa. He moved to the window, gazing out at the nighttime seascape, a look of intense frustration in his eyes. Time passed, and the next day's sun rose on schedule. Sato was already up early, standing at the bow of the deck, watching the sun gradually rise from the horizon. In his hands, he held a large bucket filled with small fish, their numbers creating a strong, pungent fishy smell, especially since many of the small fish were already dead. Attracted by the strong scent, some early rising creatures of the sea began to appear near Sato, though they kept their distance due to the intimidating presence of his gullet. When Sato, wearing rubber gloves, started tossing a few small fish from the bucket into the sea, some quick-witted creatures darted forward like arrows, snatching the small fish midair before they could hit the water. Come on, don't be shy. These fish are just for you, Sato said with a smile as he watched the hungry wingulls eagerly devouring the fish he tossed out. He grabbed another handful from the bucket, throwing them out with a grin. Since there was a precedent, and with Sato's words encouraging them, the nearby wingulls, who had initially been observing from a distance, eagerly flew over to compete for food. Just having woken up in the morning, their stomachs were growling, and a free breakfast was a welcome treat. As Sato continued tossing small fish into the sea, more and more wingulls gathered around him. Soon, a few polypers appeared amidst the flock of seagulls near him, drawn by the commotion. These nearby wingulls and polypers were grateful to Sato, their free breakfast provider, so they showed no hostility toward him or his gullet despite the crowd increasing. Some young, naive wingulls even landed right by Sato's side, catching the attention of sailors and early-rising passengers nearby. Finding a good Pokémon really isn't easy. After scouting over 100 wingulls, only a few had the hydration ability, and those that did barely had any inherited moves, Sato thought with a faint sigh, though his smile didn't waver as he looked at the empty bucket and the seagulls resting beside him, satisfied from their meal. Sato hadn't come to the deck at dawn to play the role of a seagull enthusiast. His goal was to attract these hungry, early-rising wingulls and use his system's scanning ability to find an ideal wingull. However, the drizzle ability seemed too rare. The vast majority of wingulls had keen eye instead. Those with hydration were as rare as wingulls with hidden abilities, a 1 or 2% chance at best. Among the hydration wingulls, only 2 had the traits Sato wanted. These 2 had impressive growth, good inherited moves, and excellent potential. But there was a problem. Both wingulls had guardians, they each had a high-level polyper protecting them. Judging by how the other wingulls were feeding these polypers small fish, these 2 held high status in the flock. If Sato made a sudden move, he might be swarmed by the wingulls. However, Sato wasn't in a rush. With 6 Pokémon in his team already, he needed to be selective about adding more. As the bucket beside Sato emptied and more strangers began appearing on the deck, the flock of wingulls quickly began dispersing. Soon, the scene of wingulls gathered on the bow faded, and Sato prepared to leave, bucket in hand. "Hello, I'm Eileen. Are you Mr. Sato?" A pleasant voice spoke from behind just as he picked up his bucket. Around 10 a.m., exciting Pokémon battles were unfolding at the training grounds aboard the St. Louis, with large crowds gathered around each of the 10 battlefields. Each time a Pokémon executed an impressive move or won a match, spectators surrounding the battlefields erupted in applause, cheering for the victors and sympathizing with those who had lost. Today marked the start of the St. Louis Pokémon Tournament, with the best 100 trainers on board competing, far less than the initial 224 trainers who had applied to compete. The first round, a one-on-one elimination round, was already underway. The matches began at 9, and by now, the first round was about halfway through. Due to the intense battles, many Pokémon had sustained injuries. In the makeshift medical room set up at the edge of the training grounds, The staff was overwhelmed with treating the injured Pokemon. Eileen, that recently arrived Rattata's injuries aren't too serious. Just treat its wounds and use a regular healing potion. The healing resources need to be reserved for the severely injured Pokemon. Sato, dressed in a white coat, had just carefully bandaged a matchup's wounds and given it a healing potion. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, he frowned slightly as he addressed a young woman in a white coat beside him. Yes, understood, Mr. Sato. Eileen had initially wanted her Wigglytuff to use Heal Pulse on the recently brought-in Rattata, but hearing Sato's words, her face briefly showed a hint of reluctance. Noticing her Chansey and Sato's Bellossom both looking utterly exhausted, she followed his instructions and efficiently gathered disinfectant, bandages, ointment, and healing potions to treat the Rattata before her. While treating the Rattata, Eileen's face held a slight look of dissatisfaction as she disagreed with Sato's approach. To her, all Pokemon should receive the same level of care. Don't get too caught up in sympathy, Eileen. Mr. Sato is right. Your healing Pokemon's energy is limited. If they're exhausted on minor injuries, what will we do for those who come in with serious injuries later? A temporary nurse beside her whispered, noticing her discontent. Yes, I understand, Eileen replied quietly, casting a sidelong glance at Sato. Seeing his dedication as he tended to each Pokemon as thoroughly as ever, her displeasure faded, and she nodded at the nurse. In fact, Sato wasn't the only medical personnel for this Pokemon tournament on the St. Louis. Eileen herself was also a qualified Pokemon medical trainer. Eileen's appearance had given Sato the impression that she might be related to Nurse Joy, as her resemblance was striking save for differences in hair and eye color. Eileen was, indeed, deeply connected to the Joy family. Her mother, Nurse Joy Reiko, was a member of the Joy lineage, which was why Eileen had the rare privilege of starting with a Chansey as her first Pokemon. Additionally, Eileen's mother had secured her admission into the Joy family's private Pokemon Medical Academy from a young age. Though only 15, Eileen had already mastered various specialized techniques for treating Pokemon. However, Eileen wasn't especially passionate about being a Pokemon medical trainer. She had only gone to the academy to fulfill her mother's expectations. Eileen was currently going through her rebellious phase in life. She chose to follow her heart, deciding to drop out of school and pursue her childhood dream of becoming a Pokemon trainer. Of course, becoming a Pokemon trainer isn't something just anyone can do. The hardships are beyond what most people can understand. Because of her decision, Eileen's parents were very angry. Upon learning that she wanted to walk the path of a trainer, they immediately cut off her financial support, hoping it would force her to return to her unfinished studies. However, Eileen had graduated from the Pokemon Medical Trainer Academy and had a Chansey, a Pokemon symbolizing a special background. Thanks to her skills in treating other trainers' Pokemon, Eileen was able to sustain herself and had some resources to raise her own Pokemon. The main reason Eileen was participating in the St. Louis Pokemon Tournament was to earn money for her upcoming travels. According to her agreement with the event organizers, she would receive 300,000 Pokedollars as payment once the tournament concluded. Having come from a Pokemon Medical Academy, Eileen had a kind heart and always treated every injured Pokemon with the same care, striving to do her best in every case. Her attitude toward medical treatment earned her the friendship of many trainers, and along the way, she also gained the voluntary following of several wild Pokemon. Eileen's current displeasure with Sato mostly stemmed from her desire for perfection in medical care. She didn't quite agree with Sato's approach of prioritizing certain Pokemon for treatment over others. Of course, Eileen also knew that Sato's approach was the right one. In this temporary medical room, only her Chansey and Sato's Bellossom had the ability to heal. With the continuous influx of injured Pokemon from the battles, trying to treat them all perfectly was simply impossible. Though she didn't agree with him, Eileen couldn't help but respect Sato. She realized that while his medical methods might seem unprofessional, his efficiency was higher than hers, thanks to his excellent healing Pokemon. When it came to healing abilities, Chansey's egg supply gave it more stamina than Bellossom. However, in terms of healing efficiency, Chansey, with its single-target heal pulse, couldn't compare to Bellisum's grassy terrain, which was a group healing move. Since the start of the tournament, the two medical Pokémon had treated a total of 72 Pokémon, with Chansey healing 30 and Bellisum a remarkable 42. Even though Mr. Sato isn't very professional, he's very good to Pokémon. He's a good doctor, and I shouldn't be upset about this. Maybe this approach really is the best way to help these injured Pokémon, Eileen thought to herself as she carefully bandaged the Rattata in front of her. However, just as Eileen was starting to change her opinion of Sato, a single announcement made her feel frustrated with him again. The next battle will be between contestants Sato and Buga. Please head to Battle Arena 3 immediately. As the announcement ended, Sato, under Eileen's dissatisfied gaze, took off his white coat, returned Bellisum to her Pokeball, and walked briskly toward Battle Arena 3. As Sato emerged from the temporary medical station, he drew the attention of many trainers, especially those he had treated. Their faces showed a mix of surprise and disbelief. After all, Sato had been performing high-intensity medical work for over 2 hours straight since the competition began, and his mental state was visibly strained. More importantly, his key Pokémon, Bellisum, had expended a tremendous amount of energy and stamina healing other injured Pokémon, leaving it far from peak battle readiness. Given both the trainer and their lead Pokémon were clearly fatigued, Sato's decision to participate in the St. Louis Pokémon Tournament at this time seemed reckless to many onlookers. To make matters worse, Sato was a key member of the tournament's medical team. His decision to step away for the competition appeared irresponsible in the eyes of some trainers. What is he thinking? There are still so many injured Pokémon waiting for treatment. This is beyond irresponsible, Eileen muttered, her earlier positive impression of Sato now replaced with frustration. As a trainer herself, Eileen had also wanted to participate in the tournament. However, prioritizing the greater good, she chose to dedicate herself fully to medical duties. After all, treating Pokémon required immense concentration and energy. Engaging in a high-stakes Pokémon battle on top of that would only jeopardize her ability to provide care. In Eileen's view, medical work demanded meticulous attention and left no room for distractions. Watching Sato divide his focus between two critical roles only deepened her disapproval. To her, it felt like he was treating such a sacred responsibility with undue carelessness. However, Sato paid no attention to the judgmental glances or whispered criticisms. He was fully aware of his priorities. First and foremost, he was a Pokémon trainer. Only secondarily, and perhaps reluctantly, did he take on the role of a Pokémon medic. The only reason Sato had agreed to serve as a medic for this event was that the request came from the ship's formidable bosun, someone whose strength far outclassed his own. Unable to refuse, Sato reluctantly accepted, lured only by the 300,000 Pokedollars reward for his service. Time was precious to Sato, and he refused to waste even a second. With determined steps, he made his way to Arena 3, the venue announced over the ship's intercom. Waiting for him on the far side of the battlefield was a young, blonde sailor dressed in a crisp uniform. The sailor's expression was cold and impatient as he locked eyes with Sato. "Let's see what makes you special enough for Sophia to protect you personally," muttered Rhodes, standing on a high platform. Watching the commotion caused by Sato's abrupt shift from medic to competitor, his gaze betrayed a hint of jealousy. As Sato stepped into the arena, the randomized roulette wheels for battlefield type and first Pokémon release spun into motion. The results, a rocky terrain and Sato's turn to release his Pokémon first. "Let's go, Golbat. Take the stage," Sato called out, releasing one of his strongest remaining Pokémon. With Bellisum too exhausted to battle, and the match being a one-on-one elimination round, Sato had no choice but to rely on Golbat to maximize his chances of advancing. The moment Golbat appeared, its large figure hovered in the air, instantly catching the attention of the crowd. Its size, far exceeding that of an average Golbat, elicited gasps from spectators. As Golbat flapped its powerful wings, a gust of wind rippled across the arena, forcing onlookers to shield their faces. The wind caused skirts to flutter, drawing startled squeals from some women in the audience. Am I seeing this right? That gallbit is fucking enormous. At least twice the size of a normal one. What a beast. If that thing bit down on you, you'd be done for. Whoa. The wind is so strong, what a view. The crowd erupted in murmurs, their opinions of Sato shifting as they reassessed his abilities. From the sheer size and strength of Gallbut, it was clear that Sato was no ordinary trainer. Among the spectators was Anna, a bespectacled girl standing at the edge of the battlefield with a large camera in hand. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she snapped photo after photo of Gallbut, her enthusiasm evident in her energetic movements. Let's see what your Gallbut is capable of. Anna muttered eagerly, continuing her frenzied photography. Her camera clicked from every possible angle, capturing Gallbut's imposing figure with almost obsessive precision. Shortly after Sato released Gallbut, his opponent, Thomas, followed suit, releasing his Pokémon for the battle. With a flash of white light, the Pokémon materialized in midair, a Pelipper, one Sato had encountered earlier that morning. Thomas's Pelipper was exceptionally well-developed, boasting a size larger than the average for its species. It was only slightly smaller than Sato's Gallbut, whose wingspan stretched close to 2 meters. As Pelipper emerged, Sato immediately utilized his system's detection capability to gather its details. Pelipper details. Level 29. Type: Water/Flying. Ability: Keen Eye. Gender: Male. Known moves: Protect, Hurricane, Hydro Pump, Tailwind, Soak, Growl, Water Gun, Water Sport, Wing Attack, Supersonic, Haze, Water Pulse, Payback, Brine, Fling, Double Team, Tutor, Steel Wing, TM, Icy Wind, TM. From the data, it was clear that Thomas's Pelipper was a formidable opponent. It boasted a wide array of moves, including several powerful ones and even some that could counter Gallbut effectively. Currently, Gallbut was at level 31. With its recent level up, it had learned Swift and Venoshock. However, these moves hadn't yet become part of Sato's strategy. Gallbut's core battle skills remained Supersonic, Shadow Ball, Gust, and its signature Air Cutter. Among these, Air Cutter was undoubtedly Gallbut's most lethal move. Its mastery of a 6-strike combination gave it devastating offensive potential. Let's start by giving our opponent a shower. Use Hydro Pump. As soon as the referee gave the signal, Thomas seized the initiative, commanding Pelipper to attack. Pelipper responded instantly, as if anticipating the order. A powerful jet of high-pressure water shot from its beak, streaking toward Gallbut like an arrow. Good. Counter with small shadow balls. As soon as Pelipper unleashed its Hydro Pump, Gallbut, guided by its echolocation ability, swiftly veered to the left to evade. At the same time, following Sato's command, it spat out a series of small, ping-pong ball-sized shadow balls. Though each shadow ball was weak individually, they retained their effect of lowering the target's special defense. If even one struck Pelipper, it could significantly reduce its resistance, creating an opening for Gallbut to land a decisive blow. However, Pelipper, as a level 29 Pokémon with substantial battle experience, adapted quickly. Without waiting for Thomas's direction, it tilted its head and adjusted its ongoing Hydro Pump to pursue Gallbut while also intercepting the incoming shadow balls. The sustained force of Hydro Pump not only continued its assault on Gallbut, but also neutralized the shadow ball counterattack. Moments later, the initial exchange of probing attacks ended. Both Pokémon remained unharmed, evenly matched in this first skirmish. However, while Sato maintained a calm, emotionless expression, Thomas frowned, his eyes betraying a newfound wariness. From the earlier exchange, it seemed on the surface that Gallbut was on the defensive. However, with his wealth of battle experience, Thomas knew that Pelipper had been at a disadvantage during the encounter. As the aggressor, failing to land an attack was already a loss in itself. Moreover, Gallbut's effortless evasion of Pelipper's Hydro Pump and its ability to counterattack demonstrated its exceptional reflexes. Combined with its superior mobility, it would likely be extremely difficult for Pelipper to land a hit in subsequent attacks. Meanwhile, during the skirmish, Gallbut had maneuvered skillfully, closing the gap to less than 6 meters from Polyper. Whirlwind shield, try it. Sato, who had been carefully observing the distance between Galbut and Polyper, quickly issued his command. At Sato's signal, Galbut's eyes flashed sharply. Enveloped by a refined aura of flying-type energy, its wings flapped powerfully forward, unleashing 3 spiraling white whirlwinds. These whirlwinds spun outward from their center in reverse directions, forming a triangular formation that swiftly surrounded the unsuspecting Polyper. Under Galbut's control, the 3 whirlwinds converged rapidly. The outward force of the winds made it difficult for Polyper to break free from the encirclement. As the whirlwinds drew closer, their winds collided violently, forming 3 invisible, impenetrable wind walls. Polyper, trapped in this prison of gales, struggled to escape but found itself unable to break free. Simultaneously, countless fine wind blades shot out from the 3 whirlwinds. Polyper, caught in the stormy prison, was bombarded by the relentless barrage of these wind blades. Within seconds, Polyper's body was riddled with numerous small wounds, and the injuries were rapidly accumulating. Galbut's mastery of gust had reached new heights thanks to its increased level, improved physical abilities, and refined technique. It could now summon and control up to 4 whirlwinds simultaneously when using gust. If focused entirely on a single whirlwind, Galbut could even create a massive, 3-meter-wide cyclone within a 5-meter radius in no time. However, to adapt to battle strategies, Sato had instructed Galbut to modify gust from a straightforward offensive move. Simply directing a single whirlwind at the opponent was too predictable and easy to dodge. Additionally, forming the whirlwind took time, and a vigilant opponent could easily escape before it fully formed. With Galbut's ability to summon multiple whirlwinds now enhanced, Sato envisioned more advanced techniques for the move's evolution. For example, the current gust didn't aim to trap the opponent immediately within a single whirlwind. Instead, it encircled the enemy with 3 whirlwinds, using their combined wind forces to slow down any attempts at escape. Once the whirlwinds converged into an equilateral triangular formation, they formed an invisible wind wall that made it even harder for the opponent to break free. Gust's offensive capabilities didn't just rely on the wind blades released by the whirlwinds. The wind pressure generated by the collisions of the wind walls was also a formidable source of damage. Don't panic. Use Hurricane to tear it apart. Seeing Polyper trapped within the whirlwinds, unable to escape, Thomas's face turned grim. He urgently commanded Polyper to unleash a powerful hurricane to break free of Galbut's control. With no other options, Polyper cloaked itself in flying-type energy and furiously flapped its wings. In an instant, a massive whirlwind formed around Polyper, rivaling the 3 whirlwinds controlled by Galbut. With Polyper giving its all, the hurricane it summoned rapidly expanded, eventually overpowering and shattering Galbut's 3 whirlwinds. Just as Polyper managed to break free from the whirlwinds, Galbut, who had been lying in wait, immediately unleashed a basketball-sized shadow ball aimed directly at its target. Having expended all its strength to execute the hurricane move and escape the wind prison, Polyper was left in a vulnerable state, unable to muster the energy to evade the incoming attack. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as the shadow ball struck Polyper head-on. Like a kite with a severed string, Polyper plummeted to the rocky battlefield below, creating a cloud of dust that obscured its figure. Impressive. His Galbut seems to be even stronger than Bellisum. Anna, who had somehow produced a small notebook, was busily scribbling down detailed notes while her face lit up with excitement as she observed Galbut's dominance over Polyper, whose level was nearly the same. Interesting. A simple gust turned into something so creative. His battle instincts are exceptional. Rhodes, watching from a high vantage point, grew visibly more serious. His hands gripped the railing tightly as his gaze locked onto the battlefield. Meanwhile, several trainers among the spectators lining the edges of the battlefield exchanged surprised looks. The advanced and unconventional use of gust had left them both astonished and contemplative. This is amazing. The way he's trained his Galbut is incredible, Nurse Joy, watching from the medical center, remarked with awe as she stared at the wall-mounted TV broadcasting the battle. Follow up with another shadow ball. Finish it off. Sato seized the opportunity, instructing Galbut to press the attack. With its echolocation ability, Galbut could clearly sense Polyper's location amidst the dusty haze, as though it were a beacon in the night. Another basketball-sized shadow ball formed and launched from Galbut's mouth. Don't give up. Use Protect. Thomas, hearing Sato's decisive command, paled and hastily called for Polyper to deploy its sole defensive move in a desperate bid to continue the fight. Whoosh! The shadow ball tore through the dust, carving a hole in the veil of debris, and smashed into the shimmering green energy shield surrounding Polyper. Though the Protect move successfully blocked the attack, sparing Polyper from further critical damage, it was only a temporary reprieve. Polyper remained grounded, lying in a crater on the rocky terrain. Unable to take flight, it was still an easy target for Galbut's relentless assault. At Sato's command of Swift, a barrage of glowing yellow star-shaped projectiles shot from Galbut's mouth, homing in on Polyper. The stars struck the struggling Polyper with precision just as it began to rise from the crater. After enduring a series of devastating attacks from Galbut, Polyper finally collapsed, its body limp and motionless in the rocky crater, unresponsive to Thomas's frantic commands. With that, the first round of the match concluded, and Sato secured a resounding victory, his Galbut having overwhelmed the opponent in a near-dominant display of power and strategy. Polyper is unable to battle. The winner is Sato and his Galbut. The referee silently counted to 10 in his mind. When Polyper showed no signs of movement, he raised the small flag in his hand and announced the result of the match. As soon as the announcement was made, Thomas recalled Polyper into its pokeball without saying a word or shaking hands with Sato. Instead, he disappeared into the crowd. Sato, seeing this, simply praised his Galbut a few times, rewarded him with some high-quality pokeblocks, and leisurely made his way back to the medical room. This time, the way everyone looked at Sato had completely changed. They now recognized that Sato was, first and foremost, a powerful Pokémon trainer and only secondarily a somewhat inexperienced Pokémon medic. His participation in this tournament suddenly made complete sense. The fact that he chose to rely on his main partner, Bellissum, for key support during the event was a stroke of luck for the other trainers, but a challenge for anyone hoping to secure a top spot in the competition. After all, the strong are always entitled to some privileges, aren't they? On his way back, several trainers who had benefited from Sato's medical services offered their congratulations or praised his victory. Upon arriving at the temporary medical room, many of the assisting staff also came forward to congratulate him. Even Eileen, who had previously been critical of him, extended her warm wishes. Once back in the medical room, Sato put on his white coat again. After feeding Bellissum a gem-grade pokeblock and letting her rest for a while, he released her to continue assisting in treating injured Pokémon. To Sato's surprise, the first patient upon his return was none other than the Polyper he had just defeated with Galbut. Thomas, clearly embarrassed, was well aware of Sato's role as a Pokémon medic. He was anxious, feeling guilty about his poor sportsmanship after losing the match. Fortunately, Sato didn't seem to hold a grudge against Thomas for his post-match behavior. Maintaining his professional demeanor, Sato even let Bellissum personally treat Polyper. "Thank you so much, Mr. Sato." Thomas's face lit up with joy as he watched Polyper quickly recover under the effects of Bellissum's grassy terrain. Bowing deeply, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Sato nodded in acknowledgement and immediately moved on to provide medical services to the next injured Pokémon. Nearby, Eileen watched, her face softening into a smile. By just past noon, the morning's matches were officially over and the second-round matchups were announced. Perhaps in recognition of Sato's dual role as both a competitor and a medic, the organizers scheduled his next match relatively early, third in the lineup for the afternoon. Unlike the first round, the second-round battles introduced new challenges. After eliminating 112 trainers, the remaining competitors were all highly skilled. To further test their abilities, The second-round format required each trainer to use 2 Pokémon in a 2v2 battle. At lunchtime, back in Sato's room, he and his Pokémon were enjoying a cheerful meal together. After training and playing together the previous day, Mudkip seemed to have let down his guard around Nidoran, Growlithe, Bellossom, and Ditto. The group was now chatting happily as they feasted on the delicious spread. Despite his small size, Mudkip was surprisingly strong. During their playful wrestling matches, he effortlessly bested the others, proving that his tiny frame housed incredible power. Sato conducted a simple strength test for Mudkip using weighted equipment. Currently, Mudkip could easily lift objects weighing up to 200 kilograms, with his maximum strength capping at 300 kilograms. Perhaps due to this incredible strength, Mudkip also had a massive appetite. While most Pokémon required just 1 can of food per meal, Mudkip needed at least 3 or 4 to feel full. If he had been particularly active, he might even consume 5. Sato didn't see this voracious appetite as a problem. Before boarding the ship, he had purchased a month's supply of high-quality water-type Pokémon food. With Mudkip's eating habits, the supply would last about a week. This all-you-can-eat policy earned Sato Mudkip's trust and satisfaction. Though Sato hadn't yet achieved the ultimate milestone of a head-pat bond with Mudkip, their relationship had noticeably improved, becoming far less strained than before. Happy times always seemed short-lived. Just as Sato had finished 2/3 of his lunch, a familiar knock came at the door. Sighing, Sato put down his chopsticks and opened the door to find a mature woman standing before him. She was stylishly dressed, with heavy makeup and an overwhelming perfume that quickly spread throughout the room as soon as the door opened. The scent was so strong that Growlithe, with his keen nose, immediately let out several forceful sneezes. Woof! 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 Clearly displeased with this uninvited guest disrupting his lunch, Growlithe barked loudly at the woman as soon as she stepped into the room. Growlithe, it's not polite to be rude to guests. If the scent is bothering you, go to the bedroom, Sato said, offering an apology to the woman before kneeling to pat Growlithe on the head. Growlithe nodded, then darted into Sato's room, even smartly closing the door behind him. Meanwhile, the woman visibly relaxed. Her wary expression softened, and her hands, previously held behind her back, moved casually to her sides. A pokeball she had been clutching also vanished. Apologies again. My Growlithe doesn't seem to like your perfume. How can I help you? Sato asked as he turned back to the woman. It's no problem at all, Mr. Sato. My name is Mary. I'm here for your medical expertise. These are the patients. Please heal them as quickly as possible, Mary replied with a sultry smile. As she spoke, Mary released a Persian and a Poliwrath from their pokeballs. Both Pokémon were badly injured and unconscious. Sato, using his system scanning ability, conducted his routine check on the 2 Pokémon. However, the results left him stunned. Both Pokémon, despite being in a fainted state, were at level 42. Faced with such a formidable guest, Sato did not dare slack off, but he maintained his composure and calmly instructed Bellossom to treat the 2 injured Pokémon. With Bellossom's grassy terrain, the Persian and Poliwrath quickly recovered from their injuries and regained consciousness. Both Persian and Poliwrath, at an impressive level 42, were experienced battlers and would be considered rulers of their respective territories in the wild. When unconscious, they were merely injured Pokémon, but once awake, their imposing auras immediately radiated from them. Fortunately, Bellossom, now at level 32 and no stranger to intense battles, remained undeterred. Having previously witnessed the terrifying presence of the Ursaring ruler in Viridian Forest, Bellossom wasn't fazed by the pressure exuded by these 2 Pokémon, continuing the treatment without interruption. Mary, clearly aware of how intimidating her 2 high-level Pokémon could be to weaker ones, quickly made a hand gesture to the pair. Seeing the signal, Persian and Poliwrath promptly reined in their intimidating auras and obediently allowed Bellossom to continue the treatment. In truth, even without Mary's gesture, the Persian and Poliwrath had no intention of acting aggressively. Fully aware of their situation, they understood Bellisum was their healer and posed no threat. Such strength. This feels eerily similar to the aura of that Ursaring ruler I encountered before. This woman is someone I absolutely cannot provoke right now, Sato thought. Outwardly, Sato remained calm, showing no signs of being intimidated by the Pokemon's auras. He also reassured his other Pokemon, who were visibly on edge. Nidoran and Ditto were clinging to each other in fear. Mudkip was pretending to play dumb, while Golbat had perched on Sato's shoulder, glaring intently at Persian and Poliwrath. Thank you so much for your help. I'm afraid I don't have cash on me right now, so please take this as compensation and a small token of my gratitude. It should be very useful for your Bellisum, Mary said as she handed Sato a technical machine, TM. There's no need, ma'am. It was my honor to help treat such strong Pokemon. Please take the TM back, Sato replied with a polite smile, though he was tempted by the TM for Teeter Dance. Mary, however, had no intention of retrieving the TM. She gave Sato a brief glance before tossing the disc to him. Without waiting for a reply, she turned and left the room, exuding an air of authority. Watching her leave, Sato looked at the TM for Teeter Dance in his hands, feeling its metaphorical weight. After some consideration, he decided to keep it, knowing it could significantly enhance Bellisum's capabilities. Though Mary's true identity remained a mystery, the fact that her two powerful Pokemon had been severely injured and unconscious was troubling. So far, apart from Sailor Road's Tentacruel, Sato hadn't encountered any other Pokemon above level 40 on the ship. Once a Pokemon reached level 30, leveling up became increasingly difficult, nowhere near as rapid as before. Based on the current leveling pace of Zubat and Bellisum, Sato estimated that it would take several months for either Pokemon to reach level 40. This was assuming they could regularly find opponents of equal strength to challenge. If Pokemon could be categorized by level, levels 1 to 9 were minion level. Levels 10 to 29 were ordinary level. Level 30 marked the advanced level. Level 40 represented professional level. Mary's two-level, 42 Pokemon were undeniably powerful, capable of rivaling the leader Ursaring from Viridian Forest. It would take Sato a long time to train his Pokemon to that level of strength. If Sato's guess was correct, Mary was likely part of the group aiming to steal something significant aboard the Team Rocket ship, and possibly one of its leaders. After closing the door, Sato immediately let Growlithe out of the bedroom. Growlithe bolted into his arms, acting as if it had done something praiseworthy. Did you notice something, Growlithe? Seeing Growlithe's behavior, Sato quickly realized it had something important to share. He'd been puzzled earlier. Another guest had worn a similarly strong perfume, yet Growlithe hadn't shown the same level of hostility. Woof! Woof! Growlithe barked excitedly, nodding in confirmation. After a brief Q&A session, where Sato asked questions and Growlithe responded by nodding or shaking its head, Sato pieced together some critical information. According to Growlithe, Mary had some connection to the person who had attempted to ambush him the night before. Despite her heavy perfume, Growlithe, with its keen sense of smell, detected that Mary carried the scent of that person. This strongly implied that Mary had been in physical contact with them. This is turning into a real mess. Who is that guy? If someone like Mary is protecting him, there's no way I can take him out at the moment, Sato thought, his expression growing grim as he looked at the Teeter Dance TM in his hand. Meanwhile, Mary had returned to an upper-level luxury suite. Inside, a young woman with her arm bandaged sat cross-legged, munching on an apple while flipping through a fashion magazine. Boss, you're back. So, when are we making our move? I've been cooped up all day, I'm going stir-crazy. Oh, and the Gyarados I stole yesterday still hasn't been treated. I'm worried it might die, the girl said, tossing the half-eaten apple into a nearby trash can with perfect aim. She then walked over with a cheerful smile, magazine in hand. After welcoming Mary as a guest midway through his lunch, Sato was no longer disturbed during the rest of his meal. Over time, his previously sour mood began to improve. The unexpected appearance of the mysterious and powerful Mary added complexity to Sato's plans for dealing with his enemies. However, it also gave him a glimmer of hope for direct revenge. For one, Mary's strength was likely on par with that of Rhodes, which gave him a potential ally, or at least a point of reference. If she truly is one of the masterminds behind it all, her openly seeking me out for treatment suggests she hasn't been exposed yet. Coupled with Team Rocket's current calm demeanor, it's clear that Mary and her group haven't achieved their objectives. That means they're bound to act again soon. With this valuable piece of intelligence, Sato's mind began working at full speed, analyzing the situation and trying to predict the next moves of his enemies. Eventually, he concluded that this group had likely failed in their previous attempt and would soon launch another attack. This realization presented an opportunity for Sato to act amidst the chaos. While he might not yet match the likes of Mary or Rhodes in strength, he was more than capable of handling their subordinates. After all, he had successfully repelled the assailant who ambushed him, and Hans, one of their agents, was even weaker than that. Once the two sides clashed, with the leaders facing off against each other, Sato would have his chance for revenge. Of course, this plan required him to continue improving his strength and maintaining his cover. Soon, lunch was over and the second round of the St. Louis Pokémon Tournament was about to begin. This time, perhaps due to special arrangements by the organizers, Sato's match was scheduled as the second battle in the round. Thus, he barely had time to don his white coat before taking it off again. Sato's opponent for the second round was a middle-aged man named Taro Otoya. He was dressed sharply in a suit and tie, with thick reflective glasses, impeccably styled hair slicked with pomade, and a luxury briefcase in his right hand, a classic image of a corporate professional. From his appearance, it seemed likely that Taro Otoya was only a part-time Pokémon trainer. However, Sato had treated this man's Pokémon earlier in the morning. He knew that Taro owned a level 28 Mahoke, which indicated decent strength. When Sato and Taro took their positions at opposite ends of the number 2 battle arena, the area quickly filled with spectators, many of whom were trainers who had also advanced to the second round. Among them was Anna, the photography enthusiast, who was already prepared to capture every moment. Clearly, Sato's overwhelming performance in the first round had raised alarm bells for those aiming to win the championship. They were now closely observing his every move to gather intelligence. Once both contestants were ready, the referee signaled to the staff on the elevated platform, prompting the roulette-style selector on the large screen to spin rapidly. It ultimately stopped on the grass field, with Taro Otoya being selected to move first. In no time, the battle arena transformed into a lush grassy field interspersed with sparse woodlands. "Come forth, my aerial bodyguard. Fight for me." The corporate professional's expression turned serious as he pulled a standard red and white Pokeball from his suit pocket and released his Pokémon onto the field. Aerial bodyguard? So fucking cringe, Sato thought, his expression turning wired with a second-hand embarrassment. With a flash of white light, a well-developed Pidgeotto appeared, swiftly circling the air above the grassy field. Its sharp eyes locked onto Sato with a predatory focus. As Pidgeotto stared at Sato, he returned its gaze with equal intensity. For a moment, Pidgeotto felt an unsettling sensation of being completely seen through. It instinctively retreated a short distance, suddenly on high alert. Pidgeotto details. Pokémon, Pidgeotto. Level, 22. Type, normal/flying. Ability, Keen Eye. Gender, male. Known moves, Tackle, Sand Attack, Gust, Quick Attack, Whirlwind, Twister, Brave Bird, Egg Move, Double Team, TM, Protect, TM. Taro Otoya was once a Pokémon trainer who dreamed of becoming a Pokémon master. Unfortunately, due to his humble origins and lack of significant opportunities, he quickly faded into the crowd. Unable to endure the harsh and frugal life of a bottom-tier trainer, Taro abandoned the grand ambitions of his youth. Like most ordinary trainers, he returned to human society and found a more stable way of life. Though his abilities as a trainer were modest, his experience as someone who had journeyed across multiple regions gave him an edge in knowledge and insight. It wasn't long before he secured a job as a sales representative. Thanks to his outstanding performance, Taro climbed the ranks through years of effort. He was now the head of the sales department at Sylph Company's branch in Saffron City and is currently on a business trip to the Hoenn region. Having resolved the resource issue that plagues most trainers, money, through his hard work, Taro began to reminisce about his old life as an adventuring trainer. He decided to re-enter the profession, albeit as a hobbyist this time. Taro's participation in the St. Louis Pokémon Tournament isn't driven by prize money. His goal is simple: to fully enjoy the thrill of Pokémon battles. Come out, Nidoran. I'm counting on you for this match. After reviewing his opponent's data, Sato quickly decided which Pokémon to send out first. Taking a Pokeball from his belt, he released Nidoran onto the field. The next moment, Nidoran's mostly purple body appeared on the battlefield. After briefly sizing up its opponent, it quickly darted into the tall grass, expertly camouflaging itself within the dense vegetation. The moment Nidoran appeared, the crowd along the edges of the battlefield erupted into awe, once again marveling at Sato's excellent Pokémon training skills. Among them, Anna was so impressed that she immediately hit her camera's 5-shot burst button. Pidgeotto, use Gust to flush it out. As soon as the referee announced the start of the battle, the experienced Taro Otoya wasted no time issuing an attack command to his circling Pidgeotto. Upon hearing its trainer's instructions, Pidgeotto's sharp eyes gleamed with determination. Thanks to its keen eye ability, it quickly pinpointed Nidoran's hiding spot in the grass. With a powerful flap of its wings, it created a white whirlwind about 1 meter in diameter. The whirlwind, expertly controlled by Pidgeotto, swept toward the area where Nidoran was concealed. The roaring wind bent the tall grass in all directions, leaving Nidoran's position completely exposed to everyone. While Pidgeotto directed its white whirlwind toward Nidoran, Sato gave his own command: Poison Sting. In an instant, Nidoran darted through the grass like a rabbit, evading the whirlwind. At the same time, the small purple spikes on its back began to glow with a ghostly purple light. A barrage of fine, purple poisonous needles shot out like machine gun bullets, arcing through the air. Though most of the needles failed to hit their mark, their sheer quantity created a dense rain of arrows that made it nearly impossible for Pidgeotto to maneuver freely within the area. Use Gust to blow those needles away, then go for Brave Bird. Realizing that his probing attacks were ineffective and noting that Nidoran's level was lower than Pidgeotto's, Taro Otoya quickly adjusted his strategy. He ordered Pidgeotto to engage in a full-force offensive to end the battle swiftly, denying Sato the chance to whittle down Pidgeotto's stamina. Pidgeotto, naturally more aggressive in temperament, let out an excited cry upon hearing its trainer's direct attack command. It flapped its wings powerfully, dispersing the incoming poison stings with a fierce gust. Then, its body was enveloped in a radiant blue light as it dove at astonishing speed toward Nidoran, aiming to strike with all its might. As it descended, Pidgeotto's momentum grew. Encased in the glowing blue energy, it resembled a divine bird cloaked in flames, ready to unleash its fury. Alright, use Double Kick combined with Poison Jab. Give it everything you've got. Taro Otoya's decision to abandon Pidgeotto's aerial advantage in favor of a direct attack made Sato's eyes light up. He had been wary of a hit-and-run kite strategy that flying types often favored. A head-on clash was exactly what he preferred. He immediately instructed Nidoran to counter with its best moves. Faced with the blue firebird rushing at it from above, Nidoran's eyes gleamed with eagerness. Its sturdy hind legs, already glowing white, kicked off the ground with immense force, propelling its body upward like a purple arrow. At the same time, the sharp horn on Nidoran's forehead shone with an intense purple light. Following Sato's command, it executed its most powerful move, Poison Jab, aiming for a direct hit. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of an exhilarated crowd, Pidgeotto's Brave Bird collided head-on with Nidoran's Poison Jab. A loud boom echoed through the battlefield as the clash generated a burst of energy, enveloping the area in thick smoke. Amid the explosion, some sharp-eared spectators caught the sound of something crashing to the ground, followed by a series of rustling noises. In terms of base power, Brave Bird, 120, far outclassed Poison Jab, 80. However, thanks to Nidoran's hustle ability, which boosted its physical moves, the power of Poison Jab was also elevated to 120. Combined with the stab, same type attack bonus, that both moves benefited from, their strengths were evenly matched. Unfortunately, Pidgeotto's higher level, 22 compared to Nidoran's 17, gave it a clear advantage in physical attributes. Despite the fierce struggle, Nidoran ultimately couldn't hold its ground. It was struck heavily by Pidgeotto, sent tumbling across the grassy battlefield before coming to a stop. The intense head-on clash left Nidoran severely injured. Were it not for its rolling momentum softening some of the impact, it might have already lost its ability to battle entirely. In the previous head-on collision, Pidgeotto didn't come out unscathed either. It had taken the full brunt of Nidoran's Poison Jab, a move with a power level of 120, and also suffered recoil damage from using Brave Bird. Now, while Pidgeotto was in better condition than Nidoran, it wasn't by much. The bird hovered low to the ground, its body marked with visible wounds. This Nidoran isn't ordinary, Anna thought, as she reviewed the photos she had taken with her rapid-fire camera. She had captured the intense clash between Nidoran and Pidgeotto in vivid detail. To think that a move like Poison Jab, slightly weaker in base power, could nearly equal Pidgeotto's Brave Bird. If Nidoran's level were the same as Pidgeotto's, it would have been Pidgeotto losing that exchange. But why? Why is its move so strong? Could it be Sato's unique training methods? Unfortunately for Anna, the concept of hidden abilities was advanced knowledge known only to elite Pokémon researchers. Despite being a prodigy, Anna was far from the top minds in the academic Pokémon world. Having abandoned her research in the field, Anna couldn't figure out why Nidoran's Poison Jab had such power, no matter how much she mulled over it. Her inability to control or predict Sato's actions frustrated her greatly, and she started to feel as though the prey she had been tracking was slipping out of her grasp. On the other side of the battlefield, Taro Otoya was just as baffled by the surprising strength of Nidoran's Poison Jab. His face had darkened considerably. As Pidgeotto's trainer, he fully understood the outcome of their clash. In truth, Pidgeotto hadn't come out on top, it might have even been at a disadvantage. Pidgeotto used Brave Bird again. But in the fast-paced rhythm of the battle, Tar didn't have the luxury of overthinking. He immediately commanded Pidgeotto to launch another aggressive attack, aiming to deny the heavily injured Nidoran any chance to recover. Having tasted victory in their last exchange, Pidgeotto's fighting spirit burned even brighter. At Taro's command, it let out a fierce cry and once again transformed into a glowing blue firebird, diving straight for the struggling Nidoran, who was just starting to rise to its feet. Now, Thunderbolt. Sato, who had been closely watching the battle's progression, seized the opportunity. Though he had initially lost hope for this match, the moment Taro commanded another direct attack, he realized that Nidoran still had a chance to turn things around. As soon as Pidgeotto came within 5 meters of Nidoran, Sato issued the decisive order. The moment Sato's voice fell, the battered Nidoran, barely managing to stand, suddenly revealed its trump card. Its horn, already glowing faintly, erupted with a brilliant yellow light. A golden bolt of electricity, as thick as 2 fingers, surged out from Nidoran's horn, streaking directly toward the incoming Pidgeotto. Electric moves are incredibly fast, and Pidgeotto's direct charge made it impossible to evade. The thunderbolt struck Pidgeotto squarely, enveloping the bird in crackling golden electricity. It let out a series of pained cries as its entire body convulsed under the intense shock. Against Pidgeotto, a flying type, Thunderbolt was super effective. After 2 or 3 seconds, Nidoran's Thunderbolt subsided. Pidgeotto, now charred and battered, plummeted to the ground, completely unconscious and unable to continue battling. For a moment, Taro and the spectators around the battlefield were left dumbfounded. Against all odds, Nidoran had pulled off a last-second victory. Pidgeotto is unable to battle. The winner of this match is Sato and his Nidoran. 10 seconds after Pidgeotto fell, the referee raised the flag in hand and officially declared the result. Nidoran's last-minute thunderbolt had shocked nearly everyone. Few could have imagined that Sato had kept such a powerful move hidden, only to unleash it at the critical moment to turn the tide of the battle. Most of the spectators at the edge of the battlefield were ordinary trainers, and it was difficult for them to fathom Sato teaching Nidoran a move like Thunderbolt. After all, the move didn't come cheap. By Sato's calculations, obtaining the necessary 5 gold tokens to exchange for the move could end up costing 5 million Pokedollars, a staggering amount for most trainers. Furthermore, Thunderbolt is a rare TM that's usually hard to find even if you have the money. Taro Otoya's loss could partly be attributed to his assumption, shared by many trainers of his background, that Nidoran, being such a common Pokémon, wouldn't be given this level of attention or resources. Of course, his overly aggressive and careless battle strategy was also a key factor in his defeat. If the roles were reversed, Sato would have taken the safest and most calculated approach to eliminate his opponent. Now, in the eyes of Taro and the surrounding spectators, Sato was perceived as a shrewd and deceptively low-key aristocrat. After the referee announced the result, the visibly displeased Taro swiftly returned Pidgeotto to its Pokeball. Taking a moment to steady himself, he pulled out another Pokeball and released his next Pokémon. From the ball emerged a powerful-looking Pokémon, its form materializing as the white light faded. To Sato's surprise, Taro did not send out the Machamp he had anticipated as his trump card for securing victory. Instead, he released a Heracross, a choice Sato hadn't expected at all. Using his system's detection ability, Sato quickly analyzed the Pokémon before him, known as the Bug King in the games. The results surprised him further. Pokémon information. Pokémon, Heracross. Level, 25. Type, Bug/Fighting. Ability, Guts. Gender, male. Known moves, Arm Thrust, Bullet Seed, Night Slash, Tackle, Leer, Horn Attack, Endure, Feint, Aerial Ace, Pin Missile, Counter, Fury Attack, Double Edge, Egg Move, Focus Punch, Egg Move, Protect, TM, Hyper Beam, TM, Rock Blast, TM. From the data alone, it was clear that this Heracross was remarkably well-trained, with an impressive variety of moves at its disposal. Excellent physical development, a glossy, sturdy exoskeleton, and eyes sharper and more aggressive than those of a typical Heracross, this Pokémon is clearly a battle-hardened fighter. Compared to the aging Machamp I expected, this young and promising Heracross is likely Taro Otoya's true ace, Sato noted as he reviewed Heracross's data and watched the large beetle hover midair using its insect wings. After a brief moment of thought, Sato decided on his next Pokémon to face Heracross. Come back, Nidoran. You've done an excellent job. Let's leave this fight to another teammate. Growlithe, it's your turn now. Sato recalled Nidoran into its Pokeball before sending out Growlithe. Due to its hard-fought victory over Pidgeotto, Nidoran gained substantial experience. Using his system's detection ability, Sato noticed that Nidoran had reached level 19 and had even learned the move Fury Attack. In the next moment, Growlithe appeared on the battlefield. Almost immediately, orange-red flames ignited around its legs, tail, and head. The high-temperature flames caused the surrounding grass to quickly wither and catch fire. Soon, the flames began spreading across the grassy terrain, rapidly transforming the field into a fiery battlefield. In no time, the temperature within the arena began to soar. As expected, the grassy field is practically a hidden home advantage for Growlithe. Unless the opponent is also a fire-resistant Pokémon, taking down Growlithe before the flames consume the battlefield will be almost impossible. As a bug-type Pokémon, Heracross clearly isn't equipped to handle this, Sato observed. With both Pokémon on the battlefield, the referee immediately announced the start of the match. Growlithe was the first to take the initiative, charging straight toward Heracross. As Growlithe ran, the flames on its body grew fiercer, gradually spreading across its entire form. Everywhere it went, the grass caught fire and the blaze quickly spread across the grassy terrain. Heracross, use Rock Blast to stop it from spreading the flames. Taro called out urgently, realizing Growlithe's intent to engulf the field in fire. Heracross, At Taro's command, Heracross let out a fierce cry. From the tip of its large horn, several basketball-sized rocks formed and were launched toward the rapidly approaching Growlithe. Use double team. Don't rush to attack. Focus on turning this battlefield into your domain first, Sato instructed calmly. Hearing the command, Growlithe's eyes glinted with cunning. In an instant, 3 double-team clones materialized around it. The incoming rock struck only one of the clones, leaving the remaining 3 Growlithe, including the real one, continuing their charge toward Heracross. As Growlithe advanced, a new clone would appear to replace any destroyed ones. Soon, there were 4 Growlithe surrounding Heracross, encircling it along with the spreading flames. The fire had completely taken over the grassy terrain, turning it into a blazing inferno. Within this fiery field, Growlithe thrived as if it were a fish in water. In stark contrast, Heracross was like meat on a grill. Even if the flames didn't directly burn it, the intense heat was enough to cause it significant discomfort, dealing continuous damage over time. The blazing flames on the battlefield made it unbearable for the spectators at the edges. Many retreated due to the overwhelming heat and the thick, choking smoke emanating from the arena. However, this unusual sight caught the attention of spectators from other battlefields, who turned their heads to see what was happening. As a result, the crowd watching this match grew even larger. To avoid being burned by the flames, Heracross followed Taro's command and used its insect wings to lift itself into the air. The wing beats also created gusts of wind to dispel the rising smoke below. Kite him with Ember. This time, don't engage him head-on, let it deplete itself, Sato instructed calmly. After Growlithe completed its tasks of encircling Heracross and turning the grassy terrain into a fiery battlefield, Sato shifted to a strategy of ranged attacks. As soon as Sato finished speaking, Growlithe dismissed its double-team clones and began spitting out small fireballs, each roughly half the size of a basketball. Infused with the dense fire-type energy of the burning terrain, these fireballs rapidly expanded into basketball-sized flames. However, the enhanced energy also made them highly unstable, as fire energy is inherently volatile. Many fireballs exploded prematurely before reaching Heracross, scattering fiery rain across the battlefield. These chain reactions further destabilized the remaining fireballs, causing a series of consecutive explosions. Although the embers didn't make direct contact with Heracross, the explosion's area of effect damage still reached it. The resulting waves of heat resembled an improvised heat wave attack, intensifying Heracross's discomfort. Use Aerial Ace. Cough, cough. Taro Otoya, drenched in sweat and struggling with the heat and smoke, coughed heavily as he shrugged off his blazer. Despite his condition, he managed to issue a command to Heracross. The fiery battlefield wasn't just a test for the Pokémon, it also pushed the endurance of the trainers on either side. So far, Sato seemed far better adapted to the harsh conditions than Taro. Realizing that remaining passive would guarantee its defeat, Heracross promptly obeyed Taro's command. It gathered flying-type energy, forming streaks of white air currents around its body. Using Aerial Ace, Heracross carved a path through the sea of flames, charging toward Growlithe like a jet fighter. Simultaneously, its long horn began to glow with blinding white light as it prepared a horn attack, managing to execute both moves at once. Don't face him head-on. Evade and try using the hit-and-run tactics your father used against a pincer, Sato instructed, his tone unwavering. Seeing Heracross's reckless attack, Sato shook his head slightly and spoke to the eager Growlithe, who looked ready for a direct confrontation. Hearing the first part of Sato's words, Growlithe, being a fire-type Pokémon, showed a hint of disappointment. But upon hearing the second part, his spirits immediately lifted. In an instant, flames engulfed Growlithe's body as he used Flame Charge to increase his speed, deftly avoiding Heracross's attack. At the same time, he launched several small fireballs at his opponent. Heracross, reacting quickly, flapped its wings furiously to accelerate and dodge the incoming Ember attack. Throughout the battle, Sato continued to direct Growlithe to avoid direct clashes with Heracross, employing a hit-and-run strategy. This kiting tactic left Heracross struggling to keep up. As the fight dragged on, the prolonged exposure to the fiery battlefield began to wear Heracross down. Maintaining flight consumed a significant amount of its stamina, and its movements and reactions slowed, giving Growlithe opportunities for consecutive successful strikes. Growlithe executed Sato's strategy flawlessly, replicating the tactics used by its father in a previous battle against a pincer. However, unlike its father, Growlithe didn't have to hold back to preserve its surroundings. It could fully unleash its abilities, slowly dragging Heracross into a losing battle with near-perfect precision. Sato's decision to have Growlithe avoid direct confrontations drew disdain from many spectators, with some even booing to express their dissatisfaction. However, a small minority recognized Sato's tactical brilliance, including his opponent, Taro Otoya. Shirtless and drenched in sweat, Taro wore a grim expression. "Damn it. How can I force them into a direct confrontation? This Growlithe is too fast. Heracross can't keep up." At this rate, even if Growlithe doesn't attack, the constant exposure to the heat of the fire will make Heracross lose its ability to fight, Taro muttered in frustration, scratching his head for a solution. As Heracross's injuries accumulated, his anxiety grew, and his mind blanked further. These idiots. Pokémon battles aren't child's play. Rushing into direct confrontations is a fool's move. Letting Growlithe clash head-on with the powerful Heracross would only hand the advantage to the opponent. Sato is too calm. Fighting against him means you can't let him control the pace, Anna thought with disdain, hearing the displeased jeers from the surrounding trainers. While recording the match on her laptop, she sneered at the crowd but gazed at Sato with a solemn expression. After nearly 10 minutes, the flames on the battlefield gradually subsided. Despite Heracross's guts ability and unyielding determination, it couldn't withstand the relentless heat and the occasional sneak attacks from Growlithe. Finally, scorched and battered, Heracross was hit by another ember attack. With a reluctant cry, it collapsed into the fading embers, unable to continue the battle. After securing victory in the second-round match, Sato praised Growlithe briefly before recalling him into his Pokeball. He then quickly returned to the temporary medical room to resume his duties. By around 6 p.m., the second round of matches finally concluded. The St. Louis Pokémon Tournament had a participant cap of 100 trainers, and after 2 rounds, only 25 competitors remained. Since the St. Louis was expected to dock at Slateport City the following afternoon, time was tight. As a result, the third round was scheduled for the evening. Sato, in a stroke of luck, was given a bye, meaning he wouldn't have to participate in this round. At 7:30 p.m., the third-round matches commenced as planned. With fewer matches taking place, the number of injured Pokémon also decreased, allowing the temporary medical room where Sato was stationed to finally experience some downtime. Naturally, Sato didn't waste this rare break. Instead, he took the opportunity to scout the competition. Among the remaining 24 trainers, the one who intrigued Sato the most was Anna, a maniac who had actively sought him out for a challenge. At this moment, she was engaged in a Pokémon battle against a skilled ship guard on the water battlefield. The third round maintained the 2-on-2 battle format. In her first match, Anna was the first to send out a Pokémon, choosing Alhambra, a water/grass dual type, as her lead. Her opponent responded by releasing a Tentacruel. Sato recognized Anna's opponent. It was Hamas, a close friend of Hans. Hamas's strongest Pokémon was, without a doubt, the Tentacruel he sent out first. Pokémon details. Pokémon, Alhambra. Level, 28. Type, water/grass. Ability, Swift Swim. Gender, female. Known moves, Astonish, Growl, Absorb, Bubble, Fury Swipes, Fake Out, Water Sport, Bubble Beam, Nature Power, Leech Seed, Egg Move, Counter, Egg Move, Rain Dance, TM, Ice Beam, TM. Underscore 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 underscore. Pokemon, Tentacruel. Level, 32. Type, water/poison. Ability, Clear body. Gender, male. Known moves: Reflect type, Constrict, Poison Sting, Supersonic, Wrap, Acid, Toxic Spikes, Water Pulse, Bubble Beam, Barrier, Poison Jab, Aurora Beam, Egg Move, Scald, TM, Protect, TM, Hyper Beam, TM. At level 32, Tentacruel held a clear advantage over Lombra, who was only level 28. Based on levels and type matchups, Hamasa's Tentacruel seemed to have the upper hand. However, the outcome of their battle left many spectators stunned. Right at the start, Lombra, under Anna's command, landed a surprise fake-out on Tentacruel, catching it off guard. Using the momentary flinch, Lombra retreated and activated Rain Dance. With its swift swim ability, Lombra's speed skyrocketed in the rainy conditions, allowing it to take control of the battle. The most memorable parts of the fight for Sato were Lombra's masterful use of Ice Beam and the game-changing Leech Seed. Thanks to its swift swim ability, Lombra could even move atop the water, granting it exceptional mobility for a hit-and-run strategy against Tentacruel. Initially, Anna directed Lombra to use Ice Beam not as an attack, but to create obstacles in the water arena. Under her guidance, Lombra formed layers of ice barriers, thwarting Tentacruel's attempts to close in on its opponent. Once Tentacruel was effectively trapped in the icy maze, Anna commanded Lombra to use Leech Seed, further restricting Tentacruel's movements while continuously sapping its strength. As Lombra repeatedly used Ice Beam, the water battlefield gradually transformed into an icy terrain. Eventually, Tentacruel was confined to a narrow area surrounded by thick ice. Hamas didn't lack skill. His strategy was to counter with Scald to melt the ice and prevent Tentacruel from being completely immobilized by Ice Beam. He also deployed Toxic Spikes twice, poisoning Lombra as soon as it touched the water. However, due to his initial loss of momentum and the overwhelming disadvantage, even Hamasa's mid-battle adjustments couldn't turn the tide. Combining Leech Seed and Absorb for sustained recovery, along with precise ranged attacks, Lombra eventually overcame Tentacruel under Anna's meticulous commands. Although victorious, Lombra was heavily poisoned by the end of the battle and could barely continue fighting. Effectively, it was a one-for-one trade. However, Hamas suffered the greater loss, as his strongest Pokémon had been eliminated. In the second match, Hamas had to release his next Pokémon first. With the water arena still tainted by Toxic Spikes, he reluctantly sent out a level 25 Pelipper. Anna, on the other hand, deployed a level 32 Magneton, which had a complete advantage over Pelipper. The second match was a foregone conclusion. Under Anna's direction, Magneton easily defeated Pelipper with a single Thunderbolt, dealing quadruple damage and leaving no room for resistance. This battle seemed to deal a heavy blow to Hamas. By the end, he was utterly dejected, like a wilted plant. Anna, satisfied with her victory, left the battlefield and quickly moved to other arenas to gather data on her potential opponents using her laptop. By around 9 p.m., the third round concluded. Including Sato, only 13 trainers remained in the St. Louis Pokémon Tournament. Without exception, these remaining competitors were all exceptionally skilled. In the fourth round, the lucky trainer who got a bye wasn't Sato this time, but a young female trainer named Hannah. Sato's opponent for this round was a young trainer named Heiji Kuroya. With the help of Eileen, an exceptionally skilled Pokémon medical trainer, and her Chansey partner, all participants' Pokémon were swiftly healed. After over an hour of rest, most Pokémon were back in peak condition. By 10 p.m., the fourth round matches began in earnest. Sato knew little about his opponent, Heiji Kuroya, as the latter had never sought his medical assistance. Sato had only observed one of Heiji's matches thus far. Heiji Kuroya's appearance made him look like a martial artist. Dressed in a black martial arts uniform and wearing wooden clogs, he gave off a fierce impression. However, it was surprising to many that he was a short and slender man, standing less than 1.6 meters tall. Despite his small and thin stature, Heiji Kuroya's martial arts skills were formidable, extremely so, in fact. He was known for his fiery temper and despised anyone commenting on his height or attire. Sato personally witnessed a tall, burly sailor, slightly drunk, who had mocked Heiji, only to be beaten thoroughly. This sailor, hailing from the Unova region, was an imposing 1.9 meters tall and as strong as a bear, yet he stood no chance against Heiji, showing just how skilled the diminutive fighter was. As a Pokémon trainer, Heiji specialized in fighting-type Pokémon. Sato had acquired information about his team by paying a few informants. Up to now, Heiji had only used 2 Pokémon in the tournament, a Hitmonchan and a Hariyama. In the one match Sato had witnessed, Heiji had deployed his Hitmonchan. This Hitmonchan was a level 32 powerhouse proficient in moves such as Mach Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, and Fire Punch. Sato also observed that the Hitmonchan seemed to have mastered a technique that combined Mach Punch with one of the elemental punches, a skill known as Dual Punch Fusion. Note: Dual Punch Fusion refers to the blending of Mach Punch with one of the elemental punches to create moves like Mach Ice Punch, Mach Thunder Punch, or Mach Fire Punch. With its Iron Fist ability enhancing its punch moves, the Hitmonchan relied on rapid footwork and a broad attack range to overwhelm opponents with quick, calculated strikes. Once it got in close, its lightning-fast Mach punches left adversaries reeling. In an earlier match, Heiji's opponent had fielded a level 29 Kingler and a level 31 Charmeleon. Both were defeated by Hitmonchan, which managed to pull off a clean 2-0 sweep. By the end of the match, Hitmonchan had taken almost no damage, leaving its opponents disoriented and unable to fight back. Now, this formidable opponent stood in Sato's way for the 4th round. The prospect of facing such a skilled adversary stoked the fires of Sato's competitive spirit. The battle between Sato and Heiji attracted a large crowd. After Sato's strategic and methodical victories in the earlier rounds, many spectators had taken notice of him. Though his cautious and precise battling style frustrated some more hot-blooded viewers, it earned the admiration of those who appreciated tactical prowess. Heiji, despite his rebellious personality, respected strong opponents. He had observed Sato's strength during the previous St. Louis security battle, where Sato's Golbat and Bellissime demonstrated exceptional coordination and power. This respect was evident as Heiji gave Sato a traditional martial artist salute, clasping his hands and bowing slightly. Though Sato wasn't familiar with the gesture, he returned it to show mutual respect. Heiji smiled faintly in response, his usually stoic face momentarily relaxed. The audience, unsure of the gesture's meaning, began imitating it in confusion, creating an awkward yet amusing scene. The match soon began. The arena for this round was a rocky battlefield, and Heiji was chosen to send out his Pokémon first. "Let's go, my trusted partner. Let's show them a fiery battle." Heiji roared as he threw his Pokeball with dramatic flair. A flash of white light revealed his Hitmonchan, whose lean but solid frame exuded determination. To warm up, the Hitmonchan launched a flurry of punches at nearby boulders, reducing them to dust in seconds. The Hitmonchan's domineering display drew thunderous applause from the audience, who treated it like a martial arts superstar. Seemingly invigorated by their cheers, its aura became even more imposing. While Hitmonchan showcased its strength, Sato quietly scanned its updated stats using his system. Pokémon, Hitmonchan. Level, 33. Type, Fighting. Ability, Iron Fist. Gender, Male. Known moves, Comet Punch, Close Combat, Counter, Focus Punch, Revenge, Agility, Pursuit, Mach Punch, Bullet Punch, Feint, Vacuum Wave, Quick Guard, High Jump Kick, Egg Move, Thunder Punch, Tutor, Fire Punch, Tutor, Ice Punch, Tutor, Protect, TM, Double Team, TM. After consecutive battles, it's already leveled up to 33. Its power has definitely grown, Sato thought, his expression serious. He then prepared to send out his Pokémon to challenge this fearsome opponent. Bellissime, I'm counting on you to take the lead this time. With calm composure, Sato pressed the button on his Pokeball, releasing a beam of light. A graceful Bellissime appeared on the rocky field. Unlike Hitmonchan's intimidating entrance, Bellissime began to dance gracefully, her rhythm unaffected by the uneven terrain. The audience erupted in cheers, captivated by her elegance. Bellisum's beauty and helpful nature as a medic during the past few days had made her immensely popular among both trainers and Pokémon aboard the St. Louis. Her appearance now elicited even louder cheers than Hitmonchan's earlier display. The battle began even before the referee's countdown had fully ended. As the call reached about 4/5 of completion, Hitmonchan, who had been shuffling with small, calculated steps while keeping its intense gaze locked on Bellisum, made its move. Without waiting for Haya Heiji's command, it instinctively chose the best course of action. Hitmonchan transformed into a brown blur, using the scattered rocks across the battlefield as springboards to propel itself forward with incredible short-distance speed. Its fists, wrapped in a fiery red aura, ignited into roaring flames. It was launching a fire punch straight at Bellisum. Similarly, Bellisum needed no instructions from Sato. Around her, a swirl of vibrant green energy leaves materialized, her well-practiced move, Magical Leaf. The energy leaves, under Bellisum's graceful control, danced around her in a synchronized rhythm as she twirled elegantly. In an instant, they coalesced into a leaf tornado, surrounding her and obscuring her delicate figure within a swirling barrier of vibrant green. The dense veil of leaves concealed Bellisum's exact position, causing Hitmonchan, now less than 3 meters away, to lose sight of its target. Undeterred, the fighting-type Pokémon charged forward with relentless determination, its fiery fists blazing. Its fearless approach showcased the fiery spirit and bravery typical of fighting-type Pokémon. Whoosh! 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 As Hitmonchan reached the leaf tornado, its flame-enshrouded fists struck with rapid, machine-like precision, generating a storm of fiery punch shadows. The relentless barrage caused the whirlwind of leaves to disintegrate under the intense assault. Many of the magical leaf fragments were incinerated, falling as ashes to the ground. However, despite destroying the leaf tornado, Hitmonchan's fists failed to connect with its true target, Bellisum. Its instincts told it that it had merely struck a storm of energy leaves, not the opponent herself. The phrase hidden among the leaves aptly described Hitmonchan's predicament, as the remnants of the disintegrating whirlwind still occasionally blocked its vision. A few seconds later, the leaf tornado fully dissipated, but Bellisum was no longer where she had been. She had somehow repositioned herself 10 meters away, standing gracefully and already gathering another cluster of glowing energy leaves around her. Some of the scattered magical leaf fragments from the earlier whirlwind had intentionally been redirected back into her control. Meanwhile, Hitmonchan, having unleashed over 100 punches in quick succession, was now in a momentary lull, its energy momentarily depleted. It stood in place, panting heavily as it tried to recover. "Now's our chance. Use Magical Leaf to attack," Sato called out decisively, unwilling to let such an opportunity slip by. At his command, Bellisum's vibrant eyes lit up with a dazzling emerald glow, and she suddenly launched into a rapid, energetic waltz. The magical leaf fragments surrounding her flared brightly, their green energy intensifying, before converging above her head. The leaves merged into a powerful emerald stream, which surged forward with tremendous force, aimed squarely at the fatigued Hitmonchan. Thanks to Bellisum's increased level and the support of the Miracle Seed, a treasured grass-type item, her magical leaf had undergone significant enhancement. Previously, she could only control up to 128 energy leaves at once. Now, she could command up to 180, and the increase in quantity had exponentially boosted the move's power. The emerald torrent surged forward, roaring with energy, as it closed in on Hitmonchan. Retreat. Use the rocks as cover to minimize the damage from the attack. Seeing Bellisum controlling a massive torrent of magical leaf energy heading straight for Hitmonchan, Haya Heiji's expression changed. He quickly commanded Hitmonchan to retreat temporarily. Though reluctant, Hitmonchan didn't dare to disobey Heiji's instructions. It immediately pushed off the ground, rapidly retreating and guiding Bellisum's magical leaf attack to collide with the scattered rocks on the battlefield, using them as sacrificial shields. Hitmonchan executed Heiji's command with remarkable precision, weakening the magical leaf attack significantly by redirecting it to strike several rocks on the field. Seeing this, Bellisum could only sigh inwardly and continued to manipulate the magical leaf to further exhaust Hitmonchan, forcing it to expend more energy defending. Heiji and Hitmonchan, both naturally inclined toward aggressive combat, weren't content with remaining on the defensive. The moment Bellisum's magical leaf began losing its power, Heiji ordered Hitmonchan to close the gap once more, aiming to regain the upper hand in battle. However, as Hitmonchan advanced within 10 meters of Bellisum, the rocket intended to use as a springboard suddenly sprouted 2 emerald green blades of grass. The blades of grass grew precisely where Hitmonchan stepped and, in an instant, twisted together into a tight knot. "Watch your footing." Heiji, who had been carefully observing the battlefield, noticed the sudden appearance of the green grass under Hitmonchan's feet. He immediately shouted a warning. Focused solely on Bellisum ahead, Hitmonchan failed to notice the situation beneath it. Despite Heiji's quick reaction, Hitmonchan had already committed to its next move. Thud! With Bellisum's cleverly executed grass knot, Hitmonchan tripped and fell face-first onto the ground, creating a small crater upon impact. A cloud of dust erupted into the air as the force of the fall dragged its body forward, leaving a deep scratch on the battlefield and covering Hitmonchan in numerous abrasions. To make matters worse, Bellisum's magical leaf seized the opportunity to strike. The green blades rained down from above, delivering another heavy blow to the struggling Hitmonchan as it attempted to rise, forcing it back onto the ground. Finally, Bellisum concluded the assault with an energy ball, adding the finishing touch to the barrage of attacks. Hitmonchan, overwhelmed by consecutive hits, now bore significant damage. In just a minute or two, the battle had shifted dramatically. Hitmonchan, which started strong, was now entirely on the defensive, caught in Bellisum's rhythm and repeatedly overwhelmed. The intense exchange, especially Bellisum's masterful control of Magical Leaf and Hitmonchan's unfortunate misstep, thrilled the spectators at the edge of the battlefield. However, among the cheering crowd, some trainers wore grave expressions. Their gazes toward Bellisum and Sato were filled with fierce determination. Hitmonchan's strength was undeniable, yet it was now being completely outclassed by Bellisum. This was proof of Bellisum's superior power and Sato's strategic prowess.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.